Chapter 37. Yi Ziyun felt a deep sense of depression in her heart. She is the little princess of the city lord's mansion, and also the granddaughter of legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo. Since young, she has read God knows how many secret books. Her knowledge is also much deeper than her peers. She still has a little bit of pride in her heart. However, compared to a monster like Nieli, she feels that she's simply too ignorant. It's no wonder that Yi Ziyun would have such thoughts. Nieli isn't someone that can be judged with the eyes of an ordinary person. Nieli was able to easily distinguish where the traps were from the cracks on the stone walls and the way the floor tiles were laid. This level of traps simply isn't difficult at all. After Nieli walked forward for a distance, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it 5 to 6 meters forward. With a pa sound, it smashed onto one of the green bricks. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the tunnel ahead, arrows were flying everywhere. It's simply like a rainstorm. The tips of those arrows were flickering with a green light. All of the arrows were smeared with poison. Yi Ziyun's face turned slightly pale. She can imagine how tragic it would be if they were to continue walking forward and accidentally trigger the traps. In an instant, their entire body would be nailed with arrows. From such a far distance, how did Nieli discover the location of the traps? All right, we can go now. Nieli lightly smiled, looking at Yi Ziyun, and said, although they're in a tunnel filled with traps, Yi Ziyun has a feeling that as long as she follows behind Nieli, she'll definitely be safe. Any problems won't be a problem. Looking at Nieli's back figure, although Nieli is still a little skinny, he gave people a sense of steadiness. Yi Ziyun lowered her head. No one knows what she's thinking. Perhaps being with Nieli isn't bad. However, after a moment, she quickly shook her head and expelled this thought from her mind. What on earth was she thinking? Ninger seems to have a special liking for Nieli. In just a few days, Huyen Lanrua expressed that she wants to chase after Nieli. How many girls had Nieli, that womanizer, provoked? She didn't believe that Nieli only liked her. Yi Ziyun raised her head proudly. She was not as shallow as other girls. The two figures moved forward, heading towards the depths of the passageway, while Nieli and Yi Ziyun were exploring this passage in the forest outside. What a bunch of trash. They actually let that giant blue-armed ape escape, with serious injuries. Deacon Yun Hua gloomily cursed. Spirit-rank demon beasts usually have a demon spirit. Even if it's just a silver-rank demon spirit, it can still be sold for hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. In the end, they injured 6 people and let the giant blue-armed ape escape. This is really depressing. The one they are most angry with is Nieli. If it wasn't for Nieli luring the spirit-rank giant blue-armed ape over, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Forget it, it's just a giant blue-armed ape. Those aristocratic children are definitely more valuable. Search for me. If you don't catch him, don't come back to see me. Deacon Yunhua angrily said. The group of people spread out and began to search the entire forest. A faint fire in the distance attracted their attention. Fire can scare demon beasts at night, making them not dare to approach. However, it can easily become a very conspicuous target in the dark. Why did you catch me? Who are you people? Very quickly, a few black-clothed men caught a person and brought him in front of Deacon Yunhua. Deacon Yunhua laughed. The person in front of him is wearing luxurious clothes. His identity shouldn't be simple. TSK. Young master, you should have heard of our dark guild. We catch young masters like you. TSK. Should I exchange you for money or kill you? The person who was caught is Shunyu. Hearing the words dark guild, Shunyu's face instantly turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, Don't kill me. I'm a member of the sacred family. My family can give you a lot of money. Sacred family? Deacon Yun Hua was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed an obscure ray of light. He gloomily said to himself, I thought I could earn a lot of money. In the end, it's the vice president's people. How unlucky! Deacon Yun Hua angrily shouted to his underlings, Continue searching. Shun, you thought that these people from the Dark Guild would make things difficult for him. He never thought that they would completely ignore him and only sent one person to watch over him. Shun Yu felt relieved in his heart. It seems that the people from the Dark Guild are still a little afraid of the sacred family. He thought that it was the name of the sacred family that scared the people from the Dark Guild. His expression once again became arrogant, completely different from the person who almost peed his pants earlier. Nye Li brought Yi Ziyun and walked forward. Approximately 5 to 6 hours later, Nye Li and Bunch saw a magnificent hall from afar. So, the ancient Orchid City was built on top of this underground palace. The higher-ups of the ancient Orchid City definitely know about this palace below. Therefore, it's very possible that they have hidden all the valuables in this underground palace somewhere. Nye Li said, judging from the location, they are already in the underground of the school grounds. Just like Nye Li's judgment, the city lord and the higher-ups must have hidden all the valuables in the underground of the school grounds. Walking into the hall, the scene in front of them caused him and Yi Ziyun to be deeply shocked. The hall was filled with skeletons, adults, and children. They were densely piled up together. Before they died, they seemed to have gone through a painful struggle. What happened? How did this happen? Yi Ziyun's eyes were slightly red. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She saw a lot of children curled up in the corner. They should have been very cute when they were alive, but they quietly died in this place. Nye Li sighed and said, This should be the temporary shelter of the ancient Orchid City. They moved the old, weak women and children here. They probably wanted to wait for the war to end before letting them out. However, the ancient Orchid City was captured. Therefore, these people could only be trapped here and starve to death. Yi Ziyun opened her mouth, revealing a painful expression. Nye Li took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart was surging, unable to calm down. In his previous life, wasn't Glory City also like this? Before the war broke out, they also sent a lot of people to some shelters. Later on, when Glory City was breached, they were forced to move. He doesn't know what happened to the old, young, women and children. They probably starved to death in the shelters. The tragic scene of Glory City being breached in his previous life was still so clear. Nye Li tightly clenched his fist. He will definitely not let that happen again. Why don't we leave? Said Yi Ziyun. She couldn't bear to stay here any longer. No, we can't leave. Furthermore, we have to take away all the treasures here. Nye Li resolutely said, The treasures here can increase our strength. Only with stronger strength can we protect Glory City. Otherwise, Glory City will become the second ancient Orchid City. Hearing Nye Li's words, Yi Ziyun was stunned. A thought flashed through her mind. Glory City will become the second ancient Orchid City. Although Glory City is relatively safe, there would often be demon beasts eyeing them. Sometimes they would even break through the city walls. Yi Ziyun's expression became firm. Yes, they have to increase their strength at all costs in order to protect Glory City. Although being a grave robber is shameful compared to the lives in Glory City, what does it count for? Nye Li and Yi Ziyun began to search the entire hall. There's a bronze battle armor here. There's a few bottles of elixirs here. It's a pity that they're all spoiled. Oh my God, this is a spiritual stone. Yi Ziyun clasped her hands together and prayed for a moment. She then took the spiritual stone from the neck of a little girl. This spiritual stone was tied to a silver-white chain, looking very exquisite. This child's identity, when she was alive, must be very noble. However, she's already dead. If this spiritual stone is given to a gold rank expert, it might be able to help that gold rank expert's cultivation rise to the next level. Nyat Li also had some harvest. Just the bronze rank battle armor and weapons alone, he's already collected dozens of pieces. There's also a silver rank dagger that was still very well preserved, without any damage. In addition, there's also demon crystals and many other things. All of them are quite valuable. However, he didn't manage to find the spiritual lamp that Nyeli wanted. Nyat Li's gaze fell onto the center of the hall. In the center of the hall, there's a huge sarcophagus. It's 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter tall. The surface of the sarcophagus was densely covered with mysterious runes. These runes seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't recognize them. Just what are these runes? Approaching Kong Ming the Great's sarcophagus, Nyeli felt a mysterious energy rushing towards him. Nyeli has a feeling that standing beside the sarcophagus is like standing in the middle of a raging sea. He could be swept away at any moment. No wonder those who died weren't willing to stand beside the sarcophagus. Nyeli, what's going on with this sarcophagus? Yi Ziyun was about to walk over, but when she was about 3 meters away from the sarcophagus, her face suddenly turned pale and she took a few steps back. What's wrong with you? Nyeli looked at Yi Ziyun, puzzled. When I walked here, I felt a splitting headache, Yi Ziyun said. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nyat Li's eyebrows twitched slightly. This kind of power is very familiar. It should be a restriction set up by an expert in this sarcophagus, so Yi Ziyun can't get close. But why is it that he's only a step away from the sarcophagus, but nothing happened to him? Does the restriction only work on women and not men? Or is it effective on other people, but not Nyeli? Nyeli guessed in his heart. He turned to Yi Ziyun and said, "You go somewhere else first. Leave this to me." Yi Ziyun nodded and walked to the side. Nyeli began to carefully examine the sarcophagus in front of him. The sarcophagus is completely sealed, and there are all kinds of mysterious runes on it. Even though Nyeli is knowledgeable, he has never seen them before. This sarcophagus is Kong Ming the Great's sarcophagus. Why doesn't the incantation on it look like it's from the era of the Holy Emperor? Chronicles of the Monster God will definitely be an exciting novel, and Snail will be able to write it very easily. I hope that everyone will give Snail more recommendation votes and support him. Chapter 38. For some reason, Nyeli felt a sense of familiarity from the aura emitted from the sarcophagus. Waves of energy rippled in all directions. It should be the soul force of an expert that had disappeared. Soul force was an eternal power. Even after thousands of years, it could still be attached to an object and never dissipate. This sarcophagus was pieced together from stone slabs. There were no traces of it being opened. Perhaps even the experts of ancient Orchid City could not open it. Nyeli felt the soul realm in his body surging. The dragon roars in the depths of his soul realm became clearer. He walked to the side of the sarcophagus, looking at the mysterious incantations on it. Thoughts flashed through his mind. He placed his right hand on the lid of the sarcophagus. Suddenly, beams of light soared into the sky. White light flowed on the surface of the sarcophagus. There was a loud bang. That powerful beam of light bombarded Nyeli's body. Nyeli felt as though all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. This kind of terrifying pain was unbearable even for Nyeli with his tenacious willpower. Those beams of light were like thousands of needles. They ruthlessly pierced into Nyeli's body. His soul realm felt like it was about to explode. From afar, Yi Ziyun, who was constantly paying attention to Nyeli, saw Nieli's painful roar. She suddenly panicked. What happened? What happened to Nieli? Yi Ziyun hurriedly ran towards Nieli. However, just when she was 5 to 6 meters away from the sarcophagus, a powerful rebounding force sent her flying with a bang. She could not even get close to the sarcophagus. But how could Nieli go in? Yi Ziyun was hit by a few beams of white light. Her body was injured in several places. She was dripping with blood. Ignoring the pain, she took out a silver-ranked sword from her spatial ring and slashed at the restriction around the sarcophagus. Boom! Yi Ziyun was bounced back again. This power was not something she could resist at all. Just the dissipating white light was enough to seriously injure her. How serious would Nieli's injuries be if he was in the white light? After being bounced back twice by the power of the restriction, Yi Ziyun's soul realm shook. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels suffered heavy injuries, and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Nothing must happen to Nieli. This was the last thought that flashed through Yi Ziyun's mind before she fainted. At this moment, Nieli, who was in the white light, had steam rising from his body. The intense pain caused beads of sweat to seep out of his body. When those beads of sweat came into contact with the white light, they instantly evaporated and rose into the air. Thirsty, Nieli felt that all the water in his body was evaporating. He struggled with all his might. He knew that if he relaxed even a little, he would be blasted into pieces by the white light. Boom, boom, boom. Nieli's soul realm was constantly shaking and cracking, but it was also constantly healing and repairing. His soul realm slowly formed a whirlpool. Like a giant whale, it constantly swallowed the white light. Nieli's remaining trace of consciousness tightly guarded his soul realm. At this moment, even he was deeply puzzled. What was that thing hidden in his soul realm? Who cares, since it could absorb the white light? Then let it be absorbed. Nieli used the last trace of his strength to crazily urge his soul realm to absorb all the white light. Boom, boom, boom. The white light constantly rushed into Nieli's soul realm. However, the white light did not cause any ripples in his soul realm and disappeared. Nieli felt that although the white light disappeared without a trace, it still caused Nieli's soul realm to expand a little. It was filled with a surging soul force. The violent soul force fed back to the muscles of his body, making them more solid. The impurities in his skin were also quickly excreted along with his sweat. Nieli's physical body felt like it had been cleansed. Roar. Nieli violently roared. Although his current cultivation was still far from his previous life, the feeling of increasing his strength was still very good. Opening his eyes, everything in front of him gradually became clear. Nieli quickly took out a few bottles of water from his interspatial ring and gulped it down. Due to the lack of water, his dry skin magically became moist. At this moment, Nieli was even more handsome than before. Looking ahead, the sarcophagus in front of him was constantly being dismantled, and the lid of the sarcophagus was slowly being opened. Nieli thought that he would see a decomposed corpse because this sarcophagus did not seem to have been opened by anyone. However, to Nieli's surprise, the sarcophagus was actually empty. How could this be? Nieli thought that he had seen wrongly, but the sarcophagus was indeed empty. There was no corpse, nor were there any traces of a corpse being stored. The bottom of the sarcophagus was smooth, without a trace of debris. If the corpse was completely decomposed, there would at least be some bones left. At the bottom of the sarcophagus, there were 2 items. One of them was a remnant piece of paper, and the other was a gemstone necklace. The remnant piece of paper was made of an unknown material. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, and even somewhat transparent. On it were densely packed words that were difficult to understand. If it was someone else who saw this remnant piece of paper, they definitely wouldn't be able to recognize what it was. However, When Nieli saw this remnant piece of paper, he was shocked, as though he was struck by lightning. His eyes fell into a sluggish state. In his previous life, he couldn't be more familiar with this item. This was a remnant piece of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. How could Nieli forget that in his previous life, he obtained great power from the Temporal Demon Spirit Book? It was also because he stayed in the space of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book for hundreds of years that he learned a vast amount of knowledge. It was also because of the battle with the Holy Emperor that his blood dyed the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, and he was reborn. The mysterious item in Nieli's soul realm was probably related to the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. However, in his previous life, the Temporal Demon Spirit Book was incomplete. The last 8 pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book were torn off. What did the complete Temporal Demon Spirit Book look like? Nieli had never seen it before, because the words on the Temporal Demon Spirit Book were too obscure. Nieli had never understood them. Every time he tried to memorize the words, he would look at it again after a few hours, only to realize that he had no impression of it at all. In his previous life, Nieli wanted to find the remaining 8 pages of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. In the end, he couldn't find any clues. He never thought that in this life he would find a remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book here. It's a pity that the Temporal Demon Spirit Book isn't in his hands right now. Like in his previous life, he has to go to the end of the endless desert and enter the desert palace in order to obtain the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nieli wondered what would happen to the Temporal Demon Spirit Book with an additional remnant page. Nieli stuck the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to his chest and hid it well, as if sensing the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Nieli's soul realm surged. Just like in his previous life, the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book has the same effect as the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. It has the effect of nourishing the soul force. Nieli's gaze fell on the gemstone necklace beside him. He revealed a trace of astonishment. It's actually an abstruse gemstone. This is a rare item. Even a legend rank expert like Yi Mo probably hasn't seen an abstruse gemstone before. Abstruse gemstones are treasures that have been passed down from generation to generation. However, although abstruse gemstones are rare, compared to the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, they're too common. This abstruse gemstone necklace is pretty good for Ziyun. Nieli smiled as he thought to himself. With his deep feelings for Yi Ziyun, even if Nieli were to give the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book to Yi Ziyun, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. However, giving that item to Yi Ziyun is useless. On the contrary, this abstruse gemstone necklace is very beneficial for cultivation. With this abstruse gemstone necklace, Yi Ziyun's cultivation speed would be at least 3 times faster. As for why the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book would appear here, Nieli's heart was filled with doubt. Since the sarcophagus is empty, that means that Kongming the Great isn't here. Then, where did Kongming the Great go? This matter is really full of doubts. Nieli picked up the 2 items. When he turned his head, he discovered that Yi Ziyun had fainted on the ground. What's wrong with Ziyun? Nieli's heart was startled as he leaped towards Yi Ziyun. Nieli landed beside Yi Ziyun and discovered that there were many burns on Yi Ziyun's body. There were several deep wounds on her chest, arms, and thighs. Nieli immediately placed his hand on Yi Ziyun's wrist. His soul force seeped into Yi Ziyun's body. After discovering that Yi Ziyun was fine, he felt relieved. Looking at the heavily injured and fainted Yi Ziyun, Nieli couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart. Yi Ziyun must have heard his call and wanted to save him. However, Yi Ziyun couldn't get close to the sarcophagus. If she tried to force her way in, she would be injured by the restriction around the sarcophagus. Those burns should be left behind by the white light. Looking at Yi Ziyun's appearance, Nieli was filled with pity. He put the abstruse gemstone necklace on Yi Ziyun's neck. The abstruse gemstone emitted a deep blue glimmer. When the glimmer shone on Yi Ziyun's wounds, Yi Ziyun's burns became a little better. She has lost too much blood. I have to treat these few biggest wounds as soon as possible. Nieli was silent. Looking at Yi Ziyun's beautiful face, he pondered for a while. He couldn't care so much anymore. At most, he would be misunderstood by Yi Ziyun. It's better than not treating the wounds. Nieli squatted down and slowly untied Yi Ziyun's clothes. Yi Ziyun's smooth shoulders and slender jade arms were all revealed in front of Nieli's eyes. Yi Ziyun's chest was tied with a purple lace ribbon. It had a kind of elegant flavor. The pair of young girls' jade peaks were a lot inferior compared to his previous life. Although they weren't as plump, they had a kind of delicate and cute charm. After Nieli untied Yi Ziyun's clothes, he shifted his gaze and focused on observing the wounds on Yi Ziyun's body. He took out a bottle of wound-healing ointment from his spatial ring and slowly applied it to the wounds. After the wounds were sealed by the ointment, they slowly stopped bleeding. New book request for support. Chapter 39. Yi Ziyun seemed to be in pain as her brows were slightly knitted. She had a beautiful face, exquisite facial features, and soft hair scattered on her shoulders, but it only served to accentuate her elegant temperament. Even with her brows knitted, there was an indescribable feeling to it. At this moment, Yi Ziyun was only wearing a bra. Her dress was also torn in many places, revealing her slender white thighs, which added to her allure. After his rebirth, Nieli could ignore the temptations of others. However, Yi Ziyun's beauty made his breathing heavy. Every time he saw Yi Ziyun, he would think of the time he spent with Yi Ziyun in his previous life. Although it was a short time, it was filled with deep feelings. It was the most precious time in his life. Only Nieli knows how beautiful Yi Ziyun will be in a few years. She will be like a blooming snow lotus, beautiful and elegant, like a goddess from the 9 heavens, holy and noble. At that time, there were many people who liked Yi Ziyun. Countless people went crazy for her, including Shenyu. Shenyu wanted to bring Yi Ziyun away from Glory City countless times, but was rebuked by Yi Ziyun. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. In the end, Yi Ziyun chose the ordinary Nieli. That was the most glorious thing in Nieli's life. After treating Yi Ziyun's wounds, although he felt a little lost, Nieli still took a piece of his clothes and covered Yi Ziyun's body. Yi Ziyun's clothes were already torn to the point that she couldn't wear them anymore. He had enough patience to wait for Yi Ziyun to accept him, to wait for her to grow up, just like in his previous life. Nieli guarded beside Yi Ziyun and sat cross-legged. He felt the mysterious energy contained in the remnant page of the Temporal Demon's Spirit Book. The soul force in his soul realm surged. If there's an opportunity, he must head to the Desert Palace as soon as possible to obtain the Temporal Demon's Spirit Book. After absorbing the white light, Nieli felt that his soul force had increased by a lot. It was at least above 150. Nieli could feel that the power contained in the white light was far more than that. It was still hidden in the depths of his soul realm. He didn't know when he would be able to turn that powerful force into his own. Nieli slowly entered a state of selflessness. Waves of soul force seemed to materialize, flowing around Nieli's body. Just as Nieli was immersed in cultivation, Yi Ziyun slowly woke up from her coma. She touched her body and realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her face immediately turned pale. Nieli, that bastard, had gone too far. Realizing that the dress was still on her body, Yi Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief. However, her heart was still filled with shame and anger. Since she was young, she has never let a boy see her body. Nieli actually took advantage of the time when she was unconscious and took off her clothes. Yi Ziyun's expression was complicated. She knew that Nieli removed her clothes in order to treat her injuries. However, Yi Ziyun couldn't let it go. Nieli must have done it on purpose. She didn't know what happened when she was unconscious. After all, she didn't understand Nieli's character very well. She still had her guard up. Nieli, who was sitting beside Yi Ziyun, slowly opened his eyes. He lightly smiled and said, "You're awake?" Looking at Nieli's eyes, Yi Ziyun suddenly realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes. She quickly pulled Nieli's clothes a little tighter and said in a hurry, "Turn around, I want to wear my clothes." Nieli turned his head and said with a smile, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun's face turned red. She simply had the thought of disregarding her ladylike image and violently beating up Nieli. She was now ashamed and resentful in her heart, but Nieli could say it so easily. Previously, when Nieli said that she had a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her body, she had already suspected that Nieli had peeked at her bathing. Soon, Yi Ziyun put on her clothes and whispered, "It's done." When Nieli turned his head, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Yi Ziyun was wearing a purple silk dress, which made her look even more youthful and beautiful. Yi Ziyun looked good in anything. Yi Ziyun glared at Nieli. She was simply too depressed. Nieli's thick skin really made her feel a little helpless. "Nieli, do you like me?" Yi Ziyun lowered her head and thought for a moment before she looked up at Nieli and asked, "That's right." Nieli admitted with a light smile. Although she knew it in her heart, hearing Nieli's words still made Yi Ziyun's heart tremble slightly. She took a deep breath and said to Nieli, "Nieli, we are still young. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you will like someone else in a few years. Right now, we should focus on our studies. Only by concentrating on training can we walk further and further on the path of martial arts. You first reach gold rank demon spiritualist. If you still like me at that time, I'll agree to be your girlfriend." Yi Ziyun's face turned red. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Seeing Yi Ziyun's shy look and hearing her serious words, Nieli inexplicably found it a little funny. He looked at Yi Ziyun with a slightly playful gaze. Is Yi Ziyun trying to fool a kid? He blinked his eyes, pretending to be excited, and said, "Really? That's great. Training is actually very simple. As long as I work hard, I will be able to reach gold rank next year. At that time, you can't go back on your words." After saying that, Nieli secretly laughed in his heart. "Next year?" Yi Ziyun was dumbfounded. Isn't this too fast? Nieli will be able to reach gold rank next year. She immediately became anxious. "What I mean is, we have to consider it carefully." Nieli's expression suddenly turned serious and said, "Could it be that Miss Ziyun is going to go back on her words?" Nieli shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression. "I knew it. You major families don't keep your words. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore." Seeing Nieli's disappointed and slightly disdainful expression, Yi Ziyun bit her lower lip, clenched her teeth, and said, "Once a word is said, it's impossible to go back on it. If you can reach gold rank, then it's a promise." Seeing Yi Ziyun's serious expression, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose. He understands that Yi Ziyun won't go back on her words. Isn't it a little wrong for him to set a trap like this? But he doesn't care. With his understanding of Yi Ziyun, one day he will win the heart of this beautiful girl in front of him. Is she really going to be Nieli's girlfriend? But what does she have to do to be Nieli's girlfriend? Yi Ziyun was a little absent-minded. She does have a good impression of Nieli, but it's only limited to friends. If they were to be boyfriend and girlfriend, Yi Ziyun's heart was suddenly in a mess. Yi Ziyun was wholeheartedly focused on training, and the appearance of Nia Li completely broke the peace in her heart. What is this? Yi Ziyun looked at the azure gem hanging on her neck. The color of the gem was dazzling, and there seemed to be a nebula circulating within the gem. She could feel the boundless energy contained within the gem. Abstruse gem, this is my gift to you. Wearing it, your training speed will increase by at least 3 times. It will nourish your soul force at all times. Even when you're walking, you'll still be training. Nia Li lightly smiled. With his help, even if Yi Ziyun doesn't put much effort into her cultivation, it would still be easy for her to reach gold rank. It's also not impossible for her to reach a higher level. I can't accept such a precious thing, Yi Ziyun said hurriedly, wanting to take the abstruse gem off her neck. Nia Li grabbed Yi Ziyun's hand and said with a smile, I already have something better. You can take this. Yi Ziyun hurriedly shook off Nia Li's hand. Her cheeks were slightly hot. After a moment of silence, she said, Then I'll help you keep it. When you want it, you can take it back at any time. All right. Nia Li smiled and stood up. Let's find a way out first. Just when Yi Ziyun was about to stand up, she saw Nia Li smiling as he extended his hand over. Yi Ziyun hesitated for a moment, then placed her slender jade-like hand on Nia Li's palm. Nia Li used a little strength and pulled Yi Ziyun up. In his heart, he was still very happy. This beautiful girl in front of him no longer rejected him that much. The items in the hall were all collected by them. Nia Li brought Yi Ziyun along, looking for a way out in the deep passage. This place was built like a maze. Without coming here, one wouldn't know where the exit is. For 2 days, Nia Li and Yi Ziyun were still wandering in the complicated underground maze, unable to find a way out. However, as time passed, Nia Li relied on his strong sense of direction and slowly drew a map of this underground maze. At this moment, in a stone fortress of the ancient Orchid City, Chun Linjian, Huyen Lanrua, and the rest were all gathered in this stone fortress. 29 people. Chun Linjian was a little depressed. They came to the ancient Orchid City for an adventure. Before they even obtained anything, they had already lost 8 people. If it was the others that went missing, it would be fine. However, since they couldn't find Yi Ziyun, this is a little difficult. Yi Ziyun is the daughter of the city lord and the granddaughter of legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo. If there's a problem, he can't bear the responsibility. Huyen Lanrua raised her head and looked towards the distant forest, trying to find Nia Li's figure. No need to look, that short-lived ghost is probably dead. Chu Yuan walked to Huyen Lanrua's side and said in a disdainful tone, Shut up. Huyen Lanrua angrily rebuked Chu Yuan. Her intuition told her that with Nia Li's ability, he will definitely be fine. This is already the truth. I reckon that his corpse has already been devoured by that spiritual, rank giant blue-armed ape. Chu Yuan said, smiling. Thinking of the soul force that was devoured by Nia Li, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Nia Li caused his years of cultivation to go up in smoke. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Scram! Huyen Lanrua furiously stared at Chu Yuan. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chu Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, seeing Huyen Lanrua's expression, he lightly smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and walked to the side. Chun Linjian frowned. He shouldn't have allowed Yi Ziyun to be together with Nia Li. If she was protected by several silver rank experts, Yi Ziyun wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Leave 2 people here to wait for them. The rest, follow me to the drill ground. Chun Linjian solemnly said. He's a decisive person and knows that it's useless to wait here. He will first go to the drill ground at the side and return to look for Yi Ziyun and Nieli. He hopes that Yi Ziyun is blessed by the heavens. I'll stay behind and wait for them. Huyen Lanrua thought a while and said, her eyes were filled with sadness. Before waiting for Nieli, she absolutely won't go anywhere else. Chapter 40. Chun Linjian and the others arrived at the drill ground. This was a flat training ground, which was usually the least eye-catching. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Chun Linjian's men took out their tools and began to dig. At this time, in the underground palace. Nieli, where's the exit? Yi Ziyun asked. They had been searching for 2 days, but still couldn't find the exit. There is no exit. Nieli shook his head. If there was an exit, those people wouldn't have been trapped in that hall. There is no exit? Yi Ziyun paused and asked sadly, then we can't get out. Not necessarily. The people in that hall were sent in from the outside, which means that the people outside can dig the exit. We can only hope that Chun Linjian can help us dig the exit. I guess the exit should be at the drill ground. Nieli smiled. They will definitely find it. How can you be so sure that he will find it? Yi Ziyun asked. Nieli was always so confident, as if everything was under his control. He even stubbornly believed that she would fall in love with him. If everything in this world was as he expected, he was simply an omnipotent god. As soon as Yi Ziyun's voice fell, the stone wall suddenly trembled slightly. It has begun. Nieli smiled. According to the source of the tremor, he could determine where the exit was. He turned to look at Yi Ziyun and said, let's go. After that, Nieli walked away. Yi Ziyun opened her mouth and didn't know how to evaluate it. Nieli was simply a monster. How could he know everything? Could it be that one day she would really become Nieli's girlfriend? Yi Ziyun couldn't tell what kind of emotion she was feeling. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she lowered her head in silence. Dong, dong, dong. Chun Linjian and the others' digging was quite big. So the exit is here. Nieli and Yi Ziyun followed the source of the sound and finally stopped in front of a stone wall. He looked at the stone wall. This stone wall should be a mechanism. When they passed by this place earlier, they did not discover anything. Nieli placed his hand on the stone wall and slowly pushed it in. Rumble! The stone wall slowly turned, and a huge stone chamber appeared in front of Nieli and Yi Ziyun. This stone room had a flight of stairs leading to the top, but the exit was blocked by something like a boulder. There was a series of clanking sounds coming from behind. It seemed like someone was digging an exit. Nieli and Yi Ziyun couldn't help but be shocked by everything in the stone room. This place was filled with all kinds of bronze and silver armors. There was also a large amount of inscription scrolls, demon beast cores, furs, horns, and other things. There were also all kinds of rare metals and piles of gold coins. That was the currency of the Holy Emperor's empire. There were also many unknown objects. They should be the more precious treasures of the Holy Emperor's empire. If someone were to obtain these treasures and sell them in Glory City's auction house, they would definitely make a fortune. Ziyun, pick a few. Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and said, there are too many treasures here. Their interspatial rings can't hold all of them. Furthermore, if they were to empty out all the treasures, Chun Linjian and the rest would inevitably have an opinion. Nieli isn't greedy. He only wants to get the thing that he wants. Nieli's gaze fell on a stone platform far away. At the top of the stone platform, a candle was flickering with a faint light. This light was filled with a mysterious color. After seeing this lamp, Nieli revealed an expression of ecstasy. It really is a shadow devil spirit lamp. The shadow devil is a very mysterious and rare demon beast. Legend has it that it was already extinct during the era of the Snow Wind Empire. the remaining 7 shadow devil demon spirits were made into 7 lamps and placed in a shrine in the divine continent. Later on, those shadow devil spirit lamps were stolen by bandits and scattered throughout the world. The reason why Nye Li cares about this shadow devil spirit lamp is because he wants to obtain the shadow devil demon spirit inside. After reaching silver rank, Nye Li's soul realm can integrate with a demon spirit. The heavenly god cultivation technique that Nye Li practices allows him to integrate with 7 demon spirits. For this first demon spirit, Nye Li doesn't want it to be an ordinary trash demon spirit. Nye Li's soul realm can't integrate with a demon spirit that's too strong. Therefore, the most suitable one is this shadow devil demon spirit. Although the shadow devil isn't a powerful demon beast, it's very mysterious and strange. It has many unique abilities. After integrating with it, even if you cultivate to the pinnacle realm, the shadow devil demon spirit will be able to display a powerful effect. With the shadow devil demon spirit, Nye Li can learn some special martial skills. In his previous life, this shadow devil spirit lamp fell into Xunyu's hands and was sold in the auction house. But in this life, Nye Li obtained the shadow devil spirit lamp. Nye Li picked up the shadow devil spirit lamp and placed it into his interspatial ring. Looking back, Yiziyun also picked a few items. With the abstruse gem necklace, she's no longer interested in those ordinary gem necklaces. She picked a few demon crystals and a bone tooth bracelet. Yiziyun has good taste. Those few demon crystals are the cores of black gold rank demon beasts. Black gold rank demon beasts are extremely rare. If these demon crystals are used to make battle weapons and armors, they might be able to make rare black gold battle weapons and armors. As for the bone tooth necklace, it's a legend rank snow wind beast's phalanx. Although it's only a bone fragment, it's still very precious. It can greatly increase one's demon spiritual energy. After choosing, a loud boom was heard. An entrance was opened at the place where the boulder was blocked. A dazzling light shone in, and Chen Linjian and the rest entered. "It's you guys?" When Chen Linjian saw Yiziyun and Nye Li, he was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the first thing he would see after opening the entrance would be Yiziyun and Nye Li. Seeing Yiziyun, Chen Linjian felt slightly relieved. If something really happened to Yiziyun, even if he had some gains, he would still have to face the wrath of the city lord and Lord Yi Mo. Since Yiziyun is safe and sound, then it's fine. "Boss, we're rich. So many treasures." A few of Chen Linjian's underlings cried out in surprise. The room was filled with treasures, causing them to be dazzled. Chu Yuan and the rest also came in. They were also shocked. There are all kinds of items piled up like a small mountain. Many of them are very valuable. It's possible for them to be sold for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins. "Nye Li, according to our agreement, you can choose one first." Chen Linjian looked at Nye Li. He is a person who keeps his promise. Furthermore, he values the friendship between him and Nye Li. "I've already chosen. The rest are yours." Nye Li said, lightly smiling. The pile of treasures doesn't seem to have any attraction to him. "I also took a few things." Yiziyun said, "I don't want the rest." Chen Linjian slightly nodded his head. He let his underlings store the items in their interspatial rings. Chu Yuan walked to Chen Linjian's side and whispered, "Chen Xiao, are you willing? The two of them have been in there for so long. They must have gotten a lot of benefits. The most valuable items must have been taken by them. That's why they don't care about these things." "What do you mean?" Chen Linjian frowned his brows and stared at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan coldly said, "We have to make them spit out the things before we can leave. The best things must have been taken by them." Hearing Chu Yuan's words, Chen Linjian coldly snorted and said, "They came here before us. They discovered these things before us. Even if they empty this place, we have nothing to say. They left so much for us. It's already very benevolent of them. Chen Xiao, I can guarantee that the items in their hands are all priceless treasures. Don't regret it, Chu Yuan excitedly said. Scram, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You have a conflict with Nieli. You want to use me as a tool? Dream on. Chun Linjian lifted his leg and kicked Chu Yuan's chin, sending him flying. Bang! Chu Yuan fell face first. One of his teeth was knocked out, and his mouth was dripping with blood. Chu Yuan raised his head and looked at Chun Linjian with hatred. However, he quickly restrained his anger. Chun Linjian was a direct descendant of a major family, the successor of the divine family. How could he dare to be arrogant towards Chun Linjian? Nieli, it's all your fault. I won't let you off. Chun Linjian collected the treasures, although Nieli had taken the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp, and Yi Ziyun had picked a few things. There were still many precious treasures. They should be able to be sold for a lot of money. Chun Linjian's harvest could be said to be quite plentiful. Chun Linjian patted Nieli's shoulder and said, Brother, if it wasn't for you guiding me to the school grounds, I wouldn't have been able to get such good things. Chun Linjian, owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, just look for me. Chun Linjian didn't mention what Nieli had taken, but thanked Nieli. This made Nieli have a good impression of Chun Linjian. No wonder Chun Linjian could become one of the most outstanding figures in the younger generation of the three major families. Okay, Nieli also readily replied. You guys finish packing. We have to leave quickly. Why? Chun Linjian asked doubtfully. I found people from the Dark Guild. They are looking for us. Nieli said, Fortunately, that spiritual grey giant blue-armed ape blocked them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Hearing Nieli's words, Chun Linjian was slightly surprised. He knew what kind of people from the Dark Guild were. If they caught them, it would be troublesome. No wonder we found that the giant blue-armed ape was injured. So that's how it is. Chun Linjian's underling said. Fortunately, the scope of the ancient Orchid City ruins was quite large. Those people from the Dark Guild didn't know their whereabouts. They were probably looking for them. They had to leave quickly. Chun Linjian glanced into the depths of the underground palace. I have already investigated. There's nothing inside. Nieli said. Chun Linjian nodded his head. Without any reluctance, he shouted to his underlings, Let's go! Brothers and sisters, a new book is the period of accumulating popularity. With the accumulation of popularity and everyone's enthusiastic support, an author can create better works. Please don't be stingy with your recommendation votes. Throw them all into the Demon God Chronicles. Chapter 41. If Chun Linjian was greedy for money and continued to explore the depths of the maze, then their situation would be very dangerous. Fortunately, Chun Linjian is a decisive person. Everyone returned to the huge stone fort. Seeing Nieli's return, Huyen Lanruo was immediately ecstatic. Her tears fell. Nieli, you're back. That's great. Huyen Lanruo suddenly pounced forward and tightly hugged Nieli. Her ample chest was firmly pressed against Nieli's chest. Thank you for risking your life to save me. Otherwise, I might have been buried in the stomach of the giant blue-armed ape. Huyen Lanruo's cheeks were red as she looked at Nieli with tender feelings. I'm about to be strangled to death by you. Quickly let me go. Nieli slapped his forehead. Huyen Lanruo is thinking too much of herself. The reason why he risked his life to protect the rear is so that Yi Ziyun can safely escape. It's not because of her. Seeing Nieli's distressed look, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but smile. A beauty like Huyen Lanruo took the initiative to throw herself at Nieli, yet he didn't want her. Nieli's brain must have been caught by a door. However, seeing Huyen Lanroi tightly hugging Nieli, her heart slightly sour and lightly snorted. It's the people from the Dark Guild. One of Chun Linjian's underlings sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said in shock. Chun Linjian looked towards the dense forest outside the stone fort. A few people wearing black robes appeared in his line of sight. His face slightly changed as he solemnly said, "Follow me this way." Chun Linjian brought everyone and entered the dense forest behind the stone fort. "Be careful, don't leave any traces." Under the threat of the Dark Guild, everyone ran and quickly flew. They know that if they were to be caught by the Dark Guild, the consequences would be tragic. Nieli took a glance behind him and pondered in his heart. Although it's just a face-to-face encounter, Nieli has already remembered the aura of the leader. The leader must have also seen his appearance. Even if he returns to Glory City, he has to be extremely careful. Otherwise, if he's recognized, he might be targeted by them. Aside from the Sacred Family, there's still the Dark Guild that threatens Glory City. Nieli has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. He has to quickly increase his strength. Otherwise, when danger comes, he won't even have the strength to protect himself. With the Shadow Devil's spirit lamp, he had to quickly cultivate to the silver rank. With the Shadow Devil's spirit lamp, he would have the capital to protect his life in a short period of time. Silver rank might be hard for ordinary people to reach, but for Nieli, it's not a difficult matter. When Nieli and his group returned to Glory City and saw that the people from the Dark Guild weren't able to catch them, everyone's hanging hearts finally relaxed. The news of the return of Chun Linjian and his group quickly spread throughout Glory City. What made people even more surprised was the harvest of Chun Linjian and his group. Many of the treasures were very shocking. A grand auction was held. Many of the things that Chun Linjian obtained were sold at sky-high prices. The entire Glory City was excited. Many people started to form groups to head towards the ancient Orchid City ruins, hoping to obtain something. However, this storm has nothing to do with Nieli. Nieli obtained the Shadow Devil spirit lamp that he yearned for, and also unexpectedly obtained the remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. The harvest of this trip far exceeded his expectations. At the same time, there was a piece of news that made Nieli fall into deep thoughts. It's said that before Chun Linjian and his group returned to Glory City, Shenyu had already returned. Furthermore, there wasn't anyone else with Shenyu. This is a little too strange. With Shenyu's strength alone, it's impossible for him to pass through so many dangerous areas and return to Glory City. Thinking back to the group of Dark Guild that he found in the ancient Orchid City ruins, Nieli's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild have some unspeakable secrets. He should have thought of it earlier. The various signs of the Sacred Family in his previous life, their betrayal of Glory City, all showed that they no longer regarded the protection of Glory City as their duty. Therefore, they might have already colluded with the Dark Guild. In his previous life, Nieli didn't have a deep understanding of the Dark Guild. It's said that the Dark Guild has already established a base in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, which is a very secretive and safe place. Perhaps the reason why the Sacred Family betrayed Glory City in his previous life was to seek refuge with the Dark Guild. Otherwise, where else could they go? Damn it! Why did you only think of it now? Nieli tightly clenched his fist. The veins on his arm popped out. It was from that day onwards that he watched his clansmen die under the claws of demon beasts. He followed the refugees of Glory City into the endless desert. He watched as Yi Ziyun died, in front of him, drifting in the divine continent like a rootless duckweed. Nieli's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, they must be destroyed. Holy Orchid Institute's library after Nieli returned. He once again focused on his training with Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch. After returning, Nieli's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds every day. The remnant page of the Temporal Demon Spirit book is also constantly showing its effects, constantly guiding Nieli's soul realm. Along with the rolling of his soul realm, his soul force also grew a little bit stronger. 3 days later, after using a lot of purple haze grass and elixirs, Nieli's cultivation finally broke through to 2-star bronze rank. If he can raise his cultivation to 3-star bronze rank in the test 2 months from now and show off his talent, then Nieli and Bunch will be able to get the attention of the Institute's higher-ups and be nurtured as geniuses. Whether it's the principal of the Holy Orchid Institute or the higher-ups of Glory City, they all attach great importance to martial geniuses. Once Nieli is recognized as a martial genius, even the Sacred Family can't easily touch him. There's still a long time before the test 2 months from now. Nieli still has enough time. Aside from Nieli, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch's cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds. Shunyu, who is in the same class as Nieli, is no longer in Nieli's eyes. In the future, as time passes, Shunyu will realize that the gap between him and Nieli will get bigger and bigger. At this moment, a piece of news crazily spread throughout the school. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanrua went to the fighter apprentice class every day to look for Nieli. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanrua announced in public that she wants to pursue Nieli. In the end, she had a quarrel with Xiao Ninger and almost got into a fight with Miss Xiao Ninger. Did you know? Miss Huyen Lanrua and Miss Xiao Ninger fought over a man and ended up fighting. That guy is said to be a student of the fighter apprentice class. The more the news spread, the more ridiculous it got. No one knows which news is true. The whole Holy Orchid Institute is crazily spreading gossip. After all, 2 girls fighting over a boy is relatively rare. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that both Huyen Lanrua and Xiao Ninger are beauties of the Holy Orchid Institute. Such outstanding girls. If they like a student of the genius class, then it's fine. But in the end, they like a student of the fighter apprentice class at the same time. This can't help but make people click their tongues in wonder. Recently, Nieli has been in the limelight. First, he made the Sacred Family lose face, then he provoked a teacher. Following that was the news of the Sacred Family wanting to get rid of Nieli. Finally, there was the ambiguous relationship between him and 2 beauties. He simply became the most influential person in the institute. Huyen Lanrua went to the Holy Orchid Institute's library to look for him a few times, but was always dodged by Nieli. It's said that after school, every day, Huyen Lanrua would stand guard at the school gate, waiting for Nieli. Nieli, you climb the wall every day to enter and exit the institute. If you were to be discovered by the institute's law enforcement team, you won't have a good time. Lu Piao said, smiling as she looked at Nieli. Nieli had a bitter face and said, if I go out from the school gate, I'll bump into that crazy bitch. So troublesome. Nieli, tell us honestly, how did you provoke Miss Huyen Lanrua? Lu Piao is simply envious and jealous of Nieli, being pursued by a beauty like Huyen Lanrua, yet Nieli was actually indifferent. She really doesn't know what to say. If it was Lu Piao, Huyen Lanrua wouldn't even need to take the initiative to pursue her. She would probably send herself to her doorstep. Not to mention Huyen Lanrua's beauty, just the pair of heavy breasts on her chest would be exciting to touch. If Nieli didn't tell them that the one he likes is Yi Ziyun, they would almost think that Nieli likes a man. When did I provoke her? That woman is simply baffling. Nieli bitterly smiled. There's no other way. It seems that we'll have to accompany you to climb the wall every day. Dowsett shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, He doesn't have much of a gossipy heart towards these matters. He only wants to concentrate on training and change the fate of his family. Nieli gave him such an opportunity. In this life, he will only admire Nieli. Just at this moment, a few people wearing medals shouted, "Hey, which class are you guys from? What are you doing? Stop right there." Nieli and Bunch looked at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures jumped over the wall of the Holy Orchid Institute and madly ran away. Holy Orchid Institute's genius class. A few students are gathered together. "Ha, Shenfei, I heard that your fiancé almost fought with Huyen Lanrua for a man. Is that true?" A tall and handsome 16 to 17-year-old youth walked over and teased. The genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute is divided into a few factions. The relationship between each faction isn't very harmonious. This boy is called Yi Hong. He's Yi Ziyun's elder brother. In the genius class, he has quite a bit of prestige. There's a group of people following him. Normally, he isn't on good terms with Shun Fei. Hearing Yi Hong's words, Shun Fei tightly clenched his fist to the point that he nearly dug his palm to the point of bleeding. He doesn't know the truth of this matter. But no matter what, with this matter spreading like wildfire in the Holy Orchid Institute, the one who lost the most face is Shun Fei. "I heard from my sister that girl doesn't like you. Since that's the case, why force her? Just let her go, lest one day she makes you wear a green hat." Yi Hong laughed. He's Yi Ziyun's elder brother. Therefore, he has heard a little about Xiao Ninger. Under Yi Ziyun's influence, he always opposes Shun Fei in the class. Although Shun Fei is depressed as to why Yi Hong always finds trouble with him, he can't do anything about it. Yi Hong's identity is firmly suppressing him. Even if he's angry, he still tries his best to avoid a direct conflict with Yi Hong. Regarding this matter, Shun Fei couldn't bear it anymore. He furiously snorted and said, "No one can snatch my Shun Fei's woman away from me. If I can't get her, then no one else can." Chapter 42. Hearing Shun Fei's words, Yi Hong's brows twitched. Anger flashed across his eyes. Shun Fei is a little too overbearing. This matter is a little too much. If Shun Fei wants to deal with Xiao Ninger, Yi Hong will definitely take action. Yi Hong coldly snorted and left. Shun Fei looked at Yi Hong's back. The corner of his mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. "Don't think that our sacred family is afraid of your Snow Wind family. Having a legend, rank demon spiritualist makes you amazing. One day, our sacred family will replace your Snow Wind family." On the street, "Nieli!" A clear voice sounded. Nieli looked towards the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Ninger, who was wearing an elegant silk dress, standing far away. Her starry eyes were slightly angry, with a little makeup on. "A heavenly beauty. Ha, Ninger, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become even more beautiful." Nieli lightly smiled, thinking about the matter with Huyen Lanrua. He felt a little embarrassed. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger's eyes flashed a trace of joy. Her cheeks slightly blushed, took out an interspatial ring, and passed it to Nieli. "The purple haze grass that you asked me to sell, I've already sold them all. This is the money for selling the purple haze grass." Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Lu Piao and Dowsett looked at each other. Not knowing what kind of bewitching potion Nieli gave to Xiao Ninger. Looking at Xiao Ninger's appearance, she seems to be completely obedient to Nieli. After quarreling with Huyen Lanrua, she didn't come over to question Nieli, but instead handed over the money for selling the purple haze grass. This Lu Piao and Dowsett really don't know what to say. Is this still the original Ning heir? However, in front of others, Ning heir was still so arrogant and noble, unapproachable. Only Nieli was different. "Thank you." Nieli accepted it without hesitation. He didn't seem to need to be polite with Ning. Ning heir, did you really fight with Huyen Lanruo? Lu Piao blinked her eyes, looking at Xiao Ninger with a face full of gossip. Xiao Ninger raised her head and glanced at Nieli. She said shyly, "Nothing, I just argued with her." "Nieli, do you really like that woman?" Nieli waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. That woman is too annoying. Just ignore her in the future." "Oh," Xiao Ninger responded. In her heart, she was slightly relieved. After all, Huyen Lanruo is so sexy, which made her feel a sense of crisis. "These few days, I've been sweating all over from training. My whole body stinks. We're going to the bathhouse to take a bath. Ning heir, do you want to go with us?" Lu Piao said, giggling. I'm not going." Xiao Ninger glared at Lu Piao. "You can go with Nieli. We won't go together." Lu Piao said, chuckling. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Xiao Ninger immediately blushed. Nieli patted Lu Piao's head and said to Xiao Ninger, "Lu Piao, this brat's dogmouth can't spit ivory. Ignore him." Xiao Ninger nodded her head. That shy appearance has an indescribable charm. "Nieli, you're too disloyal. You actually said that my dogmouth can't spit ivory in front of Ning heir, prioritizing a lover over a friend. I'm not going to fight with you." Looking at Nieli, Lu Piao, and the rest playing around, Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little envious. She hasn't had such a friend by her side for a long time. A figure suddenly flashed in her mind. That's Yi Ziyun. When they were young, she and Yi Ziyun were very good friends. But it's a pity that the distance between them got bigger and bigger. Moreover, the one that Nieli likes is Yi Ziyun. Xiao Ninger secretly thought that she won't lose to Yi Ziyun. In the distance, a group of more than 10 people slowly walked by. They were wearing luxurious clothes. The leader was a young man of about 30 years old. He was tall, and his slightly yellowish hair covered most of his face. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, with a hint of ruthlessness. That young man's eyes swept over Nieli's body. His eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but he immediately recovered his calmness. He talked to a few people and passed by Nieli and the rest. Nieli's eyebrows slightly twitched. That person's eyes flashed a trace of strangeness, which was caught by Nieli. Nieli secretly thought, "Did I meet this person before?" When that young man passed by, Nieli suddenly caught a trace of aura. This group of people are the people from the Dark Guild that they met in the ancient Orchid City ruins. Nieli's expression was calm as he walked by. He did not show anything. If he showed any trace of surprise and was discovered by that young man, he might just kill him to silence him. In the distance, that young man turned his head and looked at Nieli. "Boss, this kid probably did not recognize us," one of his underlings said. That young man slightly nodded his head. "He is Yunhua Deacon. Their identity is special, so they have to be very careful in the ancient Orchid City." "Do you want to get rid of him?" another underling asked. "No need." Yunhua Deacon shook his head. "Killing someone in Glory City. If the City Lord's mansion were to investigate, it would be troublesome." Nieli, Xiao Ninger, Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch walked through 2 streets. Until they can no longer see that group of people, Nieli felt relieved. "Ninger, who were those people earlier?" Nieli lightly smiled and asked, "Those people earlier?" Xiao Ninger recalled, smiled, and said, "They are from the Stars Plucking Restaurant." The Stars Plucking Restaurant seems to be one of the businesses of the Sacred Family. Xiao Ninger doesn't know why Nieli is asking about this. Stars Plucking Restaurant, the businesses of the Sacred Family? Nieli slightly nodded his head, remembering all of this. This Glory City is really filled with danger. It seems that he has to show some of his abilities and have more means to protect himself. "Let's go to the Association of Alchemists first," Nieli said after thinking a while. The situation in Glory City is more complicated than he imagined. He doesn't know how many people from the Dark Guild are hiding. It seems that he has to be extremely careful. Nieli carefully recalled, in the last battle of Glory City in his previous life, those who fought the demon beasts to the end and died in the battle were all trustworthy. Nieli wants to obtain as many resources as possible. In Glory City, although the Alchemist Association has declined a little, it's still a colossal existence. It's only slightly inferior to the three major families. Nieli still has all kinds of alchemy knowledge in his mind. If used properly, he might be able to revitalize the Association of Alchemists. When the Association of Alchemists becomes stronger, it can increase the strength of Glory City. This can also be considered as Nieli's contribution to Glory City. The Association of Alchemists is an endless stretch of buildings. At the back is a courtyard and a pavilion occupying a vast area. In front is a large hall with alchemists wearing different colored robes walking in and out. Although the Association of Alchemists has declined, one can imagine how glorious the Alchemist Association was in the past from this magnificent building. Alchemists are divided into apprentice, master, and grandmaster. Each level is further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Apprentices wear gray robes, masters wear white robes, and grandmasters wear silver robes. Generally, those that walk in and out of the Association of Alchemists are apprentice rank. Master rank alchemists are rarely seen, with only one or two of them occasionally. The path of alchemy had declined, so those talented geniuses were not willing to spend time on alchemy and focused more on cultivation. Therefore, the Alchemist Association had a shortage of new talents, and the younger generation of alchemists were relatively few. After entering the Association of Alchemists, Xiao Ninger, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked around. They couldn't understand why Nieli came here. Nieli carefully recalled, at this time, the most authoritative position in the Association of Alchemists is the 6 elders. They are all a bunch of old fellows. The lowest is an intermediate alchemist master. There are 2 advanced alchemist masters. And as for the grandmaster, the Association of Alchemists doesn't seem to have any. Aside from the 6 elders, there is also Director Yang, who is responsible for managing the miscellaneous matters of the Association of Alchemists. In his previous life, during the final battle of Glory City, the Association of Alchemists put in a lot of effort. In the end, everyone died bravely in that battle. At the very least, it can be confirmed that they are not in the same group as the Sacred Family. Hello, may I ask what you guys are here for? A girl wearing a gray robe walked over and asked. She is the person in charge of receiving guests in the hall of the Association of Alchemists. I want to take the alchemist test. Nieli looked at the tall girl in front of him, lightly smiled, and said, May I know how to address this girl? Xiao Ninger, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch looked at Nieli in surprise. They thought that Nieli is here to look for someone. They never thought that Nieli is here to take the alchemist test. Could it be that Nieli is also very proficient in alchemy? After being together with Nieli for so long, no matter what kind of monstrous things happened to Nieli, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch wouldn't find it strange. The girl looked at Nieli with a little surprise. Nowadays, there are very few people from the younger generation coming to take the alchemist test. With new blood, the Association of Alchemists would naturally welcome it. You can just call me Xiaolon. You are here to take the alchemist test, right? Have you prepared well before coming? An alchemist needs to read more than 10 books on the basics of alchemy. Xiaolon said, lightly smiling. Xiaolon said with a smile. Those thick books with hundreds of thousands of words on the basics of alchemy had already made many people flinch. However, this is something that can't be helped. If you want to become an alchemist, If you don't even know the basics of alchemy, then you will lose your life. Miss Xiaolon, can I take the alchemy master test? Nieli looked at Xiaolon and asked. When Xiaolon heard Nieli's words, she was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, although it's not impossible, do you know what kind of preparation is needed to become an alchemy master? In addition to those dozens of alchemy books, you also need to read hundreds of ancient books on various medicinal herbs. Xiaolon glanced at Nieli, thinking that Nieli is just a fart. Even if Nieli started studying in his mother's womb, I'm afraid he won't be able to finish reading those ancient books, let alone master them. Moreover, ordinary alchemy masters have decades of apprenticeship experience. Nieli probably hasn't even touched the furnace for alchemy, even if he passed the first test. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to pass the second test, right? Nieli is too arrogant. He doesn't know how to learn. He wants to reach the sky in one step. Nieli looked at Xiaolon and blinked, saying, ambition doesn't depend on age, right? Miss Xiaolon, take me to the alchemy master test. Chapter 43. However, since it's Nieli's request, she can't reject it. This is because this is the Association of Alchemists regulation. No matter if it's a primary alchemist apprentice or primary alchemist master exam, it's all open to the public. Anyone can participate. There's no age limit. You only need to pay 200 demon spirit coins. Some advanced apprentices would even participate in the exam every other month. This is because once they pass the 3 tests and become primary alchemist master, their status and treatment would undergo earth-shattering changes. However, the primary alchemist master exam isn't that easy to pass. Normally, out of 100 people, only a few would be left. The second and third tests are said to be even more difficult. To participate in the primary alchemist master exam, you need to pay 200 demon spirit coins. You need to pay before you enter the exam room. Xiaolon said, looking at Nieli, it's only 200 demon spirit coins. Bring me there, Nieli said to Xiaolon. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoninger and Bunch. You guys wait here first. I'll look for you once I pass the exam, Nieli said in a relaxed manner. Okay, after you pass the exam, we'll have dinner together tonight, Lu Piao said, chuckling. She's obviously very confident. Nieli, you can do it. Xiaoninger put both of her hands on her chest and gently said. Hearing the conversation between Nieli and Lu Piao, Xiaolon couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's the alchemist master exam, not the apprentice exam. Nieli and Bunch are too ignorant. Do they think that the primary alchemist master exam is so easy? Nieli's 200 demon spirit coins are probably wasted. However, it's Nieli's money. It's none of her business. She just needs to do her job. Follow me, Xiaolon pouted, and did not say anything else. Primary alchemist master exam room. A long corridor extends into the distance. Beside it, there are many small rooms. Every primary alchemist master exam participant will enter one of the rooms and complete a complicated alchemy knowledge exam. After that, several primary alchemist masters will mark the exam paper and pass it. Only then can they proceed to the next round of exam. There were a total of 6 people taking the exam this time. 3 of them were youths in their 30s, and 2 of them already had white hair. When they saw Xiaolon leading Nieli in, all of them were dumbfounded. One of the youth's gaze fell onto Nieli. He slightly frowned his brows and said, "What are you here for?" Nieli looked up at the young man and said lightly, "I'm here just like you guys. Of course, I'm here to take the exam." The young man glanced at Nieli's attire. From Nieli's attire, he could tell that Nieli was not a descendant of some aristocratic family. He laughed contemptuously and said, "Ha! A little kid actually came to participate in the Alchemy Grandmaster Assessment. Kid, you've come to the wrong place. You should go to the junior apprentice exam. A 13 or 14-year-old youth actually came to participate in the primary alchemy master assessment. This was simply an insult to them. Who are you? Niali glanced at the young man. I am a disciple of the Chu clan, a family of alchemists. My name is Chu Ning. Chu Ning proudly said, Alchemist family? Is the Chu clan worthy of being called an alchemist family? Nya Li disdainfully sneered. He remembered Chu Yuan, who he had a conflict with in the ancient Orchid City ruins. That guy seemed to be from the Chu clan as well. In the history of my Chu clan, there have been 3 advanced alchemists, 6 intermediate alchemists, and more than 20 primary alchemists. How is it not an alchemist family? Chu Ning proudly said, What's the use of always talking about the past? What about now? The Chu clan only has 1 primary alchemist. Is it still worthy of being called an alchemist family? Nieli retorted with a smile. Chu Ning didn't think that a kid like Nieli would have such a clear understanding of the Chu clan and such a sharp tongue. So what? Chu Ning, will definitely become an alchemist grandmaster. You little brat, hurry up and get lost. This is the alchemist grandmaster assessment, not a place for you to play. Chu Ning snorted. Although he had already taken the assessment twice, he was still quite confident that he would pass the 3rd time. Hearing Chu Ning's words, a few people beside him let out a low chuckle. These people had been immersed in alchemy for more than 10 years or even dozens of years. They had only just started to participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. If they were to be passed by a kid like Nieli, where would they put their faces? Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, We'll see when the time comes. Nieli pushed open a door and walked in. Chu Ning sneered. He didn't believe that a little brat could cultivate alchemy to such an extent. He walked into one of the doors. After Nieli walked in, 2 primary alchemist grandmasters were sitting in front of him. They were both old men in their 50s or 60s. Beside them were tables and chairs with a stack of scrolls and a sheep's horn pen. Seeing Nieli come in, one of the primary alchemist grandmasters was stunned for a moment. He asked doubtfully, This student, did you come to the wrong place? This is the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. Masters, I didn't come to the wrong place. I'm here to participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. Nieli said politely. Towards the examiners, it was better to be polite. The 2 primary alchemist grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know which child dared to come and participate in the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment. In a while, Nieli would know how difficult the primary alchemist grandmaster assessment was. If it wasn't for decades of immersion in alchemy, it would be impossible to become an alchemist grandmaster. All right, there are a total of 360 pages on this table. They are sandwiched between the pages. You can randomly pick a few of them. They are filled with various alchemy questions. You have to write your answers on them. You have to pick a total of 20 pages and finish them within 2 hours. The correct rate must be above 90% before you can enter the next round of assessment. One of the alchemist grandmasters said, This grandmaster, please help me pick a few pages. Nya Li looked at one of the alchemist grandmasters and said, The alchemist grandmaster was the one who chose the pages, which eliminated the possibility of cheating. The alchemist grandmaster saw Nya Li's clear eyes and nodded slightly. All right. He randomly picked up 20 pages and placed them in front of Nieli. Just do these. Nieli picked up the sheep's horn pen and glanced at the questions on the paper. The corner of his mouth slightly smiled. To him, these questions are simply too simple. It's just like an alchemist grandmaster doing an alchemy apprentice's paper. Nya Li's knowledge of alchemy has far exceeded the realm of an alchemist grandmaster. For some questions, Nieli was worried that these alchemist grandmasters wouldn't be able to understand if he wrote complex answers. Therefore, he deliberately wrote the answers in a very simple manner. Some answers were obviously wrong, but Nieli could only write upwards because these alchemist grandmasters' knowledge of alchemy had not reached that level. Nieli waved his pen as if it was flying and finished answering dozens of questions. Those two alchemist grandmasters thought that Nieli wouldn't even be able to answer a single question. They didn't expect that Nieli would be able to answer so quickly. Very quickly, he had finished answering dozens of questions. They thought that Nieli was scribbling randomly and raised their heads to take a look. The first question is the 16 uses of the elemental spirit grass. The answers are not bad. Not a single one was missed out. The second question is the detailed process of refining the soul condensing pill, as well as the matters to take note of. The 26 steps are all very complete. Those two alchemist grandmasters looked at each other in dismay. Their first reaction was that Nieli must have cheated. How could a 13 or 14-year-old child understand the process so thoroughly? If they just looked at one question, it was actually a very simple question. But this was randomly picked from tens of thousands of herbs and thousands of pills. How profound of knowledge did he have to be able to answer these questions so fluently? But those paper rolls were obviously drawn out by them. This almost eliminated the possibility of Nieli cheating, a 13 or 14-year-old child. Even if he started reading all kinds of ancient books when he was in his mother's womb, he still wouldn't be able to read so many ancient books. The two alchemist grandmasters looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In this world, could it be that there was really an extraordinary person who was born with knowledge? Being born with knowledge meant that the moment one was born, he already possessed wisdom that ordinary people found hard to reach. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would need at least a quarter of an hour to complete a paper. Those who were able to complete 10 papers within the allotted time were simply too few. Many people would be stuck in some difficult questions. But Nieli simply did these questions without any pause. It was as if he was completing 3 papers in a quarter of an hour. In less than an hour, the 10 papers were filled with answers. Every time Nieli completed a paper, the two alchemist grandmasters would mark the papers. The result was that they were horrified to find that the 10 papers did not even have a single mistake. Some of the questions were answered very exquisitely, exceeding the records of some ancient books. This made them unable to help but gasp in amazement. Genius! A true genius! The two alchemist grandmasters exclaimed in amazement. They were extremely excited. This matter must be reported to the Elder Council, and let the president know. Nieli is still young, yet he already has such amazing knowledge. What would happen in a few years? Perhaps Nieli will become the person who revitalizes the Association of Alchemists. They couldn't help but be excited just thinking about it. At that time, as Nieli's marking teacher, they would also be a great hero. May I know which family this young master is from? One of the old men smiled and said, "My name is Huyen Ming, and he is Mu Yang. We are both primary alchemist grandmasters. The two teachers can directly call this student by his name. My name is Nieli, and I am from the Tensei family." Nieli immediately said in a humble manner, "There is actually another person surnamed Huyen. I wonder if he is from the Huyen family." Hearing Nieli's words, Huyen Ming and Mu Yang's eyes narrowed. Nieli calling him teacher made the two primary alchemist grandmasters elated. Not bad, not bad. At such a young age, he already has such talent, yet he is not arrogant. If Nieli can really have a place in the Association of Alchemists, This teacher would raise their status by a lot. Chapter 44. Tensei family. The two primary alchemy grandmasters had some impression of it. It was a very small family among the aristocratic families. They were not famous, and their strength was not very good. The two of them smiled slightly. If Nieli came from an aristocratic family, or even a major family, even if they showed kindness to Nieli, Nieli would not take it to heart. But Nieli came from a small family, so it was easy. The two primary alchemy grandmasters chatted with Nieli for a while, and found that Nieli was proficient in alchemy. He was also very familiar with the actual operation process. Monstrous! The two of them immersed themselves in alchemy for decades and finally became primary alchemy grandmasters at the age of 40 or 50. Thinking about Nieli's age, they could not help but blush. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Nieli was only in his teens and already had knowledge that was not inferior to them. It was really not a matter of age to have ambition. It was time to show some kindness to Nieli. The two primary alchemy masters collected Nieli's papers and prepared to bring them to the president to have a look. Such a humble and courteous genius. How can they let him slip away? Nieli, wait here for a while. The two of us will go see the president and see if we can specially recruit you into the Association of Alchemists. The two primary alchemy grandmasters said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble the two masters. Nieli became more humble and bowed slightly. Seeing Nieli's action, the two primary alchemy grandmasters were so happy that the pores on their body relaxed. They took the papers and left in a hurry. At this time, in the room next door, Chu Ning was working hard on the papers. Half of the time had passed, and he had only completed 3 papers. This was the third time he came to take the primary alchemy grandmaster exam. The first 2 times he took the exam, his correct rate was not even 60%. The other 3 papers were blank. He memorized all the things that he did not know before coming here to take the exam. Before coming here, he had secretly swore that he would definitely pass this time. However, the content of this exam was even more difficult than the previous ones. Chu Ning complained incessantly. Before coming here, he had placed a lot of answers in his spatial ring, but with 2 primary alchemy grandmasters eyeing him covetously, he had no chance to cheat. It had already been an hour, but there were only a few answers on his papers. Seeing Chu Ning's answer, the 2 primary alchemy grandmasters couldn't help but shake their heads. Chu Ning's accuracy rate was at most 60%, and to become a primary alchemy grandmaster, one must have at least a 90% accuracy rate. 2 hours later, the bell outside began to ring. Chu Ning didn't even need to think about it. He definitely didn't pass it. He stood up in a daze and walked out. This time he failed. He would have to wait another year before he would have the chance to take the beginner alchemy master exam again. In the corridor, the students who came to participate in the junior alchemy master exam walked out one by one. Only a 30-year-old youth had a joyful look on his face. The others were all sullen. This first round was simply too difficult. Association of Alchemists, Elders, Hall. President, please take a look at these papers. Hu Yanming handed over 2 papers to Gu Yan. In the entire Association of Alchemists, there are only 2 advanced alchemy grandmasters, and Gu Yan is one of them. At the same time, he is also the president of the Association of Alchemists. He has a head full of white hair and is already in his 60s. It's just a paper, and the 2 primary alchemy grandmasters were in a hurry to hand it over to him. Gu Yan was in the middle of refining, but was interrupted, so his mood wasn't good. President, this is the paper that a student did for the junior alchemy master exam. President, please take a look. Hu Yanming said. Even if they saw that President Gu Yan's expression wasn't good, they didn't mind it, and were full of interest Gu Yan coldly snorted. He picked up the papers, looked at them, and said, "This student learned well." He answered all the questions correctly. Some of the answers were very incisive. Let him participate in the second round of exam. Gu Yan's expression slightly relaxed. After all, the number of people who could answer all the questions correctly in the first round of the Junior Alchemy Master exam is relatively small. Hu Yanming and Mu Yang looked at each other and smiled. Hu Yanming said, "I sincerely request President to directly let him pass and let him join our association of alchemists." Directly pass? Gu Yan's brows twitched. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. To become a primary alchemy master, aside from knowing a lot of alchemy experience, he must also know how to operate it. If he only passed the first round without any practical experience, then it's impossible for him to become a primary alchemy master." "President, what if that person is a 13-year-old child? Even if he doesn't have practical alchemy experience, experience can be nurtured. If we miss such a talented youth, we will definitely regret it," Mu Yang said from the side. Hearing Mu Yang's words, even someone as calm as Gu Yan suddenly asked in shock, "What did you say? He's a 13-year-old child?" "Yes, President." Mu Yang and Hu Yanming nodded at the same time. "Are the two of you colluding to deceive me? How can a 13-year-old kid be familiar with so many alchemy records and complete the primary alchemy master's test paper?" Gu Yan's sharp cold gaze swept past Mu Yang and Hu Yanming. "How could we dare to deceive the president? You guys go and bring him here. Also, immediately bring Director Yang to me. Don't tell anyone about this matter, not even the other elders. Understand?" Gu Yan looked at Mu Yang and Hu Yanming and said, "If there's really such a talented youth, then he must be nurtured into his direct line of descent." Yes, Mu Yang and Hu Yanming's heart moved. Their faces were filled with joy. The Association of Alchemists, including Gu Yan, has a total of 6 elders. Every one of them has their own interests. To protect Gu Yan's secret, then from today onwards, the 2 of them will become the president's confidants. Mu Yang went to call Director Yang, while Hu Yanming hurriedly went to welcome Nieli. In the corridor of the examination room, Chu Ning was a little dejected as he walked out. When he saw that Nieli was already outside, his eyebrows twitched. A few people were teasing Nieli. "Little brother, how many questions did you get right?" A youth chuckled and said, "He was the only one who passed the exam." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "These questions are too easy. There's no challenge at all." Hearing Nieli's words, everyone looked at each other. Nieli's words stung Chu Ning, who was tortured by those questions. Chu Ning coldly snorted and said, "Nonsense! If you can get more than 10% of the answers right, I'll immediately strip naked and run 3 laps around Glory City. Then you can go and run now." Nieli lightly smiled and said. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone couldn't help being amazed. Just where did Nieli get his confidence from? They wondered how Nieli's first exam result was. Suddenly, Hu Yanming hurriedly ran over. Seeing the primary alchemy master's white robe on Hu Yanming, everyone was in awe and stood up straight. "Nieli, you've already passed the first round. Follow me." Hu Yanming glanced at the people beside him, completely ignoring them. And Nieli slightly nodded his head. Past the first round, hearing Hu Yanming's words, everyone was dumbfounded, especially Chu Ning. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. How is this possible? Nieli is just a 13-year-old kid. Is there a mistake? Am I dreaming? A 13-year-old kid actually passed the first round. This is simply the first time in hundreds of years. No wonder Hu Yanming wanted to bring Nieli away by himself. Everyone remembered the mockery towards Nieli. Their faces were burning. A 13-year-old kid actually pass the exam. As for them, some of them are in their 30s and 40s, some of them are even older. Yet, they couldn't even pass the first round. How can they endure this? Chu Ning was muddle-headed. He never thought that Nieli would actually pass the first round. They must have cheated. Yes, that must be it. Chu Ning staggered as he walked out. No matter what, it's a fact that he didn't pass the first round. It's inevitable that he would be beaten up by his uncle when he gets back. Where did Chu Ning go? Didn't he just say that he was going to strip naked and run 3 laps around Glory City? Under everyone's gaze, Chu Ning ran away in panic. How can he raise his head after stripping naked and running 3 laps around Glory City? Everyone looked over and saw Nieli's figure gradually getting further away. Nieli didn't care about the bet, or it could be said that he didn't put Chu Ning in his eyes at all. Nieli and Chu Ning are destined to be people from 2 different worlds. Nieli's achievements are destined to make Chu Ning look up to him. Seeing Hu Yanming, a primary alchemy master, trying to curry favor with Nieli, everyone couldn't help showing envy in their eyes. Association of Alchemists, Directors Hall, Nieli, President, and Director Yang will be here soon. Please wait a moment, Hu Yanming said, his eyes fervently looking at the genius youth in front of him. The calm Nieli gave him an illusion. It's as if the boy in front of him isn't a 13-year-old kid, but an alchemy master on the same level as him. Okay, Nieli said, slightly nodding his head. He looked around. This director's hall is quite spacious. In the middle, there's a round table and some chairs. On the side, there's a wall that's filled with paper. What's that? Nieli looked at Hu Yanming and asked. This is the place where alchemy masters exchange their knowledge. Alchemy masters will write down the questions they have when refining pills and ask for answers from other alchemy masters. Sometimes the president and the rest will help alchemy masters solve various problems. As long as you know the answer, you can write it down on the paper for everyone to verify. Hu Yanming said, through this method, alchemy masters can improve their alchemy skills. Oh, Nieli nodded his head and slowly walked towards the wall. He has to show enough strength to attract President Guyan's attention. Otherwise, it's not enough to be nurtured by the Association of Alchemists. Does Nieli need to be nurtured? Nieli needs to borrow the power of the Association of Alchemists. It seems that Nieli is very interested in all kinds of alchemy knowledge. Hu Yanming smiled as he thought and followed Nieli. Of course, he doesn't think that Nieli can solve the problems on the wall. Many of these problems have been accumulated for many years. Even Guyan, a senior alchemy master, can't solve them. Chapter 45. Nieli walked to the wall. The wall was densely packed with papers. All of them were problems encountered during alchemy. On the table beside the wall, there was a sheephorn pen. Nieli picked up a sheephorn pen from the table. Wait! Hu Yanming immediately stopped him. What is Nieli planning to do? What's wrong? Nieli looked at Hu Yanming and asked in doubt, do you want to answer these questions? Hu Yanming probed. Yes, can I? Nieli blinked his eyes and asked. Yes, you can, but Hu Yanming wanted to say that many of the questions on the wall are practical problems encountered by alchemy grandmasters during the process of alchemy. It's impossible to answer them by just reading the books. You still need to personally refine the pill. He doesn't believe that Nieli can answer these questions. Since you can, then there's no problem. Nieli smiled brilliantly. He picked up the sheephorn pen and started writing. Nieli's pen flew. Every time he saw a question, he didn't even blink and quickly wrote down the answer. Hu Yanming bitterly smiled when he saw how fast Nieli was answering the questions. Nieli didn't even do it on the spot. He's probably making a fool out of himself by answering these questions. Hu Yanming's gaze fell on one of the questions. It's a question about the balance of the ingredients. How should the snow grass, nine immortal grass, and dragon gall grass be matched? According to alchemy theory, these three herbs can definitely be used to refine a powerful antidote. However, no one has the answer to how to match them. Hu Yanming murmured. Nie Li's answer is that no matter what the ratio is, it's impossible to successfully refine it. The ratio should be changed from dragon gall grass to black nightshade grass. The ratio should be 3:1:2. Black nightshade grass's medicinal effect is similar to dragon gall grass. They're both antidotes that are rich in spiritual energy. However, dragon gall grass is fierce, while black nightshade grass is mild. Furthermore, the ratio is perfect. Wonderful. Hu Yanming slapped the table and applauded. He can't wait to try refining it and verify the ratio. Hu Yanming continued reading. Nie Li's answers were all very exquisite. Although he didn't know if they were right or wrong, it was worth experimenting. Although Hu Yanming couldn't confirm the majority of the answers, there were a few that he could confirm. For example, Nie Li's answers regarding the refining of elixirs were correct. Hu Yanming's gaze towards Nie Li gradually changed. It was now filled with respect and admiration. That's because there are some problems that even President Gu Yan couldn't solve. Could it be that Nie Li's knowledge even surpassed that of a senior alchemy grandmaster? He had reached the legendary grandmaster level. What kind of monster is he? Nie Li is only 13 years old. How can he let others live? As a primary alchemy grandmaster, Hu Yanming has always been very proud. After all, there are only 100 primary alchemy grandmasters in the entire association of alchemists. But now, looking at Nie Li, who is so young and yet possesses such astonishing knowledge, Hu Yanming had the urge to smash his head against the wall and die. In just a moment, Nie Li had already answered 100 questions. Only then did he put down his pen and mumbled, "These questions aren't that difficult." Hearing Nie Li's words, Hu Yanming almost vomited blood. These questions were accumulated over the years by the entire association of alchemists. Yet, Nie Li said that they weren't difficult. However, following that, Hu Yanming realized that Nie Li's arrival might usher in a new era for the association of alchemists. Just the answers to these questions, if verified one by one, would be enough to raise the influence of the association of alchemists to another level. Just when Nie Li was answering these questions, a white-haired old man and a sexy and alluring tall beauty stood behind Nie Li. When Gu Yan and Yang Xian saw Nie Li writing quickly, they felt that it was a little funny. These questions weren't something that Nie Li could answer at his age. However, when they looked at the things that Nie Li wrote, they couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. Gu Yan and Yang Xian looked at Nie Li. What kind of monster is he? Is Nie Li really just a 13-year-old kid? Although Nie Li's cheeks were so young, Gu Yan and Yang Xian almost thought that Nie Li was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Without dozens of years of research, it was almost impossible to reach the realm of primary alchemy grandmaster. Nie Li was only 13 years old, but his understanding of alchemy had already surpassed primary and intermediate alchemy grandmasters. He might not be any worse than Gu Yan, who was a senior alchemy grandmaster. Gu Yan's gaze towards Nie Li became abnormally fiery. In recent years, the status of the Association of Alchemists was not as good as it used to be. In a few more years, it would gradually decline. Several demon beast attacks had caused the Association of Alchemists to suffer heavy losses. Many ancient books had been lost, and the effects of many refined dawn were also greatly reduced. Therefore, the loss of members of the Association of Alchemists was quite serious. Many people concentrated on martial arts, and very few were willing to devote themselves to alchemy. Guyen understood that this was not right. Dawn were very helpful to cultivation. If there was no one to practice alchemy in the future, then martial arts would gradually decline. The Association of Alchemists had not had any new blood for a long time. He did not expect that a monster like Nieli would be welcomed today. Looking at Nieli's back, Guyen suddenly had a feeling that from today onwards, the Association of Alchemists might reach a new peak in his hands. Yang Exion's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Her sexy red lips slightly opened and closed, and her towering chest was heaving up and down violently. It was hard for her to imagine that so many problems that even the alchemy grandmasters could not solve had actually been solved by Nieli one by one. Nieli suddenly turned his head and glanced at Guyen and Yang Exion. President Guyen, Director Yang Exion, hello. Nieli took the initiative to greet them. Guyen was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Little guide, you know us?" Guyen looked at Nieli for a moment. The more he looks, the more he likes him. Nieli is simply a child bestowed by God. Of course I know you. As long as you study alchemy, you would know the names of President Guyen and Director Yang Exion. I remember that I had previously sent a discussion about purple haze grass to Director Yang. Nieli lightly smiled. Guyen and Yang Exion, both of them made great contributions to Glory City in his previous life. Guyen died together with the city lord, while Yang Exion, in order to cover the relocation of Glory City's residents. Nieli personally saw this beauty's chest being pierced by a snow mantis. That scene made countless people shed tears. That discussion about purple haze grass was sent by you? Yang Exion's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. That discussion left a deep impression on her. Purple haze grass has more than 60 uses, and now all of them have been discussed without any deviation. Yang Exion once thought just what kind of person would be able to write such an article. Even Guyen, the president of the Alchemist Association, wouldn't be able to research so deeply into a new herb. Could it be that there's an alchemist grandmaster hidden in Glory City? Unfortunately, no one knows where that letter came from. Yang Exion sent people to investigate, but there were no clues. That article was written by you. Guyen's hand slightly trembled. He had seen that article before. It had a very deep influence on the development of the Association of Alchemists. Not me. It was written by my master. My master told me to come to the Association of Alchemists to take the test for the senior alchemist title. Nieli lightly smiled and said, in order to prevent himself from being too monstrous, he casually made up an excuse. Sometimes it's better to use the tiger's skin to get things done. Guyen was slightly stunned. Thinking about it, Nieli has such achievements at such a young age. There must be a wise master teaching him. Nieli is already so monstrous at such a young age. Then the master behind Nieli should at least be an alchemy grandmaster, right? May I know who your master is? We can pay our respects to him. Guyen respectfully said, "My master doesn't like to be disturbed by others." Nieli shook his head and said, Yang Exion blinked her eyes and stared at Nieli, trying to find something from Nieli's face. However, she failed. Although Nieli is only 13 years old, his character is calm, making people unable to see through him. Guyen nodded his head and said, "Since your master isn't willing to show himself, then forget it. A wise master produces a great disciple. With your talent, you are already worthy of the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to pay my respects to your master. No matter what kind of person the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster is, as long as he's in Glory City, it's a great fortune for Glory City. He will report this matter to Lord Yemo and the City Lord. With such a character, if he can have a good relationship with him, it will have a great significance. As for granting Nieli the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, just based on the fact that Nieli answered the questions that even he couldn't answer, Nieli is already worthy of this title. Now that he has granted Nieli the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, it's equivalent to selling a favor to the person behind Nieli. Director Yang, go and get him the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster certificate, badge, and uniform. Gu Yan decisively said. Yes. Yang Xian turned around and went to make the arrangements. She was amazed in her heart. A 13-year-old Senior Alchemy Grandmaster. This is the first time in the history of the Association of Alchemists. Aside from the certification of the Senior Alchemy Grandmaster title, I also want to discuss some cooperation with President Gu Yan. Nieli lightly smiled. He came prepared. Cooperation? Little brother, feel free to speak your mind. Gu Yan's heart moved. The reason why Nieli came to discuss cooperation was probably because of the person behind Nieli. No matter how mature Nieli is, he's still a 13-year-old kid. I have 5 elixir formulas here, including the Soul Nurturing Elixir, Soul Concentrating Elixir, Soul Tempering Elixir, Scarlet Body Enhancing Elixir, 9 Transformation Elixir. Nieli calmly said. He doesn't believe that Gu Yan wouldn't be tempted by these elixirs. What? Soul Nurturing Pill, Soul Concentrating Pill, Soul Tempering Pill, and Scarlet Body Enhancing Pill, 9 Transformation Pill. Gu Yan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even someone as calm as him couldn't remain calm anymore. Chapter 46. Currently, Gu Yan and the others could only refine pills to strengthen their soul power, which were called soul-gathering pills, but their effects were limited. As for the 3 kinds of soul force nourishing pills that Nieli had mentioned, they had all been lost, and their effects were at least 10 times or even hundreds of times better than the soul-amassing pill. In the era of the Holy Emperor Kingdom, the soul-amassing pill was only a low-level pill. The soul-nurturing pill was a mid-level pill. Its efficacy was 10 times that of the soul-amassing pill, and the soul-concentrating pill was a high-level pill. Its efficacy was 100 times that of the soul-amassing pill. The soul-tempering pill is a pinnacle elixir. Its effect is 1,000 times stronger than the soul-assembling pill. Even a legend-rank demon spiritualist would have a strong effect if they were to eat it. As for the scarlet body tempering pill, it was also a medicinal pill that was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. It could temper the physical body and greatly enhance a martial artist's talent. In the era of the Holy Emperor country, many fighters could step into the realm of legend rank because of the scarlet body enhancing pellet. But now, not to mention legend rank, even black gold rank fighters were rarely seen. As for the 9 transformations pill, it was a legendary pill. As long as one had the 9 transformations pill, even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they could take a 9 transformations pill and slowly recover. This was a life-saving pill. Every year, countless fighters and demon spiritualists fight with demon beasts and face the threat of death. With the 9 transformation pill, who knows how many lives can be saved? Does your master really have the formula for these 5 pills? Gu Yan's voice was trembling. He understood the importance of these 5 elixirs to Glory City. Of course, my master has traveled the entire divine continent and is extremely knowledgeable. He only came to Glory City a few years ago. However, he wasn't willing to show his face in public. Therefore, I was the one to represent him. Among these 5 types of elixirs, the soul-nurturing elixir can only be refined by an intermediate alchemy apprentice, and above, the soul-concentrating elixir can only be refined by an advanced alchemy apprentice. As for the soul-tempering elixir and the scarlet body enhancing elixir, they can only be refined by an elementary alchemy master. As for the 9 revolutions elixir, it can only be refined by an advanced alchemy master. Nieli said, your master traveled across the divine continent and only came to Glory City a few years ago. Gu Yan's heart trembled. No wonder Glory City has never heard of such a person before. If such a person could stay in Glory City, it would be a great fortune. My master originally wanted to donate these 5 elixir formulas to the Glory City Association of Alchemists, but Nieli slightly paused. But what? Gu Yan was a little anxious. He unconsciously rubbed his hands. He knows how important these 5 elixirs are to Glory City. Glory City's current situation isn't optimistic. There are demon beasts everywhere in the Saint Ancestral Mountains, especially those 3 powerful legend rank ice demon beasts. Even Yi Mo can't deal with them. Fortunately, those 3 ice demon beasts are currently in a deep sleep state. If those 3 ice demon beasts were to wake up, Glory City's situation would be extremely dangerous. In the history of Glory City, there were several times where the city was nearly destroyed. As for Lord Yi Mo, he's slowly aging, and there's no new legend rank demon spiritualist being born. My master wants to continue researching the path of alchemy, which requires a large amount of resources and demon spirit coins. Therefore, these 5 elixirs can't be given to the Association of Alchemists for free. In the future, when the Association of Alchemists refines these 5 elixirs, my master will take 30% of the profit. I wonder if President Gu Yan has any objections? Even if my master takes 30%, the Association of Alchemists will still be able to get at least 30% of the profit. Nieli, the profit of alchemy is extremely large. 60% of the profit is considered small. Some can even reach 90% of the profit. Of course, Gu Yan hurriedly replied. Our Association of Alchemists is willing to hand over 50% of the profit to your master. What a joke. These 5 elixirs are already lost. If they were to be refined and sold in an auction, almost every elixir would be able to sell for a sky-high price. The profit would definitely be very shocking. Even if they were to give out 50% of the profit, they would still be able to make a profit. If they were to really refine the soul-tempering pill, the scarlet body-enhancing pill, and the 9 transformation pill, even the legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo would have to purchase the elixirs from them. Not to mention those major families and noble families. The wealth that those super families have is absolutely unimaginable to ordinary people. Nieli lightly smiled and said, my master said that only 30% is enough. If President Gu Yan is willing, President Gu Yan can take out some money to help those commoners that are willing to learn alchemy. Hearing Nieli's words, Gu Yan's expression was stunned for a moment, then immediately showed a look of admiration. Your master is a highly respected elder. Please rest assured, leave this matter to me. Helping them to refine elixirs will also expand the influence of the Association of Alchemists. Gu Yan has always wanted to increase the influence of the Association of Alchemists to save the declining situation of the Association of Alchemists. However, he has always been lacking in manpower and financial resources. If they have the 5 elixirs provided by Nieli, in the future, they will have an astonishing amount of profit. At that time, they will be able to spare the money to do this matter. As for the process of the transaction, your master can send someone to supervise it. If there is anything that you are not satisfied with, we will immediately rectify it. Gu Yan said, it's normal for them to be worried about leaving such a big business to the Association of Alchemists. All of this will be handled by President Gu Yan and Director Yang. My master trusts the 2 of you. Furthermore, I believe that the 2 of you are not short-sighted people. Nieli lightly smiled and said, of course. Gu Yan quickly nodded his head. What a joke, with an alchemy grandmaster handing this business to them. Wouldn't they do their best? In the hands of that alchemy grandmaster, there is definitely more than just these few elixir formulas. All right, these are the 5 elixir formulas and refining methods. Please have a look, President Gu Yan. Nieli passed the formulas to Gu Yan and said. Seeing these formulas, Gu Yen was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the herbs used to refine these elixirs are all very common herbs. The cost is simply too low. Gu Yen thought for a moment and figured it out. It's just like the purple haze grass. Before Nieli published that article, who would have thought that one demon spirit coin for a large amount of purple haze grass would have such a huge effect? Glancing at these herbs, Gu Yen understood. The next thing that the Association of Alchemists needs to do is to hoard as many of these herbs as possible. The Association of Alchemists isn't that united. Even the elders are fighting for power. However, as long as Gu Yen is able to control the soul-tempering pill, scarlet body, refining pill, and 9 transformation pill formulas, his position in the Association of Alchemists will be more stable than before. A moment later, Yang Xin brought over the Advanced Alchemy Grandmaster's documents, medal and robe. In the future, if there's anything you need, little brother Nieli can look for Director Yang. She will definitely help little brother with everything, said Gu Yen. With these formulas, he's prepared to concentrate on alchemy for the next period of time. All right. Nieli slightly nodded. This robe is a little too big for you. When the new robe is ready, I will personally send it over. May I know where you live, and how can I contact you in the future? Yang Xin looked at Nieli and asked, I'm an apprentice of St. Laurent College's fighter apprentice class. You can look for me at St. Laurent College in the future. Nieli thought for a moment and said, hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xin opened her mouth wide. Who could have imagined that Nieli is only a student of the fighter apprentice class? Thinking about Nieli's shocking knowledge, Yang Xin bitterly smiled. For Nieli to stay in the fighter apprentice class, it's a waste of his talent. If little brother Nieli wants to enter the gifted class of St. Laurent College, I can personally look for the dean of St. Laurent College. Yang Xin said, as a director of the Association of Alchemists, she has a very high status in Glory City. Every year, St. Laurent College will send some students to the Association of Alchemists. No need. Nieli said, lightly smiling. He has his own plans. The things taught in school no longer have any attraction for him. The reason why he's staying in St. Laurent College is because of Yi Ziyun and the treasures of St. Laurent College. Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xin understood. The reason why Nieli is staying in the fighter apprentice class is to hide his abilities. There must be some special reasons. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, I'll come back to the Association of Alchemists. Nieli said to Gu Yen and Yang Xin. Okay, Director Yang, send little brother Nieli out. Gu Yen said, yes. Yang Xin nodded her head. Under the accompaniment of Yang Xin, Nieli walked out of the Association of Alchemists. Gu Yen watched as Nieli's figure disappeared at the entrance. He looked at the formula in his hand and the questions that Nieli answered on the wall. Gu Yen felt like he was in a dream. The excitement in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. After Nieli left, the entire Association of Alchemists was in an uproar. The group of primary alchemy masters discovered that the questions they had written on the wall had already been answered by someone. They all went back to verify them. And the result of the verification shocked them, because the final result was much better than they had imagined. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that during this period of time, President Gu Yen had advanced to Alchemy Master? There are a lot of questions that President Gu Yen couldn't answer. How did he suddenly get the answers? Each and every one of them wanted to find President Gu Yen to verify their guesses. However, what made them disappointed was that President Gu Yen suddenly focused on alchemy and closed his door. Director Yang, who has been in charge of the affairs of the Association of Alchemists, also made a strange move. He began to mobilize the financial resources of the Association of Alchemists to purchase all kinds of herbs. many of the herbs can't be used in alchemy. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're useless. They couldn't understand why Director Yang would send people to purchase these herbs. The Association of Alchemists suddenly began to purchase some useless herbs on a large scale. The ordinary citizens of Glory City also became excited. Every day, there would be a lot of people going to the wild to collect the herbs that the Association of Alchemists purchased. Although the purchasing price is very cheap, they can still make a small profit. All kinds of herbs were gathered at the Association of Alchemists. All the alchemists of intermediate apprentice and above in the Association of Alchemists were gathered. Chapter 47. When the formulas of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill were announced, the entire Association of Alchemists was in an uproar. Gu Yan has already verified that the formulas of these 5 elixirs are correct. The effects of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill are indeed much better than the soul-assembling pill. These 2 elixir formulas that have been lost since the era of the Holy Emperor Kingdom have finally reappeared in the world. The few elders who were dissatisfied with Director Yang because he bought a large amount of trash herbs immediately shut their mouths. What a joke! Among the dozens of herbs that Director Yang bought, 7 of them are ingredients for the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill. Just these 2 elixirs alone can help the Association of Alchemists earn a lot of money. At the same time, they have a little doubt. Among the dozens of herbs that Director Yang bought, only 7 of them can be used for these 2 elixirs. Then what are the other herbs used for? Could it be that President Gu Yan has hidden some elixir formulas that he didn't announce? The Association of Alchemists began their alchemy operation. Almost all the alchemists above intermediate alchemy apprentice are making the best use of their time to refine these 2 elixirs. The movement of the Association of Alchemists quickly spread throughout the entire Glory City. The effects of the long-lost soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill are dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the soul-assembling pill. Once this news came out, the entire Glory City was shaken because the effect of the soul-assembling pill is too weak and the price is expensive. Many people aren't willing to pay a high price for it. However, the soul-nurturing pill and soul-assembling pill are different. The cost of the ingredients isn't much higher than the soul-assembling pill, and the effect is much stronger. The Association of Alchemists has already leaked out the news that due to the large production of the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, the price of the soul-nurturing pill is 2 times that of the soul-assembling pill, and the price of the soul-concentrating pill is 20 times that of the soul-assembling pill. The effect is 10 times, and the price is only 2 and 20 times. This action of the Association of Alchemists instantly caused a sensation. Everyone is looking forward to the large-scale sale of these 2 elixirs. On this matter, Gu Yan's opinion was that although there was still room for raising the price of these 2 pills, if the price was raised too high, it would not be conducive to large-scale promotion. Not only can he earn more money by promoting these 2 elixirs at a low price, it can also strengthen Glory City's strength and defend against the attacks of demon beasts. At the same time, it can also increase the influence of the Association of Alchemists. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as the soul-nurturing pill and the soul-concentrating pill were released, the Association of Alchemists, which had been neglected by many people, immediately stood at the forefront of the struggle. Everyone wanted to get these 2 pills from the Association of Alchemists in advance. The prices of these 2 pills were crazily inflated on the black market. Not long after, the City Lord's mansion sent a secret order to the Association of Alchemists, asking the Association of Alchemists to speed up the production of these 2 pills. The impact of these 2 elixirs on Glory City is too great. Even the City Lord attached great importance to them. All the members of the Association of Alchemists worked overtime to refine these 2 elixirs on a large scale. Although the work was much more than usual, they also received several times, or even dozens of times the pay. Among them, there is no longer anyone who would refine trash elixirs, like the soul concentrating pill. They focused on refining the soul nurturing pill and the soul concentrating pill. Some of the soul nurturing pill and soul concentrating pill were leaked out of the Association of Alchemists. After some demon spiritualists ate them and refined them, the effect was indeed very good. Many demon spiritualists who did not have any improvement in their cultivation suddenly had a huge increase in their cultivation. All of a sudden, the people of Glory City were even more excited and looking forward to it. Many aristocratic families are preparing to purchase these 2 elixirs on a large scale to nurture their family's younger generation. These 2 elixirs might be able to create hundreds or even thousands of demon spiritualists in the future. It's said that some of the people from the Dark Guild also purchased a large amount of soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill in the black market. This caused the city lord to issue an emergency order. If anyone were to sell these 2 elixirs to the Dark Guild, they will be severely punished. These 2 elixirs have already caused everyone's attention to be focused on the Association of Alchemists. At this moment, President Gu Yen suddenly released news that they will be refining another 3 elixirs. One of them is the soul tempering pill. The effect is 10 times stronger than the soul concentrating pill. It has a strong effect on black gold rank demon spiritualists and even legend rank demon spiritualists. The other one is the yin-yang body tempering pill, which can greatly strengthen the physical body, allowing the consumer's strength to greatly increase. The last one is the 9 transformation pill. Even if you suffer a fatal injury, after eating it, you will still be able to hang on to your last breath. In an instant, everyone in Glory City was even more shocked. It's said that on the night of the announcement, legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and the city lord went to the Association of Alchemists to pay a visit to Gu Yen. They spent a huge amount of money to purchase a large amount of elixirs from Gu Yen. Even legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo and the city lord are so concerned about these 3 elixirs. Everyone couldn't help having a strong expectation for these 3 elixirs. Very quickly, the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill were sold in the Association of Alchemists. The enthusiasm of the scene was beyond imagination. Aside from those aristocratic families, the various chambers of commerce and some small families were all fiercely bidding for the elixirs. In just one day, they sold a total of 600 million demon spirit coins. Just from this day alone, Nieli was able to get close to 200 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xian specially sent this sum of money to St. Laurent College and handed it over to Nieli. For a period of time in the future, Nieli will still have a steady flow of money. All the elders of the Association of Alchemists were deeply shocked by this number. Gu Yan's position in the Association of Alchemists has become even more stable. In the past, Elder Hushua joined forces with 2 other elders to fight for Gu Yan's position. But now, Elder Hushua has given up. The other 2 elders that were roped in by Hushua have also fallen to Gu Yan's side. The financial power of the Association of Alchemists has expanded to a frightening degree. They released the news in Glory City that they are recruiting disciples to join the Association of Alchemists on a large scale. Aside from waiving all tuition fees, after reaching the intermediate apprentice realm, they can also refine elixirs to earn money. The attraction of the Association of Alchemists immediately increased. Many commoners that couldn't enter St. Laurent College have joined the Association of Alchemists. More than a month's time quickly passed. Everything was very peaceful, although there would occasionally be people from the Dark Guild in Glory City. There weren't any big incidents. With Lord Yi Mo and the city lord overseeing things, as long as they don't encounter any legend-rank demon beasts, Glory City will be as stable as Mount Tai. Nia, Li, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch have been training in St. Laurent College, practicing the most powerful cultivation techniques. Within their interspatial rings, there would be an endless supply of soul-tempering pills and scarlet body-enhancing pills. Every night, they would bathe in purple haze grass. The cultivation of Nia Li and Bunch can be described as leaps and bounds. Although there are people outside who want to harm Nia Li and Bunch have been hiding in St. Laurent College. Therefore, those people can't do anything to them. The end-of-year test is gradually approaching. The result of this test will affect the future and fate of every student in St. Laurent College. Because after the end of the test, all the students will be divided into different classes. The gap between the students in the same class will also slowly widen. After the test, the students of St. Laurent College can go home and face the questions from their parents about the results of their year of training. All the students of St. Laurent College are nervously preparing in order to get an excellent result in this test. In the fighter apprentice class, the most important thing is the bet between Nia Li and teacher Xin Xiao. Nia Li, Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch have not appeared in the class for a long time. Nia Li doesn't know how Nia Li and Bunch are doing. Breaking through to 1-star bronze rank fighter in 2 months' time, it's impossible. Boss Shenyu, Nia Li, and Bunch have been hiding in the library every day. They don't even dare to appear in the school. I think it's impossible for him to reach 1-star bronze rank. He's just waiting to drop out. One of Shinyu's underlings smiled and said, Boss Shinyu ate a few soul-concentrating pills. I'm afraid he's not far from 2-star bronze rank. Nia Li really doesn't dare to appear. Can Nia Li really reach 1-star bronze rank? Shun Yu doesn't know how to answer. Nia Li defeated Chu Yuan, who is a 3-star bronze rank. Is it just because Nia Li's soul force control is better than ordinary people? This doesn't seem to make sense. However, Shunyu would rather believe that Nia Li definitely hasn't reached 1-star bronze rank. Ever since Nia Li appeared, Yi Ziyan has never looked him in the eye. Shen Yu simply hates Nia Li to the bone. However, even if he wanted to find trouble with Nia Li, he didn't have the chance. After this exam ends, if Nia Li drops out, he won't let go of Nia Li. He must make Nia Li suffer a fate worse than death. Nia Li previously exposed the Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern as plagiarism, causing the Sacred Family to be furious. The Sacred Family is already suppressing the Tensei family. Even if Nia Li doesn't drop out of St. Laurent College, he will definitely become a stray dog. Shenyu can already imagine Nia Li's tragic ending. Who asked you to offend me and my brother? Shenyu thought in his heart, is Nia Li really born to go against the Sacred Family? Not only did he snatch his woman, he also snatched his brother's woman. His brother is the future successor of the Sacred Family. The entire field of St. Laurent College in the forest is filled with people training. In order to deal with this exam, many of the children of the aristocratic families have taken a lot of soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. The effect is quite obvious. Some of the more prominent families even got 1 or 2 soul-tempering pills or scarlet body-enhancing pills. The effect of these elixirs is quite obvious. The strength of this batch of students has obviously increased compared to the previous batch. This made the higher-ups of the college extremely happy. Who knows how many of the graduating students of the genius class will be able to reach 5-star silver rank. To be able to reach 5-star silver rank before the age of 16, they will be the pillars of Glory City in the future, becoming an important figure in Glory City. Generally, as long as they reach silver rank, their future achievements won't be low. Nearly half of the older generation of students in the gifted class would graduate and leave, and the new generation of students would be filled in. No one knew how many people in this generation would have the qualifications to enter the gifted class, And this was something that everyone was looking forward to. St. Laurent College is decorated with lanterns and streamers, preparing for this important moment. Chapter 48. In the school's martial arts field, flags were fluttering and drums were beating. The highly anticipated end-of-year exam is about to begin. For every student, this is a very important moment. All the students of the Fighter Apprentice class and Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class are gathered in the middle of the martial arts field. Even Nye Li, Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch, who haven't been in class for nearly 2 months, appeared in the martial arts field, standing together with the students in their class. Seeing Nye Li, whether it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, they all walked over. Whether it's the male students in their class or the other classes, seeing Nye Li standing together with the two beauties, every single one of them were filled with jealousy and envy. Nye Li is too inhumane. He actually monopolized so many resources by himself. Nye Li glanced at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. The two girls are more beautiful than before, like fairies. Regardless of the lightning dragon technique and 9 revolving ice phoenix techniques effect, whether it's the lightning dragon or the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, both of them are very powerful cultivation techniques. They can refine the physique. After expelling the impurities from the body, the two girls had a feeling of floating in the air. Recently, whether it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, their cultivation has been rising very quickly, far surpassing their peers. Therefore, whether it's Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, both of them are grateful to Nye Li. Without Nye Li's help, their cultivation wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Yi Ziyun seemed to have seen someone. After saying something to Nye Li, she left first. Xiao Ninger walked to Nye Li's side and said in a low voice, "Nye Li, I recently heard from my family that the Tengen family's business has been suppressed by the sacred family." "Only the business has been suppressed," Nye Li said with a deep gaze. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. Even a powerful family, like the sacred family, can only suppress other families in business. This is because Glory City strictly forbids infighting. If the sacred family dares to destroy the Tensei family, the legend rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo, and the city lord wouldn't let the sacred family off, then there's no problem. Nye Li lightly said, "Ever since the Alchemist Association started selling the elixirs, Nye Li has an income of hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins every day. One day's income is equivalent to several years of the Heavenly Marks family's income. Even if the Heavenly Marks family's business is suppressed, it doesn't matter. After the end-of-year examinations, he will make a trip back to the Heavenly Marks family. At that time, he will completely change the Heavenly Marks family's situation. Although he's not worried about what the sacred family will do, he has to be careful of the Dark Guild that is colluding with the sacred family. The Dark Guild won't follow the rules of Glory City. Fortunately, Glory City is under the control of the city guards. The Dark Guild generally won't do anything in Glory City." Just when they were chatting, a group of people walked over. It's Shunfei, Shenyu, and Bunch. Seeing Nye Li and Xiao Ninger chatting, Shunfei's eyes revealed an ominous glint, but he quickly retracted it. Seeing Shunfei walking over, Xiao Ninger's face slightly paled. She bit her lips and took a few steps to the side. She's not afraid of Shunfei. She has already decided to go against the sacred family to the end. However, she's worried that it will bring trouble to Nye Li. Seeing Xiao Ninger's flustered expression, Nye Li held onto Xiao Ninger's arm, lightly smiled, and said, "Ninger, where are you going?" Nye Li, quickly let go of me. "I'll bring trouble to you," Xiao Ninger lightly said. Nye Li shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "It's not the first time I've offended the sacred family. What's there to be afraid of?" Through the thin silk clothes, Nye Li could vaguely feel Ninger's smooth skin. Xiao Ninger's face slightly blushed, looking shy. That charming expression caused the surrounding boys to be dumbfounded. Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little touched and sweet in her heart. For her, Niali didn't hesitate to fall out with the sacred family. Let go of your hand. Seeing Xiao Ninger's charming appearance, Shun Fei couldn't help being jealous of Niali and pushed his palm towards Niali. Niali and Xiao Ninger's intimate appearance in public is simply slapping Shun Fei's face. Because almost everyone knows that Xiao Ninger is Shun Fei's fiancé. Xiao Ninger's appearance of wanting to reject Niali is simply putting a green hat on his head. Feeling Shun Fei's palm pushing over, Niali's figure moved. Dragging his right hand, he brought Xiao Ninger to dodge Shun Fei's palm and pushed Shun Fei away. Shun Fei doesn't know how Niali dodged it. In the next moment, a palm attack came, causing him to take a few steps back. His eyes were wide open, staring at Niali. He suddenly realized that he has underestimated Niali. One must know that he is already a 3-star silver rank. How did Niali dodge his attack and counterattack? The surrounding people were also slightly stunned. One must know that Shun Fei is a student of St. Laurent College's genius class. He actually suffered a loss in the hands of Niali. This is simply too shocking. Just what realm has Niali reached? You're Niali? Shun Fei's eyes flickered, coldly looking at Niali. That's right. Who are you? Niali asked despite knowing the answer. His right hand was wrapped around Xiao Ninger's slender waist. This posture was a little ambiguous. Niali did this on purpose. He purposely focused Shun Fei's hatred and attention on him, making Shun Fei think that Niali was the one who took the initiative to chase after Xiao Ninger. This way, Shun Fei wouldn't disturb Xiao Ninger. Although she has already done some intimate actions with Niali being wrapped around by Niali's waist in front of so many students, Xiao Ninger couldn't help blushing. The surrounding students all revealed an expression of admiration. Niali is really awesome. He's hugging someone else's fiancé's waist in front of so many people, and he still asks who she is. They noticed a detail. Ning Er didn't resist Niali much. It seems like the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Hearing Niali's words, Shun Fei's lungs exploded. His eyes widened, and the veins on his neck popped out. He glared at Niali and said, "You better remember, I'm Shun Fei, Ninger's fiancé." Ninger's fiancé? Who will admit it? Ninger, is he your fiancé? Niali looked at Xiao Ninger. Without waiting for Xiao Ninger to answer, he smiled at Shun Fei and said, "You see, it can't be, right? Who do you think you are? Even a toad wants to eat swan meat. Wake up. Do you think you're qualified to marry my Ninger?" Xiao Ninger was dumbfounded. She didn't even answer. The surrounding students were also dumbfounded. Niali is too shameless. Ning Er still hasn't said anything. He's not my fiancé. I've never admitted it. Xiao Ninger looked at Shun Fei in front of her, showing deep disgust. She knows what kind of person Shun Fei is. Just some time ago, Shun Fei played with 2 commoner girls and found someone to be the scapegoat to escape from jail. In the past, it was because of the pressure from the sacred family. Although she was angry, she didn't dare to say anything. But now, she's no longer willing to be submissive. Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Shun Fei's eyes flashed with coldness. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Xiao Ninger, this is what you said. Don't regret it. A small, winged dragon family can really go against the heavens?" Hearing Shun Fei's words, Xiao Ninger's face slightly paled. She understands that with the winged dragon family's strength, it's impossible for them to go against the sacred family. The winged dragon family will most likely suffer a thunderous attack from the sacred family. However, it's impossible for Xiao Ninger to surrender. If she's together with Shun Fei, she'll feel disgusted every moment. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Ninger and Shun Fei, the surrounding students instantly understood. So Shun Fei is using the sacred family to pressure the winged dragon family, forcing Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger doesn't like Shun Fei. Despicable. So the sacred family is actually this kind of people. No wonder, although Ning Er is Shun Fei's fiancée, she's never willing to have any contact with Shun Fei. So that's the case. The crowd of students were discussing. At this moment, when they looked at Nie Li, they no longer had the hostility from before. On the contrary, their hearts were filled with admiration. Aside from Nie Li, who would dare to go against the sacred family so openly? Who would dare to be so courageous to save Ning Er from the fire pit? Hearing the discussion of the crowd of students, Shun Fei's face turned even more ugly. His gaze coldly swept at the surrounding students. The surrounding students all avoided in fear, not daring to speak anymore. If you have the guts, come at me. What's the use of threatening a woman? How do you want to play? Nie Li will accompany you any time. Nie Li proudly looked at Shun Fei. People like Shun Fei and Shun, you are destined to be his stepping stones. This matter has nothing to do with Nie Li. It's my own idea. Xiao Ning'er's eyes firmly looked at Shun Fei and solemnly said, Shun Fei, I'd rather die than be together with you. Xiao Ning'er is a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Although she looks weak, she has a firm character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entered the Black Devil Forest before marrying Shun Fei in his previous life. The tragedy of his previous life, Nie Li will not let it repeat itself. From the beginning, when he treated Xiao Ning'er's injuries to when they got familiar with each other, Nie Li has a good impression of this beautiful, generous, and strong girl treating Xiao Ning'er as his own sister. Humph, that's not up to you. Shun Fei coldly laughed. Shun Fei, I will apply to enter the heavenly sacred border. If I pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, even the sacred family won't be able to do anything to me. Xiao Ning'er proudly said. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ning'er, you're too whimsical. You think that you can pass the test of the heavenly sacred border with just you? In the past hundreds of years, only 3 people have passed the test of the heavenly sacred border. Shun Fei mocked. The heavenly sacred border is a secret border of St. Laurent College. Only the super geniuses of each batch have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sacred border. If they pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, then they'll be the most dazzling genius in Glory City. They might even have the qualifications to become the disciple of the legend rank demon spiritualist, Yi-Mo, to enter the heavenly sacred border. The age must be below 15 years old. On this point, Xiao Ning'er meets the requirements. However, does Xiao Ning'er really think that her talent can reach such a level? In the history of Glory City, only 3 people have passed the test of the heavenly sacred border. One of them is the legend rank demon spiritualist Yi-Mo. The other 2 have already died in battle. However, when they were alive, they reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist, only a step away from legend rank. The heavenly sacred border is a sacred existence in everyone's heart. If Xiao Ning'er is really able to pass the test of the heavenly sacred border, then the sacred family really can't do anything to the winged dragon family. It's Monday, brothers and sisters. Give your recommendation votes to the snail. Chapter 49. How could the heavenly sacred border be that easy? However, Shun Fei would never have thought that in this period of time, the Xiao Ning'er who trained in the lightning dragon technique is no longer the Xiao Ning'er from before. After reaching the soul power transformation stage, Xiao Ning'er's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, she also obtained the full support of the entire winged dragon family. The current Xiao Ning'er is no longer the same as before. You better get the qualification to enter the heavenly sacred border first. Shun Fei coldly laughed. Only the most outstanding disciples of each batch can enter the heavenly sacred border. Heavenly sacred border? Nie Li lightly smiled. This is also the place that he wants to go. In his previous life, he had returned to the destroyed Glory City and entered the heavenly sacred border. The things that are hidden in there is something that ordinary people can't imagine. Therefore, Nya Li also wants to get the qualification to enter the heavenly sacred border. Rest assured, Ninger will pass the test of the heavenly sacred border. Just wait and see. Scram. Nieli coldly said, a person like Shunfei is not worthy to be his opponent. What Nieli wants to deal with is not only the younger generation of the sacred family, but the entire sacred family. Shunfei's gaze fell onto Nieli. A vicious thought flashed through his mind. He coldly laughed and said, Nieli, do you have the guts? Our sacred family will organize a genius martial arts competition. At that time, we will also invite your Tensei family. You and I will fight on the stage. No regrets. How about it? Do you dare? Despicable. The surrounding students couldn't help but curse. Shunfei is a disciple of the genius class. He is already 17 years old, and his cultivation has already reached silver rank. As for Nieli, who knows if he has reached 1-star bronze rank? Shunfei actually opened his mouth to fight with Nieli. This is simply trying to kill Nieli. Even if Nieli rejected, no one would say anything. How about it? Do you dare? If you don't dare, then you're a coward. Shunfei didn't care about the dissatisfaction of the people around him and sneered. Xiaoning nervously looked at Nieli. Nieli smiled faintly and squeezed Xiaoning's delicate hand. He gave Xiaoning a reassuring look. Since you are challenging me, why wouldn't I dare? Nieli laughed loudly, his whole body exuding an aura of confidence. The surrounding students had never imagined that Nieli would actually accept Shunfei's challenge without hesitation. Shunfei was a disciple of the genius class who had reached the silver rank. Was Nieli crazy? Seeing Nieli's confident look, Xiaoning's worried heart quickly calmed down. Seeing Nieli's confident look, Xiaoning couldn't help being convinced. She has a feeling that nothing in this world can stump Nieli. Nieli has a mysterious ability that can settle everything. This is what you said. Don't go back on your words. I'll be waiting for you at the tournament organized by the sacred family. Shunfei snorted. His eyes were like a knife as he fiercely swept his gaze at Nieli and Xiaoning. I'll let you two be free for a while. When the time comes, I'll see how you cry. Shunfei turned around and walked away. Shunyu, who was far away, also fiercely stared at Nieli and followed behind Shunfei. After a long time, Yi Ziyun returned. She looked at Nieli and asked with concern, I heard that you accepted Shunfei's challenge. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Seeing that you are so concerned about me, I'm very touched. Nieli said, laughing. Yi Ziyun couldn't help being speechless. She angrily stomped her feet and said, Who said that I'm concerned about you? Shunfei has long reached the silver rank, at least 2-star silver rank. Are you confident? Although she said that she doesn't care. In fact, Yi Ziyun is still very concerned. We'll see when the time comes. Nieli said, shrugging his shoulders. You're willing to accept Shunfei's challenge for little sister Ning. Looks like you're sincere to little sister Ning. You have to treat her well. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Yi Ziyun coldly snorted. She doesn't know why, but when Yi Ziyun spoke, she sighed in her heart. Since you like Ning so much, why did you provoke me? Thinking of the things that happened in the underground palace, she felt a little angry in her heart. Nieli saw everything that he shouldn't have seen. Shunfei's character is bad. I couldn't bear to see such a kind girl like Ning fall into Shunfei's hands. That's why I helped her out. Nieli hurriedly explained. He does have a good impression of Xiaoning, but no matter what, it can't be compared to the life and death relationship he had with Yi Ziyun in his previous life. You're not any better. Yi Ziyun pouted. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli smiled bitterly. In his previous life, he had experienced too much. His hands were stained with a lot of blood. He had also done a lot of things that went against morality. But it was all because he had no other choice. No matter what, he was not a despicable person like Xin Fei. You don't need to explain these things to me. In any case, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Ziyun slightly raised her eyebrows and snorted. In front of outsiders, Yi Ziyun was always indifferent and elegant, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. She had a little temper, which proved that she cared about him. Nieli held the back of his head with both of his hands and took a deep breath. This world is too beautiful. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Compared to his previous life, where he constantly drifted and killed, the life in the academy is simply peaceful and peaceful. Disgusting, despicable people like Shen Yu, Shen Fei, and Chu Yuan teasing beautiful girls like Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning. This kind of life is really satisfying. Seeing Nieli's proud look, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but get angry. What are you laughing at? Am I laughing? No. Nieli pursed his lips and smiled. Yi Ziyun was depressed. Nieli is really too annoying. She really wants to beat him up. She can't wait to violently beat up Nieli, but she doesn't know why. Even if she hates Nieli, she still likes to be together with Nieli. Perhaps it's because she hasn't had any friends for a long time. Being together with Nieli is very comfortable, and there's no restriction. Seeing Nieli chatting and laughing with Yi Ziyun, and Ziyun seems to be throwing a little temper at Nieli, that charming appearance made everyone dumbfounded. All the male students simply went crazy with jealousy. Nieli just hugged Ning-Er, and now he's teasing Ziyun. Why are all the benefits being taken by Nieli? Isn't the heavens too unfair? Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest couldn't help feeling a little envious towards Nieli. However, they didn't have any jealousy in their heart. Nieli is their brother, a good brother for life. Daozit and Lu Piao are chatting with the students in the class. Daozit has shown his unique leadership temperament. There are already many commoner students that expressed their willingness to follow Daozit. After a moment, Shun Xiu walked over while twisting her waist. Her gaze swept across the students. When her gaze fell on Nieli, a hint of sharpness flashed through her eyes. Shen Xiu said in an unfriendly tone, "It's going to be our class's turn soon. Everyone, follow me." Teacher Shen Xiu, you said before that if I reach 1 star bronze rank, you will resign. Does this still count? Nieli suddenly spoke, smiled, and said, "If you apologize to me and beg me to cancel this bet, I can consider it." Trying to trick me? How can it be so easy? Shen Xiu coldly snorted and said, Shen Xiu, will keep my words. If you reach 1 star bronze rank, I will resign." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then hurry up and write your resignation letter." "Wait until you reach 1 star bronze rank." Shen Xiu coldly snorted and led the students of the class towards the examination hall. There are a total of thousands of students in St. Laurent College. Every shift is very slow. Along the way, many students were discussing. I heard that the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class had 2 students whose soul force reached 3 star bronze rank. The Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class is indeed powerful. That's for sure. Many of them have been training for 1 or 2 years more than us. I also heard that the Inscription Master Apprentice class had a fighter whose strength reached 2 star bronze rank. A group of students were discussing. St. Laurent College has a total of 6 apprentice classes. Although the names are different, and the talents they specialize in are also different, children are the most flexible. There will often be people who adjust the direction of their training. Among all the classes, The Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class is the most eye-catching because it has the most geniuses. According to the development of his previous life, Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun will enter the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class and complete a year of training. As for Nie Li, he will stay in the Fighter Apprentice class. Although he is training very hard, his cultivation is very slow and unknown. However, the trajectory of this life is definitely different from his previous life. Not only Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, even Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch will have their fates completely changed. The people from the Fighter Apprentice class are here. Is this the rumored most useless class? It is said that many of them have red rank Sea of Consciousness. Red rank Sea of Consciousness can also be trained. However, I heard that a few of them have pretty good talent and are about to advance to bronze rank. For example, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Hearing these two names, the eyes of a few male students lit up. No matter where they go, beautiful girls will always attract the most attention. Although they are still young, they have been training since young. With their sharp minds, they already know a lot of things. Among the few apprentice classes, the two most beautiful girls are undoubtedly Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. When the boys from the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class saw Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger, they all showed fervent expressions. If nothing goes wrong, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger will enter the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class for further training. At that time, they will have the opportunity to get close to them. Seeing the fervent expressions of the boys from the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class, Nie Li couldn't help smiling. In this life, they will probably be disappointed, because no matter if it's Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ninger, they will both enter the Demon Spiritualist Genius class. Under Shen Xiu's lead, the students of the Fighter Apprentice class lined up and walked into the testing hall. On the high platform, far away, the higher-ups of the academy were looking over. The first step is the strength test. Who will go first? A person that looked like a mentor asked Shen Xiu. Shen Xiu looked at the group of students from the Fighter Apprentice class. Shen Yu walked out and proudly said, "I'll go first." After saying that, he walked towards the strength testing stone. Chapter 50. Shen Yu volunteered, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Within the Fighter Apprentice class, Shen Yu, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Bunch are undoubtedly the ones who have the highest hopes of breaking through to 1-star bronze rank, thus attracting the most attention. The other one that received more attention is Nie Li, who had a bet with teacher Shen Xiu. However, the majority of the people didn't think that Nie Li could reach 1-star bronze rank in such a short amount of time. If 1-star bronze rank was so easy to reach, then there wouldn't be so many people stuck at the door of Fighter and Demon Spiritualist forever. The strength testing stone is a huge stone. Its whole body is emitting a metallic luster. When a fighter's fist strikes onto the strength testing stone, it will cause a dent to appear on the strength testing stone. Through the dent, a fighter's strength can be determined. Boom! Shen Yu's fist landed on the strength testing stone. A faint dent appeared on the strength testing stone. A few teachers in charge of supervising the test walked over. 1-star bronze rank. Test result, 120. In other words, the strength of Shen Yu's fist has reached around 120. The students of the Fighter Apprentice class all cried out in surprise. They never thought that Shen Yu's physical body has already reached such a level of strength. He has already reached bronze rank fighter. Generally, students that specialize in demon spiritual force will have their physique increase a bit faster at the beginning. Only after reaching silver rank would it slow down. But even so, Shen Yu's physique training speed is quite fast compared to other students of the same rank. He actually reached 1-star bronze rank so quickly. Everyone has 3 chances to take the test. Shun, you didn't seem to be satisfied with this number. He stood up again, gathered his strength, and threw a punch. Boom! Shunyu once again punched onto the strength testing stone. 1-star bronze rank. Test result. 130. 1-star bronze rank. Test result. 135. After seeing the result, Shunyu showed a satisfied expression and continued to test his demon spiritual force. Very quickly, Shunyu's demon spiritual force test result came out, 115. Under normal circumstances, people who possess both fighter and demon spiritualist talent will choose to become a demon spiritualist. Demon spiritual force is the most important. Strength talent can only be embellished. Shunyu's demon spiritual force has broken through 100. He is already a 1-star demon spiritualist. Such a fast cultivation speed. Indeed, worthy of being a member of the sacred family. Awesome. He can definitely enter the demon spiritualist apprentice class. If a 1-star demon spiritualist doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? The corner of Shunyu's mouth curled up slightly when he heard these people's discussion. He looked at Nie Li and the others with a smug expression. In the distant spectator stand, several higher-ups of the academy revealed a satisfied smile. It's not easy for a demon spiritualist to appear in the fighter apprentice class. Shunyu crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood in the distance, surrounded by a group of followers. His arrogant gaze swept across the other students of the fighter apprentice class. Who's going to take the test next? The teacher in charge of guiding the students asked. Let me do it. Lu Piao walked out and walked towards the strength testing stone at the side. The group of students began to discuss. It's Lu Piao. Lu Piao hasn't been to class for a while. I heard that he has been hanging out with Nie Li. Lu Piao shouldn't have broken through to 1-star bronze rank, right? Furthermore, he doesn't have any talent to become a demon spiritualist. Hearing the discussion of the students, Lu Piao turned her head around and smiled with Nie Li, Dowsit, and Bunch. These people are looking down on them. That's a big mistake. Practicing the cultivation technique given by Nie Li, Lu Piao's cultivation has far exceeded her peers. Looking at Shunyu and Bunch standing far away, Lu Piao revealed a contemptuous smile, her eyebrows twitching. This kid is too arrogant. We'll teach him a lesson sooner or later. Shunyu's followers said. Shunyu's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a trace of chilling light. Now, even Nie Li's followers dare to provoke him? They simply don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Piao walked in front of the strength testing stone and lightly threw out a punch with her right hand. Such a light punch. How much strength can it have? A few students at the side sneered. A muffled bang resounded throughout the hall, causing the entire strength testing stone to tremble. What's going on? What a loud sound! The teacher in charge of the test was also stunned. He walked towards Lu Piao and looked at the strength testing stone. After a moment of silence, he said, Test result, 2-star bronze rank, 265. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. How is this possible? The test result must be wrong, right? One must know that Lu Piao only lightly threw out a punch, and it actually contained such powerful strength. It actually reached 2-star bronze rank, not far from 3-star bronze rank. Lu Piao lightly smiled. During this period of time, he did not stop his training. With the super powerful cultivation technique that Nie Li taught him, he swallowed a large amount of elixirs every day and soaked in purple haze grass. It's hard for his cultivation not to be strong. After a long time, the crowd regained their senses and looked at each other. Possessing such a powerful strength talent at the age of 13, in the entire Holy Orchid Institute, he can be considered as an extraordinary genius. The higher-ups of the Holy Orchid Institute will definitely spend a lot of effort to nurture him. Not bad, not bad. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the fighter apprentice class. This year's students are not bad. One of the higher-ups said with a smile. This year's students' results shouldn't be too bad because of those elixirs made by the Association of Alchemists. Another higher-up said softly. Indeed, the elixirs made by the Association of Alchemists are very effective, raising the average standard of the students by a lot. In order to nurture the younger generation, the families are still willing to spend a lot of money. Lu Piao provocatively looked at Shunyu, causing Shunyu's face to turn black. This is naked contempt from Lu Piao. However, thinking of Lu Piao's strength, Shunyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. How did Lu Piao's strength increase to such an astonishing degree in such a short period of time? Did Lu Piao eat a lot of elixirs during this period of time? Teacher Xinxiu's face was also very ugly. Although Lu Piao is a student in her class, Lu Piao has been hanging out with Nieli, causing her to be unhappy with Lu Piao. She is very clear about Lu Piao's original results, but how did it suddenly increase to such an astonishing degree? Doesn't that mean that Nieli also... Xinxiu's gaze darkened as he looked at Nieli, who is chatting with the two beauties. Second test. Lu Piao steadied his footsteps and threw a powerful punch at the strength testing stone. Pung! With a dull sound, a deep fist mark was left on the strength testing stone. 3-star bronze rank, strength test result, 325. The teacher in charge of checking was slightly shocked as he said, "The fighter talent that Lu Piao displayed is already very astonishing. She is definitely a genius that is worth nurturing." The group of students that did not take the test sucked in a mouthful of cold air. F***CK. How can people live like this? Inhumane. They are all 13 years old. If their strength could reach 80 and above, it would already be considered outstanding. However, Lu Piao actually broke through 300 and reached 3-star bronze rank. This is simply ruthlessly trampling on their self-confidence. This is simply intolerable. Ignoring the shocked gazes of those people, Lu Piao shook her head, looking very dissatisfied. She stood still and once again threw a heavy punch towards the strength testing stone. Bang! 3-star bronze rank, strength test result, 370. The teacher in charge of checking said, as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Looking at Lu Piao, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. Thinking back when he was at Lu Piao's age, he had only just reached 1-star bronze rank. He reckoned that Lu Piao will definitely be able to enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. There are at most 50 people that can enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. After becoming a disciple of the genius class, they will receive different kinds of teachings. Furthermore, every 10 people will have a teacher in charge of them. Furthermore, they are all elite teachers of the Holy Orchid Institute. Furthermore, these disciples of the genius class all have the title of nobility in Glory City. They will receive special protection. Unless they commit some unforgivable crime, no one can touch them. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to challenging the laws of Glory City. Glory City is always under the threat of demon beasts. Therefore, the protection of the genius class is very attentive. That brat Lu Piao doesn't train properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such little results. Dowsett bitterly smiled and said, when the other students heard Dowsett's words, they were all shocked in their hearts. If he doesn't work hard, he would have such results. If he works even harder, how can he live? Their gazes couldn't help falling onto Dowsett and Bunch. Lu Piao's strength has been rising so fast in the past few months. She was together with Nieli and Dowsett. Could it be that Nieli, Dowsett, and Bunch are also next is Lu Piao's demon spiritual energy test? Lu Piao held onto the soul crystal and injected her demon spiritual energy into the soul crystal. A moment later, dots of light appeared on the soul crystal. The dots of light gathered and became brighter and brighter. 3-star bronze, rank demon spiritualist, demon spiritual energy 367. The demon spiritual energy test only needs to be done once. After hearing this result, even the higher-ups of the academy couldn't help but be moved. A demon spiritualist is definitely more precious than a fighter. A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. That's even more extraordinary. This is definitely a shocking matter. This child is definitely a genius. Let's arrange him into the genius class. The higher-ups of the academy had an unprecedented unified opinion. Lu Piao's name quickly entered everyone's line of sight. Some of the higher-ups of the academy were eager to accept Lu Piao as their disciple. Lu Piao's talent is undeniable. As the higher-ups of the academy, they also need some talented disciples to help them in order to win a higher position. There will probably be several higher-ups of the academy competing for Lu Piao's disciple. After the test, Lu Piao stood to one side and smiled towards Nieli, Dowsit, and Bunch. She had an excited look on her face. After this test, I definitely won't be scolded by the old man anymore. Lu Piao proudly thought. The old man's jaw will probably drop to the ground when he sees my results. Who's next? The teacher in charge of the test looked at the students of the fighter apprentice class with a burning gaze. In the previous tests, there weren't any geniuses that could make people's eyes light up. He never thought that the fighter apprentice class, which no one thought highly of, would actually have such an amazing genius. This made him look forward to the fighter apprentice class's test. Chapter 51. Let me do it. Dowsit walked towards the strength testing stone. Seeing Dowsit walking over, Lu Piao rolled his eyes. It wasn't easy for him to be in the limelight, and now the limelight is being snatched away by Dowsit. How annoying! Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Compared to ordinary students, Lu Piao is indeed something to be proud of. A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. However, compared to Dowsit, the difference is too big. Both of them have also started their training. Lu Piao's cultivation has already been left far behind by Dowsit. Dowsit walked in front of the strength testing stone. His mature face was calm. He raised his fist and heavily punched towards the strength testing stone. Boom! A muffled sound that was even heavier than the one Lu Piao punched earlier rang out. The entire strength testing stone trembled. Test result: 5-star bronze rank, 500 strength. The teacher responsible for checking sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What's going on today? Why are the students of the fighter apprentice class getting more and more monstrous? A 13-year-old 3-star bronze rank genius just came out, and now there's a 5-star bronze rank. The surroundings were dead silent. Dowsit is actually in existence even more monstrous than Lu Piao. The students far away had a heartbroken expression. How could this be? They were so shocked that they didn't even have the courage to take the test anymore. As for the higher-ups of the school, they couldn't help but breathe heavily. A 13-year-old 5-star bronze rank. How many years has it been since the Holy Orchid Institute had such a genius? Don't fight with me. He's my disciple. Yisheng excitedly said. Lord Vice Principal, how can you be so cruel? On the path of fighter, I'm confident that I can teach better than anyone else. Lord Vice Principal, please let me do it. An old man with white hair and beard hurriedly said, such a talented disciple. You think that his talent will only be limited to the path of fighter? Yisheng's eyes shone. There's no need to take the test a second time. Dowsit lightly said and walked away, preparing to test his demon's spiritual force. Are you really not going to take the test a second time? The instructor looked at Dowsett and asked, if you take the test a second time, you might be able to break through 500. The instructor was looking forward to it. However, the only response he got was the youth's cold back. Dowsett's voice slowly rang out. This is already the greatest power I can display. I see. The mentor nodded slightly. This number was already very shocking. If it was even stronger, wouldn't it mean that he would reach the silver rank very soon? A 13-year-old silver rank powerhouse. That was too unbelievable. Dowsett picked up the soul crystal and injected his soul force into it. The soul crystal shone brightly, and more white dots of light gathered inside. The elementary soul crystal was like a small blazing sun. Bang! The primary soul crystal exploded and fell to the ground. Exploded! Hiss! That's insane. His strength has reached 500. I didn't expect his soul force to be even more abnormal. Oh my God, this is too monstrous. The elementary soul crystal can only hold at most 600 soul force. If it were to exceed this limit, it would explode. Usually, the elementary soul crystal would be used for the elementary soul crystals test. There has never been a case of the elementary soul crystal exploding. Even when Lord Yi-Mo was 13, he didn't have such a frightening cultivation. Everyone's gaze towards Dowsett was completely different. Dowsett has already broken their understanding. Could it be that Glory City is going to give birth to an existence that is even more powerful than Lord Yi-Mo? Vice Principal Yi Sheng went silent for a moment and said, I will personally report this matter to the principal, and Lord Yi-Mo Dowsett will be heavily protected. Such a genius might not even be able to be taught by me. I will personally consult Lord Yi-Mo and find a suitable mentor for him. His strength had reached 500, and his soul force had even exceeded 500. Doozy had caused everyone to fall into a deep shock. The teacher in charge of inspecting looked at Yi Sheng and asked with a trembling voice, Vice Principal, do you want to exchange for the soul crystal? No need. Yi Sheng shook his head and said, I will let those lords personally test his soul force. Aside from letting those lords personally test him, Dowsett still has to be protected. Otherwise, if the Dark Guild finds out about this, it would be troublesome. Understood. The teacher in charge of inspecting looked at Dowsett and politely said, Your test has been completed. Such a youth, what kind of achievements will he reach in the future? Will he become the second legend, rank demon spiritualist? The test has been completed. Dowsett was slightly surprised. He nodded his head and walked to the side. At this moment, the majority of the students were looking at Dowsett with eyes filled with respect. This person might be a legend rank demon spiritualist in the future. After a brief moment of shock, Shun Yu's face became abnormally gloomy. He tightly clenched his fist. A trace of blood seeped out from his palm. In this test, he suddenly realized that the gap between him and Dowsett and Bunch is getting further and further away. He can no longer catch up to Dowsett and Bunch's footsteps. How did they improve so fast? Shin Yu's gaze was gloomy. He has a feeling that the problem lies with Nieli. It's possible that Nieli helped Dowsett, Lu Piao, and Bunch to find a suitable cultivation method. Of course, this is only Shin Yu's guess. Shun Yu doesn't know that his guess is correct. Shin Xiu, why didn't you inform us about such an outstanding student in your class? Several of the academy's upper echelons looked at Shin Xiu and asked in a deep voice. Fortunately, they had tested Lu Piao and Du Zhe first. Otherwise, if the dark guilds had found out about this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shun Xiu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was extremely depressed. Shun Xiu's face became more and more gloomy. She knows Dowsett and Lu Piao very well. Previously, Daozit and Lu Piao's cultivation wasn't that good. For them to suddenly improve so fast, there's definitely something fishy going on. However, she will not tell this matter to the higher-ups of the school. If the higher-ups of the school were to know that Daozit and Lu Piao's cultivation increased to such a degree in such a short period of time, they will only make Daozit and Lu Piao more important. At this moment, outside of the test grounds, the students of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class were chatting. I wonder how those trash from the Fighter Apprentice class are doing. A student of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class pursed his lips and smiled. His name is Shihua, one of the top students of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. He is already a 2-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. With so many classes, only 15 people have reached the requirements of the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class and joined our class. Other than those 2 girls, no one else has a chance in the Fighter Apprentice class. Shihua said he has been coveting Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. He hopes that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger can join his class. I heard that Shen Yu is pretty good. I heard that he has already reached 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. Really? Shihua scornfully curled his lips. Even if Shen Yu has reached 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, he still wouldn't be able to attract his attention. At this moment, the other classes suddenly went into an uproar. How is this possible? Could it be that the test results are wrong? Impossible. The strength testing stone has tested so many students, and it has never been wrong. Oh my God, is he trying to defy the heavens? Shihua frowned for a moment, looked at the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class students beside him, and asked, What happened? What happened to them? Shihua, this is too shocking. One of the students was still in deep shock. He took a deep breath and said, There are 2 people in the Fighter Apprentice class that had shocking test results. Fighter Apprentice class. Even if their talent is not bad, they would at most be 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist. What's there to be shocked about? Shihua lightly smiled and said, No, if it was a 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, it definitely wouldn't cause such a commotion. There are 3 people in the Fighter Apprentice class that have completed the test. 1 1-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, 1 3-star bronze rank Demon Spiritualist, and 1 even more shocking. His soul crystal exploded. Oh my God, this guy is too abnormal. Exploded a soul crystal. Shihua's eyes widened. His shocked expression wasn't any better than the other students. After the soul crystal exploded, the teacher did not let him continue the test. I wonder what level his soul force has reached. Shihua took a deep breath. His chest was heaving up and down, and asked, Is it the 2 girls? No. The student shook his head and said, Currently, the 2 girls have not been tested. The 3 boys are being tested. Shihua's mouth was wide open. Is this really the Fighter Apprentice class? Why did such 2 terrifying fellows suddenly appear in the Fighter Apprentice class? He has reached 2-star bronze rank and is already one of the top students in the Demon Spiritualist Apprentice class. But compared to these 2 monsters, he is still far from it. At this moment, the students from the other classes were in an uproar. What's wrong now? Shihua asked, his eyes lifeless. Just now, the Fighter Apprentice class had another 3 people tested. I think they are called Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming. The 3 of them are 2-star bronze rank, only a step away from 3-star bronze rank. Damn it, is this really the Fighter Apprentice class's test? Are you sure it's not the gifted class? Shihua hysterically shouted in his heart. Before the shock in their hearts subsided, another piece of news came. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger had also participated in the test. Both of them exploded their soul crystals. Dead silence. A suffocating silence. Sure, Hua simply had the urge to kill himself. Before the fighter apprentice classes test started, as one of the top students in the demon spiritualist apprentice class, he still had some pride in his heart. He felt that he would be able to catch up to Xiao Ninger or Yi Ziyun, but now this pride has been completely shattered. It turns out that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger are not on the same level. A bunch of monsters. Hua muttered in a trance. Regarding talent, Nia Li's talent in his previous life was the worst among his companions. It's only by coincidence that he managed to survive the catastrophe. Because of the Temporal Demon Spirit book, he reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It's a new week. Everyone, please vote for Snail. Snail is very grateful. Chapter 52. Each of you will get a soul crystal. You have to keep this primary soul crystal close to you. Before your soul force reaches 500, you can use this soul crystal. When your soul force exceeds 500, you will need to buy an intermediate soul crystal. Nieli passed the primary soul crystal to Daozit, Lu Piao, and Bunch. When Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming saw Nieli handing over the soul crystal to them, fear was written all over their faces. How can we accept such a valuable item? Wei Nan said, a primary soul crystal is worth 1,000 demon spirit coins. Their living expenses for 2 years isn't even that much, and Nieli just casually gave it to them. Yeah, we can't accept it. Zhu Xiangjuan immediately rejected. Zhang Ming was also the same. They are all commoners. How could they have received such a valuable item? Since it's given by Nieli, you guys should just accept it. Unless you guys don't treat us as brothers. Daozit frowned his brows and said in a deep voice, although Daozit is also a commoner, he still has a lot of prestige. Wei Nan and the other two looked at each other, nodded their heads, and took the primary soul crystal from Nieli's hands. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Nieli, thank you. From now on, you will be our big brother. If there's anything, just tell us. Wei Nan and the other two said they have already acknowledged Nieli in their hearts and decided to follow Nieli. Hearing the words of Wei Nan and the other two, Nieli lightly smiled. With these good brothers, Nieli can do whatever he wants with half the effort. Daozit, you take the test first. Nieli looked at Daozit and said, just like the entrance test. Daozit nodded his head. He held up the primary soul crystal and slowly injected his soul force into it. The primary soul crystal gradually emitted a dazzling light, getting brighter and brighter. It shone on Daozit's tender and slightly matured face. Dots of light danced within the soul crystal. This brightness is still a distance away from 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. With a glance, they can roughly estimate the amount. Every dot represents 1 point of soul force. Daozit, your improvement is fast. You actually have 52 soul force. Lu Piao excitedly said. With his soul force reaching 52, Daozit will be the first to reach 100, becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Daozit looked at Nieli. Nieli was concentrating on the soul crystal. In Nieli's point, no matter how high the soul force is, tens or hundreds doesn't mean anything. The most important is the demon spirit's attribute and form. The white light spots in the soul crystal shone with a grayish-red light. From time to time, they would gather together and change into various shapes, like a cloud. Seeing this scene, Nieli was surprised and said, it's actually a lightning and fire attribute. Furthermore, his soul realm is in the form of the heavenly lightning cloud. No wonder Daozit's training speed was so much faster than his brother's in his previous life. A soul realm in the form of the heavenly lightning cloud, coupled with the talent of the lightning and fire attribute, it's simply a perfect match. It's a pity that in his previous life, Dowsett learned the sacred flame inscription patterns. Therefore, training to 1-star gold rank was his limit. However, in this life, with him, Dowsett will have a huge change. What lightning and fire attribute, heavenly lightning cloud? Everyone was puzzled. In this world, there's no such thing as a crippled soul realm. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, purple, the 7 colors of the soul realm represent each person's unique personality and talent. Due to various reasons, some soul realms are easier to train. However, that doesn't mean that a red soul realm is crippled. As long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, even if it's a red soul realm, it can still burst out a powerful force. Those who divide the soul realm into grades are just a bunch of amateurs when it comes to soul force training. Nieli lightly smiled and said, Nieli's words to Dowsett, Lu Piao, and the rest was like a thunderclap. This is too outrageous. Since the beginning of Glory City, those legend rank characters have told them that soul realms are divided into grades. Orange is stronger than red. Yellow is stronger than orange. Could it be that legend rank experts are also a bunch of amateurs? In terms of understanding of the soul realm, even legend rank experts are not on the same level as Nieli. Nieli can look down on any legend rank expert, because in his previous life, Niechi has already reached the realm above legend rank, a realm that they can't even imagine. Nieli continued, as long as you find a suitable cultivation technique, any type of soul realm can be trained to the legendary heavenly fate realm. Dowsett has a yellow soul realm, belonging to the lightning and fire attribute. The form of his soul realm is the heavenly lightning cloud, suitable for training in lightning and fire attribute cultivation techniques and lightning and fire attribute inscription patterns. The most suitable demon spirit is the celestial Qilin demon beast. If all these conditions are met, then your achievements will be very shocking. However, if you train in other inscription patterns, then your training speed will be much slower. Hearing Nieli's words, Dowsett showed a distressed expression and said, It's a pity that Glory City's lightning and fire cultivation techniques are all incomplete. Even if there are records in some ancient books, they are in very old words. While Dowsett was speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Nieli can even understand the book of lightning and fire. His eyes suddenly looked at Nieli with hope. At this moment, Nieli revealed a confident smile and said, With me here, what's there to worry about? It's just a lightning and fire cultivation technique. It won't stump me. I have 69 of the strongest lightning and fire cultivation techniques here. Which one do you want to train? Heavenly Scarlet Lightning Fire Technique? No way. This cultivation technique is too overbearing. Especially towards the end. It's extremely easy to damage the meridians. Heavenly Qilin Technique. It is indeed suitable for Dowsett's physique. However, although there's no problem with the Heavenly Qilin Technique, no one has truly trained in it before, including the creator of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. From Nieli's point of view, the first 9 stages of the Heavenly Qilin Technique are very safe. However, the last 3 stages are very difficult. There's no need to doubt the strength of the Heavenly Qilin Technique. Training it to the 9th stage is already very shocking. As for the last 3 stages, it will depend on Dowsett's luck. Just learn the Heavenly Qilin Technique. This is one of the 3 strongest cultivation techniques among all the lightning and fire cultivation techniques. I will impart the chant to you. In the future, when you train in various martial techniques, I will also spend some time to help you copy them. Nieli imparted the chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique to Dowsett. The chant of the Heavenly Qilin Technique isn't hard to understand. Therefore, Dowsett quickly memorized it. After carefully studying it, Dowsett was extremely shocked. The Heavenly Qilin Technique is definitely much more powerful than any other cultivation technique that he has seen so far. just by silently reciting the chant. He felt his soul realm surging crazily. His soul force has a clear sign of strengthening. He hasn't even started cultivating, but he has already started to activate his soul realm. His soul force has begun to strengthen. It can be foreseen that after cultivating the heavenly Qilin technique, Dowsett will advance by leaps and bounds. All along, Dowsett has been fighting for the fate of his family. His dream is to change the fate of his parents and clansmen. However, he also understands that this goal is too far away. But at this moment, Dowsett feels that as long as he diligently cultivates the heavenly Qilin technique, all of this will not be a problem. All of this is given by Nieli. In the next few days, I will write down the cultivation technique for you in detail. Nieli lightly smiled. Dowsett is filled with gratitude towards Nieli. His eyes are slightly red as he solemnly said, I, Dowsett, am grateful for the kindness of giving me the heavenly Qilin technique. If in the future, Nieli, you have any use for me, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, if I, Dowsett, even frown, I am willing to accept the wrath of the heavens and die. Don't say that. We are good brothers. It's just a cultivation technique. Nieli smiled as he patted Dowsett. To Nieli, this is just a cultivation technique. But to Dowsett, the meaning is completely different. At this moment, Lu Piao is already impatient. She said from the side, listening to you guys talk makes my teeth ache. Of course, brothers should share blessings and difficulties together. Nieli, I have a red soul realm. Is it suitable to cultivate soul force? Of course, everyone can cultivate it, even if it's a red soul realm. It's just that the suitable cultivation technique is different, Nieli said with a smile. Lu Piao began to inject soul force into the soul crystal. Soon, the soul crystal emitted a faint glimmer. Inside, there are dozens of slightly red light spots dancing. The brightness is also much smaller than Dowsett's. Seeing this scene, Lu Piao can't help but blush. His soul force is simply too low. A red soul realm belongs to the chaos element. It's in the shape of a scarlet sun. Nieli furrowed his brows. A scarlet sun-shaped soul realm is considered ordinary. However, it's actually a primal chaos attribute. That's a little rare. Even among hundreds of thousands of people, there might not be one with the primal chaos attribute. Why don't I cultivate the holy primal chaos spirit technique? Holy chaos spirit technique. Isn't it strong? Lu Piao excitedly asked. Hearing the name, it seems to be very powerful. Of course, the holy chaos spirit technique is not inferior to the heavenly Qilin technique. Furthermore, you don't need to put too much effort into it. You only need to nurture the chaos energy within your body. It's suitable for you. Nieli smiled and said, as for whether you can cultivate it to the highest realm, that will depend on your luck. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao's eyes lit up. This cultivation technique is too suitable for him. He chuckled and said, I don't need to cultivate it to the highest realm. As long as I reach 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist, I'll be satisfied. 1-star silver rank demon spiritualist. If the creator of the holy chaos spirit technique knew that Lu Piao's dream is so ambitious, he would probably have the heart to kill himself. 1-star silver rank. Nieli was also speechless. He estimated that not long from now, Lu Piao will find out how childish his dream is. Cultivating the holy chaos spirit technique. Even if he wants to stabilize his cultivation at 1-star silver rank, it would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Because as the chaos energy within his body accumulates, Lu Piao's cultivation will soar to an abnormal level. Nieli began to help Wei Nan and the rest test. He also gave each of them a powerful cultivation technique. Although it can't be compared to the holy chaos spirit technique and the heavenly Qilin technique, It's still not something that those cultivation techniques in Glory City can compare to. Furthermore, it's the most suitable cultivation technique for their physique. In the future, their cultivation will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Once they reach 5-star bronze rank and find a demon spirit that's suitable for them, their combat strength will explosively increase. Looking at the soul crystal in his hand, Nieli is going to test his talent. In his previous life, due to various reasons, Nieli took a lot of detours. The cultivation techniques he practiced were mixed and not refined, causing his cultivation to become weaker and weaker. In this life, he wants to find the most suitable cultivation technique for him. Chapter 53. Niatli noticed Shun Xiu's gaze, the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Chasing away Shin Xiu is just a whim of his. He will not treat Shin Xiu as his opponent. His first target is the entire sacred family. Although Nieli provoked the sacred family won't put too much effort on him for the time being, because in the eyes of the sacred family, Nieli is just a little kid. How can he threaten them? But they will soon find out that the one that will destroy them is this threat that they are currently ignoring. After this period of training, Nieli's soul force has reached 589. Once his soul force breaks through 600, he will be able to step into silver rank. Once he steps into silver rank, Nieli will be able to integrate with a demon spirit. Nieli has already chosen his first demon spirit. In addition, Nieli is preparing to go to the auction house and buy suitable demon spirits for Ziyun, Ninger, Dowsit, Lu Piao, and Bunch. This way, their strength will be able to rise to another level. However, for the time being, Nieli is preparing to disguise himself as a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. After a while, the fighter apprentice class test ended. The future of all the students has also been determined. Very quickly, the news of teacher Shin Xiu resigning from his position and leaving the Holy Orchid Institute spread amongst the students. Everyone's gaze towards Nia Li was a little strange. After all, this is the first time they've seen a student chasing away a teacher. There are also some students trying to get in touch with Nieli, wanting to follow Nieli. Although Nieli is only a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, Nieli's understanding of demon spirits has already far surpassed some of the teachers. Those who follow Nieli have their cultivation soar. Therefore, it's normal for them to be jealous. These people were all blocked by Dowsit and Lu Piao. In this aspect, Nieli is still very cautious. The people that he recruited are all people that he had some impression of in his previous life. They are relatively loyal. Talent is secondary. The key is that they are trustworthy. But even so, the number of people following Nieli has reached 26. Nieli took a deep breath. It's about time for him to return to his family. Thinking back to the events of his previous life, the clansmen that fell one by one in front of him when he was retreating, Nieli couldn't help feeling sour in his heart. He had a feeling of homesickness. It's finally the Holy Orchid Institute's holiday. Nieli's gaze was distant. The memories from his previous life came flooding back like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, Nieli laughed heartily. Since he's back, his clansmen won't have to live in fear like before. Those enemies of his can wait to kneel on the ground and tremble. The Holy Orchid Institute's holiday is a big matter for Glory City, because there are quite a lot of students studying in the Holy Orchid Institute. Many students can reunite with their families during the holiday. Groups of students left the Holy Orchid Institute one after another. Nieli, this is for you. I hope that when you see it, it will remind you of me. We'll meet again next term. Xiao Ninger passed a piece of red jade to Nieli. This piece of red jade is carved with a very exquisite pattern. When Nieli raised his head, he realized that Xiao Ninger had already run away with a red face. In the divine continent, red jade represents the love of a girl. Looking at Xiao Ninger's slim back figure, Nieli couldn't help bitterly smiling. How could he not know that Xiao Ninger already has deep feelings for him? Who would have thought that the ice beauty from his previous life would be so gentle? Raising his head, he saw Yi Ziyun smiling as she looked at Nieli, then looked at Xiao Ninger and said, "Since Ninger likes you so much, why didn't you agree to it?" Nieli kept the red jade, looked at Yi Ziyun, and said, "It's a pity that the one I like is you." 2 lifetimes of love. Nieli's heart will not change. Nieli had already told Ninger about his feelings, but Ninger still wasn't willing to give up. Yi Ziyun's face was flushed as she spat. "Nieli, if you talk like that again, I don't think that I'm easy to bully." At this moment, Yi Ziyun couldn't help but recall the things that happened in the ancient Orchid City's secret passage. Her heart was filled with anger as she clenched her fists. "Of course I'm serious." Nieli faintly smiled as he looked at Yi Ziyun with a deep gaze. I'm ignoring you." Yi Ziyun stomped her foot. Just when she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly stopped. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Then why don't you tell me which part of me is better than Ninger?" Nieli shrugged his shoulders and said, "There's no way to compare. I can only say that some people are destined to be irreplaceable in life." Looking at Nieli's deep gaze, Yi Ziyun was slightly stunned. She vaguely felt that Nieli has a lot of things that he hasn't told her. Within Nieli's eyes, there seems to be a lot of stories hidden. After a brief pause, Yi Ziyun raised her head, looked at the clear sky, and said, "I hope that my husband will be a hero like my grandfather, with earth-shattering strength, using his life to protect Glory City." She took a glance at Nieli, pursed her lips, and said, "If you reach legend rank demon spiritualist realm, I might consider it." "Hey, why didn't you keep your words? Didn't you say that you'll promise me when I reach gold rank?" Nieli said, depressed. "I was just joking. My words don't count. Don't you know that us girls never keep our promises?" Finishing her words, the girl left a string of bell-like laughter, and like a light swallow, she quickly ran far away. Looking at Yi Ziyun's back figure, Nieli lightly smiled and muttered to himself, "If that's the case, then why did you choose me in your previous life?" In his previous life, Niachi didn't even reach silver rank, yet he was able to walk together with Yi Ziyun. However, legend rank demon spiritualist doesn't seem to be that difficult. Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, Zhang Ming, and Bunch bid farewell to Nieli and left the school to return home. Daozit and Lu Piao walked over. "We have to go as well," Daozit said, lightly smiling. Nieli nodded his head. "We'll meet in a month." "See you in a month." Daozit nodded his head. Thinking that he's going home soon, Daozit couldn't help feeling excited. Going home, aside from increasing his cultivation, Nieli also gave him a lot of demon spirit coins. At the very least, it's enough to help his clansmen get out of their predicament. His heart is filled with gratitude towards Nieli because Nieli changed his fate. Lu Piao had both of her hands on her hips, facing the sky, and laughed. "I'm finally going home. This time, I won't have to be spanked by your father anymore." "Ha ha ha." Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nieli and Daozit looked at each other, couldn't help bitterly smiling. They stood a little further away from Lu Piao because the surrounding students were looking at them with weird gazes. Lu Piao heavily hugged Nieli, kissed Nieli's face, and said, "Bro, I love you to death." Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nieli's body trembled for a moment. He pushed Lu Piao to the side and said, "Go, go, go. I'm not gay." "I'm not gay either. The sky is so blue, the ground is so green. I'll be leaving first." "Ha, see you in a month." Lu Piao had an elated look on her face as she strode forward. Daozit also waved goodbye to Nieli and walked away. Seeing the happy and confident expressions of his two best friends, Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling and walked towards the direction of his family. In the northern part of Glory City occupies a vast area. Aside from the two most flourishing districts, there are also 6 subsidiary districts. From the Holy Orchid Institute to the location of Nia Li's family, it would take 2 days to travel by carriage. The family that Nia Li belongs to is called the Tenjen family. They have a large piece of land in the valley. However, the resources here are very poor. The family relies on farming and gathering herbs in the mountains for a living. Luckily, this place is relatively close to the garrison and defensive walls of Glory City, so it's relatively safe. Normally, there wouldn't be any demon beast attacks, although they are known as an aristocratic family. Only the patriarch of the Tenjen family has the title of Earl. Furthermore, the title of Earl is not hereditary. In other words, if the current patriarch of the Tenjen family passes away, and no one from the younger generation of the Nye family obtains the title of Earl, then the position of the Tenjen family will not be as good as before. As one of the most declining aristocratic families, the Tenjen family's castle is already very dilapidated. The peeling outer wall was heavily damaged by demon beast attacks, but they never had the money to repair it. Outside of the castle, the family members are planting all kinds of crops. Seeing Nieli coming from afar, the family members all greeted, "Nieli, Nieli, you're back?" The family members that are responsible for farming usually don't have a high position in the family. Nieli's father is also one of them. Although the Tenjen family has declined, they still have a lot of family members. In this district, there are more than 1,000 families with the surname Nye, and the population is also around 5,000 to 6,000 people. The Tenjen family has a total of 26 children studying in the Holy Orchid Institute. Nieli is one of them. However, Nieli's personality used to be eccentric and rarely interacted with other children. The other children are in the intermediate and advanced classes. Their holidays are later than the beginner classes, so they will probably only be back after 1 or 2 days. "Big brother, Nieli, you're back." A barefooted little girl happily ran towards Nieli. Her hair was combed into a braid, and her skin was like carved jade, looking extremely cute. Her name is Nieyu, uncle's child. Nieli's father, Nie Ming, only has one brother. Their position in the Tenjen family is very low. Usually, they rely on farming to barely make a living. Luckily, they only need to hand over 1/3 of the crops to the family. The rest can be kept for themselves. Furthermore, the cost of Nieli's studies in the Holy Orchid Institute is covered by the family. Therefore, they don't have to worry about food and clothing. In a family of 5,000 to 6,000 people, there are a total of 60 bronze rank fighters, 6 bronze rank demon spiritualists, 20 silver rank fighters, 2 silver rank demon spiritualists, 3 gold rank fighters, and 1 one-star gold rank demon spiritualist. This is the entire strength of the family. The strongest person in the Tenjen family is the patriarch Nya Hai, a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. His position in the family is very high. There are also 2 one-star gold rank fighters and 1 3-star gold rank fighter. Normally, it would be hard for Nieli to meet the patriarch. The patriarch would only appear during the family's worship ceremony. Nieli patted Nieyu's head. He is quite doting on Nieyu. He smiled and asked, "Is Xiaoyu obedient at home?" And Xiaoyu is very obedient. Nieyu seriously nodded her head. "I want to be like big brother Nieli and enter the Holy Orchid Institute and become a fighter." Nieyu has always set Nieli as her goal. Nieli couldn't help sweating. In his previous life, before Glory City was destroyed, Nieyu's achievements were much higher than his. Nieyu has always been concerned about him. However, as a big brother, he has to be sheltered by his sister. This caused Nieli to be very depressed. Later on, Nieyu also died in that battle. She was very brave. Although his nose was slightly sour, Nieli still endured it. It's good that he's back. Nieli brought Xiaoyu and walked towards a distance. He saw Nieming and Niekai stopping their work, looking at each other, and walked over. Chapter 54. Xiaoli, you're back. Nieming said, lightly smiling. Father, I'm back. Looking at his father's old and haggard appearance, Nieli's eyes couldn't help turning red. The memories from his previous life flooded his mind. Xiaoli seems to have grown taller and more handsome. After staying in the Holy Orchid Institute for a year, his temperament has indeed changed. Nie Kai laughed. He is Nieming's blood brother, 3 years younger than Nieming. Just like Nieming, he doesn't have any cultivation talent and is just an ordinary farmer. At Nieming's and Niekai's age, their sea of consciousness has already solidified, completely unable to cultivate. However, being an ordinary person isn't a big deal. In his previous life, I didn't have the ability to protect you guys. In this life, I will protect you guys. When Nieli returned home, he saw his mother and aunt. His family was very happy. Finally, his family has reunited once again. Nieli's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Nieli, what's your strength now? During the meal, Nieming couldn't help but ask. Everyone's gaze fell onto Nieli. Nieyu blinked her big eyes as she looked at Nieli. Let's eat first. Nieli's mother, Xiao Yun, hurriedly said. In his previous life, no matter if it was Nieming or Xiao Yun, even if Nieli's cultivation didn't break through and disappointed them time and time again, they still comforted Nieli and never asked too much of Nieli. Even so, Nieli still felt their ardent expectations. Every time, his heart would feel like it was being cut by a knife, blaming himself for being useless. But in this life, he finally won't let his parents down again. In this year's end-of-year test, my soul force just broke through to 100. I'm already a 1-star bronze, rank demon spiritualist. Nieli calmly said as he ate. He didn't dare to tell his parents, uncle, and aunt about his true situation. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. Nie Ming and Bunch never thought that Nieli could become a demon spiritualist. They thought that Nieli becoming a bronze rank fighter is already pretty good. When they heard Nieli saying that he has reached 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, they were all stunned and stopped their chopsticks. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist? Nieming and Bunch thought that they heard wrongly. Is he a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist? Nie Kai couldn't help asking Nieli for confirmation. And Nieli nodded his head, looking at his kind parents. He felt a little sour in his heart. The regrets they had in their hearts in his previous life. He will try his best to make it up to them in this life. 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. Nieming and Bunch muttered, our family finally has a demon spiritualist. After a brief moment of shock, their faces lit up with ecstasy. That's a demon spiritualist. Any demon spiritualist within the Tengen family has a transcendent status. Aside from not having to pay taxes, they can also receive quite a lot of things from the Tengen family every month. Aside from becoming a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, I was also selected by the Holy Orchid Institute to join the genius class. Nieli thought a while and continued to say, gifted class. Didn't the gifted class require exceptional talent to enter? Although Nie Chang's family's child, Nie Long, is also a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist, he doesn't have the qualifications to enter the genius class. Nie Kai said, puzzled. He understood the situation of the Holy Orchid Institute very well. Nie Yu, who was at the side, blinked, her big watery eyes looking at Nieli in admiration, and said, Big brother, Nieli is the best. Nieli had always been her idol. He. Nieli smiled, rubbing Nie Yu's little head. In his previous life, he could only look up to Nyeyu and was sheltered by her. In this life, let me shelter you. Nyeli thought in his heart. Maybe Xiao Li has some unique talent in certain aspects. That's why he was selected by the genius class. Otherwise, Xiao Li wouldn't be able to reach 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist in such a short amount of time. Our family finally has a demon spiritualist, Nieming said excitedly. At this moment, no matter if it's Nieming, Nie Kai, Aunt Miaoling, or Nieyu, they were all very happy. Xiao Yun was so excited that she wiped her tears. Xiao Li has grown up. Nie Kai patted Nie Li's shoulder. Xiao Li, let's go and meet the patriarch. Nie Ming suddenly stood up. His heart was filled with pride. This time, he can finally raise his head in front of the family. In the past, Nie Ming was often looked down upon by the family, especially Nie Chong, who often boasted in front of him. Today, Nyeli has finally fought for him. You're only this little? The child just came back. Let him finish his meal first. Is there a need to be so anxious? Mother Xiao Yun rolled her eyes at Nie Ming. That's true, that's true. Nie Ming awkwardly laughed. He was very proud in his heart, therefore, he was a little impatient. Seeing his family proud of him, Nyeli was also very happy in his heart. How's the situation in the family? Nyeli asked while eating. Very strange. Speaking of the family's situation, Nie Ming frowned. Strange. Nie Li was a little puzzled. Yes. Nie Ming nodded his head. The Tengen family's finances have long been stretched. Some time ago, we were suppressed by the sacred family. All of our businesses suffered a huge blow. Some of our business partners also stopped cooperating with our family. The patriarch and the elders were extremely anxious. The patriarch even personally sent a letter to the sacred family, asking for the reason and expressing goodwill. However, the sacred family completely ignored it. They probably wanted to wait until our Tengen family situation is even more difficult before discussing the conditions. However, we never thought that there would suddenly be a turn for the better. A turn for the better? That's right. Suddenly, there were dozens of families and businesses that proposed to cooperate with us. Furthermore, the conditions were very generous. At the beginning, the patriarch thought that it was a trap. However, after realizing that the other party didn't have any ill intentions, he was relieved to cooperate. It's said that all of this was incited by the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists also gave us a lot of commissions, entrusting us to grow all kinds of herbs. The remuneration they paid was also very generous. Furthermore, under the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the sacred family wouldn't dare to make any moves against us, said Nie Ming. Hearing Nie Ming's words, Nyeli immediately understood. His mind couldn't help thinking of that charming young woman. All of this should be arranged by Yang Xin. Nyeli is now the most important partner of the Association of Alchemists. It's normal for Yang Xin to make such arrangements. The strength of the Association of Alchemists is on par with the sacred family. In terms of connections, the Association of Alchemists is much stronger than the sacred family. After all, every family has to purchase elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, with the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the sacred family wouldn't dare to make any moves against the Tengen family. Not to mention that the Association of Alchemists has the elixir formulas given by Nyeli. Even the City Lord's mansion and the 3 major families have to beg the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists can be said to have reached the height of the sun. If the sacred family were to go against the Association of Alchemists at this time, it's simply courting death. When Nyeli returned, aside from meeting his relatives, the other thing he still has to do is to arrange for the Tengen family to come in contact with the Association of Alchemists. He never thought that Yang Xian would have already done it. Now, Nieli can be at ease to deal with the sacred family. Of course, the Association of Alchemists is also a very important part. Why are you telling this to the child? Xiao Yun unhappily looked at Nie Ming. In her eyes, Nieli is still a child. What's the use of knowing this? What a woman's view. Xiao Li is already a 1-star bronze rank demon spiritualist. In the future, he will enter the core of the Tenjin family. It's time for him to know these things. Nie Ming retorted. His face was filled with pride and joy. Fine, fine, fine. You're right. Xiao Yun impatiently said. His father and mother are still the same as in his previous life. They would often quarrel. But even so, their relationship is still very good. Nieli smiled. Father, I won't go and meet the patriarch for the time being. I want to continue training at home first. Nieli raised his head and said, looking at Nie Ming, that's fine. It's the same if we talk about it later. Nie Ming chuckled. Uncle Nie Kai rubbed Nie Yu's head and said, Xiao Yu, you have to work hard too. You have to be like big brother, Nieli. And Xiao Yu will work hard. Nie Yu nodded her head and seriously said, as night approached, the night wind would occasionally blow through the forest. The leaves made a rustling sound, like the sound of waves. Nieli came out of his house and leapt into the forest behind the mountain. He sat cross-legged on a protruding rock and looked into the distance. He could see the lights of the Heavenly Marks family's residence. The Tenjin family is a family with a very long history. It can even be traced back to the end of the Snow Wind Empire era. The ancestor of the Tenjin family was a great lord in that era. However, after experiencing the changes of several dynasties and the long and terrifying Age of Darkness, the Tenjin family became a very small family in Glory City. Nieli sat on the rock and quietly trained. He's only a step away from silver rank. As long as he breaks through silver rank, he will be able to integrate with the Shadow Devil demon spirit inside the Shadow Devil spirit lamp. He continuously ate elixirs and circulated the Heavenly God cultivation technique, absorbing the elixirs into his blood vessels and slowly integrating it into his soul realm. His soul realm continued to expand and strengthen. His soul realm was constantly surging and filled with majestic soul force. However, it seems to be a little difficult to break through to silver rank. He estimated that he still needs around 10 days of training. I almost forgot about this. There's still a trick that I haven't used yet. Nieli thought of something and lightly smiled. When breaking through to silver rank, there's a method called extraordinary meridian amputation. It's to seal the blood vessels in the arm and seal 36 acupuncture points, locking the soul force in the soul realm and forcefully break through to silver rank. Breaking through like this, aside from consuming a large amount of soul force, there will also be some damage to the meridians. However, eating elixirs will be able to make up for it. It won't affect his future training. Let's do it this way. Nie Li lightly smiled. Following the extraordinary meridian amputation technique, he sealed the acupuncture points on his body one by one, locking his soul realm completely. This kind of technique, if one doesn't have absolute confidence, they would definitely not dare to use it. New book issue requesting support. Chapter 55. After his soul realm was completely locked, all of his soul force gathered towards his soul realm, gathering more and more. Nie Li continued to consume various elixirs, constantly strengthening his soul force. His soul force continued to gather more and more, becoming denser and denser. It's like a little bit of air, constantly being compressed to a point, but in the end, it can burst forth with astonishing power. His soul force continued to squeeze within his soul realm, but couldn't find a way out, constantly squeezing and tearing. Niali felt his soul realm constantly shattering and reforming. This intense pain caused his face to turn pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Ah! Niali painfully screamed, although his willpower was constantly being challenged. Niali still forcefully maintained his consciousness, constantly guiding the terrifying soul force that was compressed by countless times, slowly guiding the soul force to circulate. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the key nodes within his soul realm were broken. Every time a node was broken, Niali could feel his soul force instantly increasing by several times. Finally, a bang sound rang out. The soul force that was compressed suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire soul realm, causing the soul realm to tumble incessantly. Hiss! That terrifying pain engulfed his entire body, like millions of needles stabbing into his brain. His meridians were constantly being torn apart. Niali endured the intense pain, waiting for the exploding soul force to rush through his soul realm, breaking open his sealed meridians. Whew! Niali breathed out a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. Although his meridians were severely damaged, Niali's face revealed an excited smile. Just as he expected, using the extraordinary meridian amputation technique, he expanded his soul realm, allowing his soul realm to reach silver rank. When his soul force completely recovers, Niali will be a silver rank demon spiritualist. Niali consumed a few recovery elixirs, sat cross-legged, and began to quietly cultivate after reaching this realm. Even if he were to absorb the energy of the night, Niali can resolve it. Furthermore, Niali is a man with sufficient yang energy. He won't be like Ninger, leaving behind any hidden injuries. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for about an hour, Niali's meridians and soul force finally recovered, finally reached silver rank. Niali opened his eyes. A light flashed across his eyes. Finally, he can use the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. Niali took out the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. His right hand slowly caressed the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. A surge of soul force penetrated into the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp. With a puff, the Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp flickered with a dim yellow light. In the dark night, it looked like a will-o-wisp. The Shadow Devil Spirit Lamp let out a howl that sounded like that of a malicious spirit. Within the light, there's a Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. However, Niali wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He let out a low roar. His soul force was like a rope wrapping around the light. Niali's soul force detected a black shadow. When Niali's soul force wrapped around the shadow devil demon spirit let out a mournful scream, constantly struggling, trying to cut off Niali's soul force. Niali let out a low roar. Using his soul force, he shouted towards the shadow devil demon spirit. Want to escape? Not so easy. Surrender. The shadow devil demon spirit suddenly trembled. It continuously resisted. However, under the suppression of Niali's soul force, the shadow devil demon spirit gradually stopped resisting. With a whoosh, it turned into a black shadow and entered Niali's soul realm. Once a demon spirit enters a demon spiritualist's soul realm, it will be controlled by the demon spiritualist. It will be nurtured by the demon spiritualist's soul realm. If it wants to regain its freedom, the demon spiritualist will have to release it. It's like it's been branded with some kind of soul mark. After integrating with the shadow devil demon spirit, Yi Wei's soul realm expanded by more than 2 folds. Once he integrates with a demon spirit, the demon spiritualist and his demon spirit will affect each other. Even the soul force's growth speed will be boosted by more than 2 folds. The shadow devil demon spirit is one of the most mysterious and rare demon spirits. Very few people know of its characteristics. Therefore, very few demon spiritualists are able to perfectly coordinate with it and display various combat skills. However, this isn't a difficult matter for Niali. The shadow devil demon spirit is undoubtedly very powerful. Furthermore, it has an extremely high growth rate. It's not something an ordinary demon spirit can compare to. Furthermore, Nia Li's mind is filled with a lot of combat skills that are suitable for the shadow devil demon spirit. He can definitely display the shadow devil demon spirit's strength to the extreme. Nia Li waved his right hand and summoned the shadow devil demon spirit. His body quickly integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit. At this moment, Nia Li's body was faintly discernible, like a ghost. Both of his arms grew a weird, sickle-shaped bone spur, like a praying mantis. The shadow devil demon spirit can go void form and corporeal at any time. When Nia Li goes void form, very few people can track his aura. However, when he goes void form, Nia Li doesn't have any attack power. However, Nia Li can also corporeal at any time. Once he's corporeal, he'll be able to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The shadow devil demon spirit is an incomparably powerful assassin. When facing an enemy, even if the enemy's cultivation is a few levels higher, if they're not careful, they'll still be easily killed by the shadow devil demon spirit. The bone spur is nearly a meter long. A cold light flashed on its surface, making it look extremely sharp. Nia Li looked at the changes in both of his arms, then looked at a big tree a few meters away. His body moved and quickly moved towards the big tree. The bone spur flashed a cold light, and with a pu sound, the big tree was cut in half and collapsed. The cut was extremely smooth. Nia Li retracted his arms in satisfaction. With a thought, his body slowly became transparent and completely disappeared. After a while, Nia Li's figure once again appeared in the same place. Indeed worthy of being the shadow devil demon spirit, Nia Li lightly smiled, revealing a satisfied smile. The shadow devil demon spirit's ability is definitely a killer move when facing an enemy. If an ordinary person is caught off guard, it's very easy for them to be assassinated by the shadow devil demon spirit. Furthermore, it has a very high growth rate. Along with Nia Li's cultivation, it will slowly grow stronger. Therefore, choosing the shadow devil demon spirit as the first demon spirit is absolutely not wrong. Normally, when a demon spiritualist integrates with a demon spirit for the first time, they would need a few months to get used to the demon spirit's ability. However, this isn't difficult for Nia Li. In just a short half an hour, Nia Li is already very familiar with the demon spirit's ability. Not bad, not bad. Nia Li lightly smiled, sat cross-legged, and looked at the broken spiritual lamp in his hand. After integrating with the shadow devil demon spirit, this spiritual lamp no longer has any use. Nia Li threw the spiritual lamp into a corner of his interspatial ring. At this moment, a thin and small figure quickly ran over from afar. Borrowing the dim moonlight, Nia Li saw the other person's appearance. It's the cute Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Nia Li asked, looking at Xiao Yu. I can't sleep. I want to be like big brother Nia Li and train hard. Nia Yu said with a serious expression. Before reaching silver rank, it's best not to train at night. Otherwise, the gains won't make up for the losses. Nia Li taught Nia Yu with a straight face. But why can big brother Nia Li do it? Nia Li can't possibly say that he has already broken through to silver rank. Boys and girls are different. Boys are full of yang energy. They're not afraid of yin energy entering their body. I don't believe it, Nia Yu said with a face of disbelief. Nia Li helplessly shook his head. Nia Yu is still a little stubborn. Sometimes, no matter what he says, it won't go through. Nia Li thought for a while and said, Since I'm back, I'll teach Xiao Yu a cultivation technique. Okay, thank you, big brother. Nia Yu clapped her hands excitedly. Her small face was filled with desire. Nieli took out a primary soul crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Nyeyu. First, pour your soul force into this primary soul crystal. Oh, Nya, you didn't think much of it. She poured a strand of soul force into the soul crystal. After a while, the soul crystal slowly lit up. Soul Force 32. Xiaoyu is not bad. You're only 9 years old and already have such a high soul force. Nieli suddenly stopped. His eyes focused on the soul crystal. He was shocked and murmured, "No wonder Xiaoyu's cultivation speed is so fast. Xiaoyu has the physique of heavenly marks." Big brother, Nieli, what is the physique of heavenly marks? Yu was very puzzled. She had never heard of this term. Moreover, big brother, Li actually said that her cultivation speed was very fast. She didn't feel it at all. What you didn't know was that Nieli was talking about her previous life. It's a pity that in her previous life, Xiaoyu's physique of heavenly marks talent was not revealed. She had already fallen in the war. Li patted Nyeyu's little head and said, "Our Tengen family has been passed down since the Snow Wind Empire era. We have a very long history and a very noble bloodline. The strongest warriors in the Tengen family all have the physique of heavenly marks. The probability of it appearing in our bloodline is around 1%. That means within 100 of our clansmen, there will be one with the physique of heavenly marks. It's a pity that the cultivation method for the physique of heavenly marks was lost during the Age of Darkness." Oh, Nyeyu blinked her eyes, not really understanding. Fortunately, the Temporal Demon Spirit book has the cultivation method for the physique of heavenly marks. Li rejoiced in his heart. He can use it to nurture Xiaoyu. Then, will Big Brother, Li still teach Xiaoyu the cultivation technique? Nyeyu asked worriedly. Those cultivation techniques were lost. Does that mean that she can't learn them anymore? Of course. However, Xiaoyu can't tell anyone about me teaching Xiaoyu the cultivation technique. This is our little secret. Can you promise, Big Brother Nieli? Nieli gently said, as he looked at Nyeyu. According to Nieli's knowledge, the Tengen family isn't united. There are many complicated entanglements. Therefore, Nieli doesn't intend to unreservedly contribute the physique of heavenly marks cultivation method to the family. After Li becomes strong, he will protect the Tengen family. However, that doesn't mean that Nieli will contribute everything to the family. And Nyeyu seriously nodded her head. Xiaoyu won't tell anyone. Li taught the first chapter of the physique of heavenly marks cultivation technique to Nyeyu. Nyeyu recited it in the wind. With a soul force of 32, Nyeyu's memory is already very good. She quickly memorized the chant. For safety's sake, the first chapter is enough. After Nyeyu finishes cultivating the first chapter, he will teach her the rest of the cultivation technique. After all, Nyeyu is still too young. She's very innocent and can be easily tricked. Nyeyu silently recited the chant in her heart. Soon, the soul force in her soul realm started to surge. In the Snow Wind Empire era, the Tengen family possessed the physique of heavenly marks. They were known as one of the 3 most powerful demon spiritualists. In that era, there were many geniuses. There were countless legend rank demon spiritualists. Even so, the physique of heavenly marks was still able to obtain such a reputation. One can only imagine how powerful the physique of heavenly marks was. Chapter 56. Nieli explained the first chapter of Physique of Heavenly Marks to Nyeyu. Very quickly, Nyeyu found a place and started to train. The night was getting darker and darker. Occasionally, there would be some black birds flying across the forest. Nieli suddenly looked far away in alert. He saw a few thousand meters away in the forest beside the cliff. There seemed to be a few figures flying across. Nieli slightly frowned his brows, waved his right hand, and a black figure appeared out of thin air, quickly flying towards the forest. If the demon spirit isn't integrated with the demon spiritualist's body, it can't be used in battle. However, the demon spiritualist can sense what the demon spirit sees and hears. Sometimes it's very useful. When an ordinary demon spirit is released, its aura can be easily detected. However, the shadow devil demon spirit can hide its tracks. It's very suitable for spying on various situations, investigating the terrain, etc. The shadow devil demon spirit quickly found a few figures far away. Through the eyes of the shadow devil demon spirit, Nieli saw 3 people wearing black robes, hiding in the forest. Nieli controlled the shadow devil demon spirit to hide behind a tree. His eyes pierced through the night and found the location of the 3 people. The 3 people are currently chatting. This is the territory of the Tengen family. We have to be careful. There are still a few gold rank experts in the Tengen family. Once we encounter them, we'll definitely die. Are you guys sure that Nieli, that brat, is living in that broken house at the foot of the mountain? Of course, we've already checked during the day. That brat's parents aren't practitioners. We can kill them without anyone knowing. The few of them were chatting. Through the shadow devil demon spirit, Nieli slightly frowned. They're people from the sacred family? It seems that the 3 of them are here to make a move on him. However, the 3 of them should only be silver rank. One of the voices is very familiar. Nieli suddenly remembered. It's the Dark Guild's Deacon Yunhua. After encountering him once in the ancient Orchid City, Nieli had etched this person's voice into his mind. Fortunately, they were only silver ranked. There are only so many gold rank experts in Glory City. Every single one of them has a special identity plate. Therefore, it's very hard for the gold rank experts of the Dark Guild to sneak into Glory City. Therefore, the strongest ones are only Deacon Yunhua and the rest of the Dark Guild. Nieli slightly frowned. The shadow devil demon spirit released its powerful perception. Vaguely, Nieli could feel the soul strength of the 3 silver rank experts. 1 5-star silver rank, 2 3-star silver rank. It's a little difficult to deal with. Nieli frowned for a moment. If it was a 1-star or 2-star silver rank, Nieli could easily deal with them. Even if it was a 3-star silver rank, Nieli could still think of a way to deal with them. However, if there was a 5-star silver rank, then it would be a little difficult. If the 3 of them were to go to Nieli's house, then it would be very troublesome. Nieli pondered a while and said to Nieyu, "Shall you quickly go and tell Lord that there are a few people from the Dark Guild in the forest behind the mountain?" The people from the Dark Guild? A trace of fear flashed across Nieyu's eyes. When she was young, she had heard about how terrifying the Dark Guild is. "Then what about you? Big brother Nieli, let's go together. I'll be fine. I won't fight them head on. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. Quickly go and call Lord. There are 5-star silver rank among the people from the Dark Guild. You must find a gold rank." Nieli said, "In order to guard against the attacks of the demon beasts, there will be a gold rank elder patrolling the Heavenly Marks family's territory every day. As long as you call the guardian elder over, it will be fine. Shall you hurry up? We can't delay any longer." Nieli anxiously urged. Nieyou worriedly looked at Nieli. In the end, she nodded her head, and her petite figure flew away. Seeing Nieyou running far away, Nieli slightly breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted Nieyou to go and find Lord. Other than finding a helper, he also wanted to send Nieyou away. This way, he can be free. Nieli carefully hid his figure and slowly approached the place where the 3 people were. Although the opponent's strength is stronger, the enemy is in the light while he is in the dark. Therefore, it's not impossible. Yun Hua, along with the other two 3-star silver rank fighters, carefully moved forward in the forest. What's going on? Yun Hua Deacon suddenly felt a little strange. It's like there's something strange peeping at him from the corner, although this feeling is very faint, so faint that he can't find the source of it. What's wrong, Deacon? The two 3-star silver rank fighters asked in doubt. Could it be that my feeling is wrong? Yun Hua Deacon frowned his brows for a moment. He let out a low roar. A huge black shadow of a demon tiger appeared out of thin air. Its eyes were filled with chilling intent, coldly scanning the surrounding dark forest. 5-star silver, rank demon spiritualist, heavenly star black tiger demon spirit. This is even harder to deal with. Nieli frowned his brows for a moment. He hid in the shadows and held his breath. The shadow devil demon spirit also hid behind a tree, not moving an inch. Nieli is 50 to 60 meters away from Yun Hua Deacon. This heavenly star black tiger is only a silver rank. It's impossible for it to detect so far away. As for the shadow devil demon spirit, it's hiding only 5 meters away from Yun Hua Deacon. Its figure has already turned into a blur. The heavenly star black tiger's eyes emitted rays of azure light in the dark night. After scanning around, it didn't discover anything. Yun Hua Deacon felt relieved and said, "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Yun Hua Deacon recalled the heavenly star black tiger. If a demon spirit is exposed outside, its aura will be easily sensed by other demon spiritualists. Therefore, it's better to be careful. The two of us will wait here for a moment. Lu Qing, you go down and investigate. After confirming that the Tengen family's patrol team is not around, send us a signal. Yun Hua Deacon slightly pondered and said, "The danger of this matter is quite big. He's not willing to take the risk himself." Lu Qing was a little depressed in his heart, thinking, "Why do I have to go?" However, he didn't dare to refute Yun Hua Deacon's words. He nodded his head and flew down the mountain. Yun Hua Deacon and the other person called Lu Yin slowed down their steps. Seeing Lu Qing separating from Yun Hua Deacon and Lu Yin, Niet Li's brows slightly twitched. This is a good opportunity. With Niet Li's strength, it's still too difficult to deal with the three of them. However, if it's a 3-star silver rank fighter, there's no doubt about it. Although Lu Qing is 2 ranks higher than Niet Li, he's still a fighter, while Niet Li is a demon spiritualist, especially since Niet Li is using the Shadow Devil demon spirit, which he has never seen before. Ordinary people wouldn't know the characteristics of the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Under Niet Li's control, the Shadow Devil demon spirit turned into a black light and flew back. It quickly merged with Niet Li. Niet Li's body was constantly changing. Niet Li looked at Lu Qing, who was not far away. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold arc. With a thought, he hid his figure and slowly approached Lu Qing. What's going on? After Lu Qing ran for a few hundred meters, he suddenly felt a strange aura. He stopped his steps and suspiciously looked around. In the quiet night, aside from the sound of the wind blowing through the forest, there's nothing else. I'm just overthinking it. Lu Qing laughed at himself and continued to walk forward. He slowed down his pace, thinking that he can just casually brush off Deacon Yun Hua. There's no need to take too much risk. Niet Li held his breath and silently approached Lu Qing. With the Shadow Devil demon spirit's concealment ability, it's very hard for ordinary people to detect his aura. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, Lu Qing has no idea that Niet Li is already behind him. All of a sudden, Lu Qing felt a murderous intent lock onto him, and a sense of crisis penetrated his back. He was shocked and suddenly turned around, raising his leg and kicking out. This kick didn't hit anything. There's nothing behind him. What the hell is that? Lu Qing's heart was cold. He clearly felt the killing intent, but why didn't he discover anything after turning around? Just when Lu Qing was in a daze, a figure suddenly solidified beside him. With a sound, a cold light flashed in the dark night, slashing across Lu Qing's neck. Lu Qing's neck was slashed open, fresh blood gushed out. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His eyes slowly dimmed down, and with a putong sound, he fell to the ground. Lu Qing still couldn't understand what attacked him. Ever since he started cultivating, if not thousands of times, then at least hundreds of times. However, he had never encountered such an attack. However, he no longer had the chance to understand. After Nie Li's attack succeeded, his body slowly turned transparent again, once again concealed himself. Nie Li was hiding around Lu Qing's corpse, preparing for the next ambush. Regarding the success of his first sneak attack, Nie Li wasn't very satisfied. Before the attack, Lu Qing actually sensed his killing intent. Although the sneak attack succeeded, to Nie Li, it was still a failure. A true assassin should be able to kill his opponent in one strike without them noticing or reacting to his presence. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit had just merged with Nie Li. Nie Li's control over the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit isn't very proficient, so it's normal for him to make a mistake. To be able to do this for the first time, if it was someone else, they would already be very satisfied. However, Nie Li has very strict requirements for himself and strives to achieve perfection. Nie Li quietly hid in the shadows, patiently waiting. A faint smell of blood spread out in the forest. What happened? Yun Hua Deacon frowned his brows for a moment. He keenly felt that something was wrong. He leaped and flew forward, with Lu Yen following closely behind. After flying forward for a distance, they saw Lu Qing's corpse on the ground, and their pupils involuntarily constricted. There's someone. Yun Hua Deacon sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and immediately became alert. The other party actually killed a 3-star silver rank fighter not far from him, without making a sound. Could it be that the other party is a gold rank existence? Seeing this scene, Lu Yen was instantly terrified. Lu Qing only ran for such a short distance, and was already killed without making a sound. Just how did the other party do it? The two of them slowly retreated together, back to back, and vigilantly looked at the nearby forest. In the pitch-black night, the sounds of birds chirping could be heard from the tranquil forest. There was nothing in sight, but there was a faint and terrifying feeling of being watched. The two of them had goosebumps all over their bodies. Seeing that Yun Hua Deacon and Lu Yen did not make any movements, Nie Li also did not make any movements. He only quietly waited. In any case, dragging this out is beneficial to him. Not long later, Nie, you will be able to call the elders of the clan over. Time passed by second, as if sensing that something was wrong. Yun Hua Deacon frowned and shouted, "Let's go." He is a cautious person. Since he encountered an unexpected setback, then let's go back first. There's no need to take the risk. Lu Yen couldn't wait to leave, so he immediately nodded his head. Yun Hua Deacon leaped up, preparing to leave. Lu Yen, who was beside him, also prepared to follow. Want to leave? Not so easy. A cold light flashed in Nie Li's eyes. He suddenly appeared, brandished the sickle-shaped bone spear, and slashed towards Lu Yen. Nie Li had been hiding beside Lu Yen for a long time after turning invisible. He was only 5 to 6 meters away from Lu Yen. When he suddenly appeared, his speed was extremely fast. At the moment when Nie Li suddenly appeared, Lu Yen and Yun Hua Deacon's pupils suddenly contracted. Who is it? There was actually someone hiding so close to them, and they did not notice it for such a long time. Nie Li narrowed his eyes, releasing a cold killing intent, and slashed towards Lu Yan at lightning speed. Kill! Lu Yan coldly snorted. His body suddenly emitted a divine light. He had 2 silver rank bracers on his body. He raised the bracers to block, wanting to block Nie Li's attack. At the same time, he also sent a kick towards Nie Li. As a silver rank fighter, Lu Yan can be considered to have experienced hundreds of battles. His battle experience is extremely rich. In this kind of critical situation, his reaction can't be said to be slow. Unfortunately, the one who sneak attacked him isn't an ordinary person, but Nie Li, who has merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nie Li was facing Lu Yan. He suddenly stretched out his forearm, and the barb on the bone spear instantly moved to the back of Lu Yan's head. With a light hook, the barb pierced into the back of Lu Yan's head. Lu Yan's pupils instantly slackened. Even in his death, he couldn't understand why this guy's arm was so long. He actually went around his neck to attack. In just a blink of an eye, Nie Li killed another one. In terms of strength, Lu Yan is stronger than Nie Li. However, Nie Li did not face Lu Yan head-on, but suddenly launched an attack. At the same time, the method of attack was completely unexpected by Lu Yan. In such a short period of time, Lu Yan had no time to react. Therefore, Nie Li's sneak attack succeeded, killing him in one strike. Chapter 57. Seeing that Lu Yan was killed by Nie Li, Yun Hua Deacon, who merged with the Black Star Tiger, let out an angry roar and sent a kick towards Nie Li. Boom. Nie Li was kicked in the stomach by Yun Hua Deacon and was sent flying dozens of meters away. He heavily smashed into a tree and slowly fell down. Yun Hua Deacon lowered his head and looked at Lu Yan, who was lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't restrain his anger. He could feel that the opponent's strength wasn't strong, but he actually killed 2 of his underlings. How could he not be angry? Damn it! Yun Hua Deacon kicked Lu Yan's corpse. Lu Yan is completely dead. The back of his head is the most fatal spot. After being stabbed, there's basically no chance of survival. Nie Li slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. After killing 2, only Yun Hua Deacon is left. What the hell is this? Go die. 2 of his underlings were killed one after another. Yun Hua Deacon let out an angry roar. After merging with the Black Star Tiger, Yun Hua Deacon became several meters tall. He pounced down and waved his claws towards Nie Li, who merged with the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit belongs to the assassin-type demon spirit. It's proficient in assassination. However, its strength is relatively weak. It needs to be slowly raised. Yun Hua Deacon's Black Star Tiger belongs to the strength-type demon spirit. Its fighting strength is very strong. Its body is covered with all kinds of inscription patterns. Seeing that Yun Hua Deacon's huge palm is about to land on Nie Li's body, Nie Li's figure slowly disappeared. Boom! Yun Hua Deacon's huge palm slammed on the tree beside him, breaking it in half. What's going on? Yun Hua Deacon's pupils suddenly contracted. He never thought that he would encounter such a strange thing. Just what the hell is that thing? The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is a very mysterious and rare demon spirit. Its ability is also very special. It's normal that Yun Hua Deacon has never seen it before. Yun Hua Deacon's heart shivered. Although he did not see the other party's appearance clearly, he can basically confirm that the other party is definitely a human that integrated with a demon spirit. Although Deacon Yun Hua didn't know what demon spirit his opponent had integrated with, killing intent flashed across his eyes. He urged the Heavenly Star Black Tiger to fly through the forest, searching for Nie Li's location. That shadow earlier must be a rare assassin-type demon spirit. Yun Hua Deacon thought. Nia Li's unpredictability left a deep impression on him. Yun Hua Deacon searched the forest, searching for Nia Li's location. Nia Li was hiding behind a tree, holding his breath, not daring to move. After all, no matter if it's his cultivation or the strength of the Shadow Devil demon spirit, he has only just stepped into silver rank. If he were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be able to defeat a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist like Yun Hua Deacon. Nieli could only rely on the Shadow Devil demon spirit's ability to appear and disappear mysteriously to assassinate Deacon Yun Hua. Deacon Yun Hua's aura was getting closer and closer. He was about to find the place where Nieli was hiding. Whoosh! Under Nieli's control, the Shadow Devil demon spirit suddenly appeared. Its sharp front claws pierced towards Deacon Yun Hua's neck. Feeling a chill coming towards him, Deacon Yun Hua did not dare to be rash. He leaped backwards, dodging Nieli's attack. Afterwards, he suddenly turned around and pounced towards Nieli. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp claws of the Shadow Devil demon's spirit brushed past Deacon Yun Hua's head a few times, causing Deacon Yun Hua to be covered in cold sweat. This thing is too scary. Its front limbs can be long or short, and its movements are astonishingly fast. If he's slightly careless, he could be killed in one hit. Deacon Yun Hua leaped back dozens of meters, dodging the Shadow Devil demon spirit's attack. He slightly gasped for breath and was about to launch a fierce attack. However, the Shadow Devil demon spirit in front of him once again disappeared. Deacon Yun Hua couldn't help cursing. After integrating with the Shadow Devil demon spirit, Nieli is too hard to deal with. Nieli would disappear at the drop of a hat, making people unable to find him. Boom, boom. Deacon Yun Hua, who is transformed into the Black Star Tiger, continuously slapped towards the direction where the Shadow Devil demon spirit disappeared, causing rocks to fly everywhere. However, Nieli did not show himself. The move that this damned thing is using is not a stealth combat skill. Deacon Yun Hua was secretly shocked. Many assassin-type demon spirits know how to use stealth combat skills. However, stealth combat skills have a very obvious weakness. That is, when they are attacked, they will automatically show themselves. What the Shadow Devil demon spirit uses is not a stealth combat skill, but a very rare void form combat skill. It turns itself into an existence similar to air, which can be penetrated by any object. The void form combat skill has a weakness. After using the void form combat skill, the movement speed will be very slow, comparable to a tortoise. However, this void form combat skill is very rare. It's the innate skill of the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Most people have never seen it before, not to mention knowing its weakness. Deacon Yun Hua paused for a moment. After so long, he still couldn't find where Nieli is hiding. In his heart, he already had the intention to retreat, although he was unwilling to let 2 of his underlings die here. Sooner or later, I will annihilate your Tensei family, Deacon Yun Hua furiously thought. However, he was only thinking about it. Although the Tensei family has declined, they are still a noble family of Glory City. They are under the protection of Glory City. If the Dark Guild wants to annihilate the Tensei family, they have to take down Glory City first. This kind of matter is not something that he can decide. Just then, a rustling sound came from the forest in the distance, and a few figures flew over. It's the Tengen family's people. Deacon Yun Hua's pupils suddenly contracted. His body shot out and madly ran towards the outside. Nia Li's eyes suddenly narrowed. Since the reinforcements are about to arrive, there's nothing for him to worry about. He suddenly appeared, his sharp sickle-shaped forelimbs slashed towards Deacon Yun Hua, turning into a cold light. After merging with the Shadow Devil demon spirit, Nia Li's movements were astonishingly fast. He was like a hunting mantis. Feeling the sudden attack of the cold light, Deacon Yunhua was startled. He turned around to dodge, but he was still a step too late. Puff! A wound was left on his calf, blood splattering. Damn it! Deacon Yunhua never thought that the attack speed of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit would be so fast. It's even faster than before. Therefore, he fell for it. Deacon Yunhua leaped far away. After a few leaps, he disappeared into the dark forest. With his own cultivation, he probably won't be able to catch up. Voices came from behind. It should be the elders. Nya Li's body slightly moved. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit was slowly recalled back into his soul realm. His body gradually returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures landed in front of Nya Li. The one leading is Elder Nya En. The other 2 are the 2 brothers, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori. Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori are a few years older than Nya Li. Nye Xiaofeng is already a 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist, while Nye Xiaori is a 1-star silver rank fighter. The relationship between the 2 brothers and Nya Li isn't that good. They would often ridicule Nya Li for his poor talent. Nya Li, you told Nye Yu to pass the message that there are 3 people from the Dark Guild. Where are they? Elder Nya En looked at Nya Li and asked in a deep voice. He sniffed. There's a trace of blood smell in the forest. One ran in that direction. There are 2 lying on the ground here. Nya Li said, the one that ran away is a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. He integrated with the Black Star Tiger Demon Spirit. Elder, be careful. That person is injured. There should be traces of blood. Hearing Nya Li's words, Elder Nya En looked at Nya Li in surprise. He vaguely felt that the Nya Li today is a little different from before. I'll go after him. The 2 of you stay here. Elder Nya En said in a deep voice. If the other party is really a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist, then there's no point for the 2 brothers to follow him. Nya En chased in the direction that Deacon Yunhua escaped. A moment later, he disappeared into the dark forest. Seeing Nya En leaving, Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri glanced at Nya Li. Their faces flashed with a hint of disgust. Why would a person from the Dark Guild come here? If you lied to Elder Nya En, then you know the consequences. Xiao Ri coldly snorted. He's wearing a black cloak. At the age of 20, he's a head taller than Nya Li. He looked at Nya Li with contempt in his eyes. Hearing Xiao Ri's words, Nya Li frowned his brows for a moment and said in a deep voice, Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I lie to you? There are 2 corpses on the ground. Can't you go take a look for yourselves? Although he doesn't like Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri, they are, after all, members of the Tengen family. After experiencing the destruction of Glory City in his previous life, all the members of the Tengen family died under the claws of demon beasts. This kind of personal grudge is nothing. However, towards the 2 of them, Nya Li still doesn't have a good expression. Nye Xiaofeng is 1 year older than Nye Xiaori. He's more calm. He looked at Nya Li while pondering. The conflict between them and Nya Li has been going on for a long time. Because of their parents' generation, they didn't get along well with each other. However, Nye Xiaofeng could feel that the current Nya Li is different. He actually dared to talk back to them in such a righteous manner. The 3 of them walked forward for a distance. Elder Dawnwind and Xiao Ri finally saw the corpses of Lu Qing and Lu Yan. They never thought that there would be 2 corpses. How did the 2 of them die? Xiao Ri was stunned for a moment. He frowned and asked, Did you kill them? Nya Li did not reply. He bent down and observed Lu Qing and Lu Yan. He found 2 tokens of the Dark Guild on the bodies of Lu Qing and Lu Yan. It's indeed the people from the Dark Guild. Nye Xiaori snorted. It's probably 2 stupid thieves from the Dark Guild. They came to our Tengen family to steal things, and in the end, they were picked up by you. Nye Li's cultivation hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. Thus, the strength of these two stupid thieves shouldn't be much. Nye Xiaofeng stared at Nye Xiari. A smear of doubt flashed across his face. He squatted down and peeled off the silver rank armors from Lu Qing and Lu Yan's bodies. His right hand pinched the two corpses and said, "It's two silver rank fighters." "Silver rank? How is that possible?" "Brother, did you see wrongly?" Nye Xiari exclaimed. "They're indeed silver rank. There's no mistake. They're wearing silver rank armors. Their muscle strength should be above yours," Nye Xiaofeng said with an unquestionable tone. At this moment, whether it's Nye Xiaofeng or Nye Xiari, their gaze fell on Nye Li. "You're the one who killed them?" Nye Li shrugged and said, "I never said that I killed them. They might have killed each other. This matter is fishy." Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiari frowned. Could it be that there's another expert in the vicinity? Since this expert helped them kill the people from the Dark Guild, then he shouldn't be an enemy of the Tengen family. Nye Xiari's gaze swept across Nye Li's body from time to time. He felt that Nye Li is too suspicious, but no matter how much he racked his brains, it's impossible for him to imagine that in just a few months, Nye Li's cultivation has already broken through to silver rank. Furthermore, Nye Li's cultivation is much stronger than ordinary silver rank experts. Chapter 58. The two brothers would never believe that Nye Li's strength would actually rise to such a frightening degree. Will Elder Nye be in danger? Nye Xiari asked, frowning his brows. Elder Nye has been chasing for a long time now, but he still hasn't returned. Rest assured, there shouldn't be any problems. Nye Xiaofeng shook his head and said, "This is the territory of the Tengen family. The members of the Dark Guild that sneaked into Glory City would at most be 5-star silver rank. Elder Nye is already a 3-star gold rank fighter. There shouldn't be any problems." Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of fighting came from the distant forest. However, the sounds quickly faded away. After a long time, there were no more movements. In the distance, a figure quickly flew over. "It's Elder Nye. Elder Nye is back." Nye landed in front of them, his face solemn. "Elder Nye, how is it? Did you catch up?" Nye Xiaofeng asked. Elder Nye shook his head and said, "The other party is a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. After integrating with the Black Star Tiger demon spirit, his strength became very strong. Furthermore, he has some means up his sleeves. I wasn't able to catch up to him, and he escaped." Hearing Nye words, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiari looked at each other. That demon spiritualist actually escaped from Elder Nye's hands. That demon spiritualist isn't simple. Nye looked at the corpses of Lu Qing and Lu Yan on the ground, frowning his brows. This matter is a little fishy. Why would the Dark Guild appear here? Who killed those two fellows? Could it be that the Dark Guild had an internal conflict and came to their territory to kill each other? Thinking about it, it's not possible. Or could it be that a mysterious expert helped the Tensei family to kill those two Dark Guild members? That mysterious expert killed 2 silver rank and injured that 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. He's probably at least a gold rank existence, who is helping the Tensei family. Since that powerhouse helped the Tensei family, why didn't he show up? Although he had some doubts about Nye Li, Elder Nye would never have thought that Nye Li was the one who killed those two fellows and injured Deacon Yunhua, because before Nye Li left the clan for Holy Orchid Institute, he wasn't even a 1-star bronze rank. How could he reach silver rank in just a short semester? Nye squatted on the ground and examined Lu Qing and Lu Yan's corpses. Whether it was Lu Qing or Lu Yan, There were no signs of an intense battle. Instead, they had been killed by a sharp weapon in a single blow, and the wounds were strangely jagged. What a powerful killing technique. Nya and was secretly shocked. Even if it's him, he probably wouldn't be able to kill 2 3-star silver rank fighters so easily. Furthermore, the weapon that this person used is a little strange. He's never seen it before. Nyeli, follow me. Report to the Patriarch how you found those 3 dark guild members and what happened afterwards. Nya thought a while and said, he glanced at Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori, the 2 of you bring these 2 corpses back and let the Patriarch have a look. Yes, Elder Nye. Nyeli nodded his head. Yes, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori each carried a corpse and followed behind Nyan. They only walked a few steps when they saw Nyeyu rushing over. Nyeyu's speed was much slower than Elder Nyan and the rest. Therefore, she only managed to arrive now. Big brother Nyeli, how are you? Are you all right? Nyeyu's young face still had traces of tears. Her eyes were filled with worry. Rest assured, big brother, Nyeli is fine. Nyeli smiled and patted Nyeyu's head. And, hearing Nyeli's words, Nyeyu's heart finally calmed down and obediently followed behind Nyeli. The Tengen family's ancestral hall was brightly lit. The members of the Tengen family were all fully armed, holding torches. Knowing that the Dark Guild has come to the Tengen family's territory, they all got up and prepared to fight. Seeing that Nye and the rest had returned, the crowd slowly opened up a path. The Tengen family's patriarch, Nye Hai, was sitting in the main seat. He wore a gray robe and had long white hair. His expression was solemn, giving off a dignified aura. Nye, and what happened? Nye Hai looked at Nye and asked, Patriarch, it was 3 thieves from the Dark Guild. They probably wanted to steal something from our Tengen family. 2 of them were killed, and 1 ran away. Nye cupped his hands and said. Nye Hai looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, slightly relieved, and said, Fortunately, it was only 3 people. Although we don't know what they came for, we still have to be careful. Our Tengen family doesn't have anything that the Dark Guild covets. These 3 people are probably here to investigate the situation of the Tengen family's defenses. We have to double the security for the next few days. Yes, the guards of the Tengen family responded loudly. Did you kill these 2 people? With a single glance, Nye Hai could tell that these 2 fellows who were killed were at least of the silver rank. No, Nye shook his head. Then it was Elder Dawn Wind and Xiao Ri. Nye Hai praised Elder Dawn Wind and Xiao Ri. These 2 children's cultivation improved very quickly. Hearing Nye Hai's words, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori both felt their faces burning. Patriarch, we didn't kill them. Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori quickly said. They didn't dare to falsely claim credit. Nye Hai slightly frowned and asked doubtfully, Then who killed them? Only Nye and Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori went to kill those people from the Dark Guild. Could there be someone else? When we arrived, these 2 people were already dead. Only Nyeli was there. Nye said truthfully. Everyone's gaze fell onto Nyeli. A ridiculous feeling rose in their hearts. What cultivation does Nyeli have? How could he kill 2 silver rank fighters? I also don't know. I only saw a black shadow flash in front of me, and the 2 of them fell to the ground. Nyeli shrugged, pretending to be innocent. He's not willing to reveal his strength so quickly. A black shadow flash? Everyone was slightly stunned. Elder Nye went silent for a moment, then squatted down, pointed at the 2 silver rank fighters' corpses, and said, Patriarch, please take a look. These wounds were caused by some kind of sharp weapon. This weapon is very strange. I can't think of anyone in Glory City who would use such a weapon. Everyone's gaze fell onto the wounds of the two corpses. Elder Nyan took a deep breath and said, "The two of them were hit in their vital points, killed in one hit." Everyone looked at each other. There's definitely no one in their family who would use such a weapon. So who did it? Could it be that there's an expert hiding in the back mountain? They don't know if that person is a friend or foe. No matter if he's a friend or foe, with such a person hiding in the back mountain, it makes them feel uneasy. Since that person helped us kill the people from the Dark Guild, then he should be standing on Glory City's side. There shouldn't be any problem. Nyahai went silent for a moment and said, "There's no need to care about this matter. The key is why the Dark Guild is here. For safety's sake, the Tengen family has to enter a state of war. The defense of the family also has to be changed." Suddenly, beside Nyahai, Elder Nya Wei's gaze fell onto Nye Li and solemnly said, "Nye Li, when did you come back?" Hearing Elder Nye Wei's question, Nye Li couldn't help feeling his scalp going numb. In the Tengen family, the most difficult person to get along with is Elder Nye Wei. Elder Nye Wei is the Tengen family's enforcement elder. Whenever the clansmen make a mistake, they will be punished by Elder Nye Wei. Elder Nye Wei's position is only second to Nye Hai in the entire Tengen family, aside from Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori. The one that Nye Li hates the most is Nye Wei. In his previous life, he has been beaten by the enforcement elder countless times. Furthermore, Nye Wei also has another identity, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori's grandfather. More than once, Nye Li has thought that the Tengen family doesn't get along with his own family. Could it be that Nye Wei used his position to take revenge? Reporting to the Grand Elder, "I've just returned today." Nye Li cupped his hands. Nye Wei coldly snorted and reprimanded, "Nye Li, do you know your mistake?" Nye Li was a little confused and doubtfully said, "Nye Li doesn't know. Please enlighten me, Elder Nye Wei." "Nye Li, when you were in school, you didn't study properly and caused a lot of trouble. I heard that you provoked a few descendants of the sacred family, causing the sacred family to suppress our Tengen family. Is this true?" Nye Wei sternly asked. Hearing Elder Nye Wei's words, everyone's gaze once again fell onto Nye Li. That period of time was the most difficult time for the Tengen family. Being pushed aside by the sacred family, all kinds of businesses suffered heavy losses. All of this is related to Nye Li. Hearing Elder Nye Wei's words, Nyahai frowned his brows for a moment. He looked at Nye Li and solemnly asked, "Nye Li, is this true?" Nye Li helplessly nodded his head and said, "Indeed, it's me." Studying in the Holy Orchid Institute, but not following the family's instructions. Provoking trouble, causing the family to suffer losses. 100 strokes. Are you convinced? Elder Nye Wei's gaze was fixed on Nye Li, emitting a kind of awe-inspiring majesty. Hearing Nye Wei's words, Nye Xiaofeng and Nye Xiaori looked at each other and smiled. They were gloating. Nye Li is really unlucky to have fallen into his grandfather's hands. There are a total of 8 branches in the Tengen family. There are some conflicts between the branches, although when enemies come, everyone will work together to fight against them. But usually they will constantly fight for their own interests and position in the family, not giving way to each other. There are a few elders from the branch that Nye Li belongs to that wanted to help Nye Li. However, they remained silent. After all, in this matter, Nye Li is indeed in the wrong. Nye Wei did it openly, so they have nothing to say. Nye En, who was at the side, frowned his brows for a moment. He is also from the same branch as Nye Li. After thinking a while, he cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, Nye Li is, after all, a child. Furthermore, his cultivation is so weak. Isn't 100 strokes too heavy? If this goes on, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of bed for 2 months." Elder Nye Wei said in a deep voice, It is wrong for elder Nya En to be so partial to the younger generation. Nya Li's mistake is unforgivable. If it wasn't for the Association of Alchemists who helped us out, I don't know what kind of situation our Nya family would have encountered. I'm afraid that even the title of an aristocratic family would have been difficult to keep. For such a big mistake, 100 strokes is already letting him off lightly. Nya Wei's eyes widened as he looked at Nya Li coldly. Nya Li, do you have anything to say? Nya Wei is cold-blooded. In his previous life, the person Nya Li was most afraid of is Nya Wei. Once he sees Nya Wei's glare, he would be so scared that his hair would stand up and he wouldn't even be able to speak. However, in this life, he doesn't put Nya Wei in his eyes. Nya Hai frowned his brows and went silent for a moment before saying, I just received news that Nya Li has just been admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. He will be heavily nurtured by the Holy Orchid Institute. If he is given 100 strokes, I'm afraid that it will affect his studies. Nya Hai still helped Nya Li to speak a sentence. As the head of the family, he is naturally the first to know about the results of his clansmen in the Holy Orchid Institute. When he heard that Nya Li had reached 1-star bronze rank and was admitted into the Holy Orchid Institute, he was very puzzled. One of the puzzles was that Nya Li's cultivation actually rose so fast and reached 1-star bronze rank. Another one was, why would the Holy Orchid Institute assign a student who had just reached 1-star bronze rank to the genius class? Hearing Nya Hai's words, everyone looked at Nya Li in shock. They are very clear about Nya Li's cultivation and talent. Nya Li was actually admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. This news is too shocking. Nya Xiaofeng and Nya Xiaori both had an expression of disbelief on their faces. How could they not know what kind of trash Nya Li is? He was actually admitted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. This news is fake, right? Even the two of them don't have the qualifications to enter the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute. However, these words came from the mouth of the patriarch. They don't have the guts to question it. Chapter 59. Over the years, the younger generation of the Tengen family were only able to enter the genius class in the Holy Orchid Institute. Although not being able to enter the genius class, it doesn't mean that there's no value in nurturing them. However, those that were able to enter the genius class usually have amazing talent and achieved amazing achievements in the end. As the patriarch, Nya Hai has always been impartial and never helped any branch. Therefore, he has always had a lot of prestige. Nya Li, tell me, what's the matter with the sacred family? Nya Hai looked at Nya Li and asked. In his view, Nya Li isn't a troublemaker among the younger generation. He wouldn't offend the sacred family for no reason. Furthermore, now that Nya Li has been accepted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute, he already has the qualifications to be nurtured by the family. Patriarch, it's true that I've offended the sacred family and brought some trouble to the Tengen family. However, I've already solved the problem. Nya Li said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He still has some respect for Nya Hai. However, after his rebirth, even when facing the majestic Nya Hai, he didn't have the slightest cowardice. Nya Li's state of mind has long been above everyone else. Nya Hai looked at Nya Li and was a little surprised. He had a feeling that the Nya Li today is a little different from before. Even when facing him, he didn't have the slightest cowardice. Instead, he has some bearing and style. Ha ha ha, what a joke! Our Tengen family received the help of the Association of Alchemists to get rid of the suppression of the sacred family. The Association of Alchemists wanted us to help grow all kinds of herbs so that they could help our Tensei family. What does that have to do with you? How much ability do you have? You actually dare to say that you helped our family solve the problem? Nya Xiaori said from the side. He said these words at the behest of Nye Wei. Hearing Nye Xiaori's words, Nye Li lightly glanced at Nye Xiaori and Nye Wei and said, "What a joke! The Association of Alchemists has a transcendent position in Glory City. It's even comparable to the 3 major families. Why would they help the weak Tensei family? Just because the Tensei family knew how to grow herbs. There were many aristocratic families that knew how to grow medicinal herbs. Also, why are the other families offering the Tensei family 30% more than the other families?" Nyahai and Bunch were slightly stunned. This is also the point that they have doubts in their hearts. The actions of the Association of Alchemists isn't only helping the Tensei family, it's simply showing goodwill to the Tensei family. However, they have doubts in their hearts. For such a transcendent existence, like the Association of Alchemists, why would they show goodwill to the Tensei family? This doesn't make sense. Looking at the indifferent Nye Li, no matter if it's Nye Hai, Nye Wei, Nye En, and the other higher-ups of the Tensei family, they were all puzzled. Could it be that this matter is really related to Nye Li? When Nye Li's father, Nye Ming, saw Nye Li contradicting the law-enforcing elder, he was already a little flustered. He doesn't have any cultivation, and is only a branch disciple of the Tensei family. Accurately speaking, he's no different from a farmer. How could he have seen such a scene before? He hurriedly knelt down in front of Nye Hai and said, "Patriarch, Nye Li is still young and doesn't know any better. I'm willing to take the punishment for him. Please have mercy on me." "Father, quickly get up." When Nye Li saw Nye Ming kneeling down, he frowned and hurriedly pulled Nye Ming up. His father, Nye Ming, was an honest man. "Father, you don't have to kneel to anyone. Little Li, you've made a big mistake. Why don't you admit it?" His father, Nye Ming, scolded. In his opinion, if he took the initiative to admit his mistake, he could still ask for a trace of forgiveness. But if Nye Li contradicted the patriarch like this, it would only make the situation more complicated. Seeing Nye Ming kneeling down for him, Nye Li's nose was a little sour. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, his father had sacrificed too much for him. In his previous life, he made his father suffer too much. In this life, he will never let his father suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Nye Li clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Nye Wei, Nye Xiaori, Nye Xiaofeng, and Bunch. Nye Hai looked at Nye Li. He vaguely had a feeling that the Association of Alchemists sheltering the Tengen family definitely has something to do with Nye Li. He lowered his head, looked at Nye Ming, and said, "Nye Ming, quickly get up. Before this matter is investigated clearly, Nye Li will not be convicted. Although Nye Li did provoke the sacred family, after all, our Tensei family did not suffer any losses. No one will casually punish Nye Li." Hearing Nye Hai's words, Nye Ming showed a trace of confusion. He doubtfully stood up. The patriarch doesn't intend to pursue this matter. Regarding this matter, he was still confused. "Patriarch, if we don't punish Nye Li for this matter, I'm afraid that we won't be able to convince the masses. Even if it did not bring any substantial losses to the Tensei family, it is a fact that Nye Li has offended the sacred family. In the future, the sacred family might find trouble with us." Grand Elder Nye Wei said with his brows knitted. "May I ask, Grand Elder, are you from the Tensei family or the sacred family?" Nye Li coldly snorted and asked, "Presumptuous, what qualifications do you have to speak to me like this? Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I'm only enforcing the law impartially." Nye Wei furiously snorted. "Grand Elder, I don't think this matter is that simple. Xiao Li isn't a person that likes to cause trouble. What if this matter was caused by the sacred family? It might not be Xiao Li's fault. Since this matter has passed, let's forget about it. Grand Elder Nya and is obviously helping Nya Li. The Tensei family has several factions. If Nya Wei were to punish Nya Li, it would have some impact on the prestige of Nya En's faction. Is Grand Elder really enforcing the law impartially? Previously, Nya Xiaori beat up the Tianling family's people and only settled it with some gifts. Why didn't I see Grand Elder Nya Wei punishing Nya Xiaori? Nya Li pressed. These two matters can't be compared. The conflict between Nya Xiaori and the Tianling family's younger generation is for the family's benefit. Furthermore, the Tianling family's strength can't be compared to the sacred family. Nya Wei's face was dark. Nya Li must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. He actually dared to confront him. What made him depressed is that in this matter, Nya Hai actually stood on Nya Li's side. He can't possibly go against the patriarch. Since Grand Elder didn't investigate clearly, how do you know that I didn't fight with others for the family's benefit? Just because you can't afford to offend the sacred family, you want to punish me heavily just to show the sacred family? If the Tensei family can't even protect its younger generation, then there's no point in staying in the family. Nya Li coldly stared at Nya Wei and said, the entire hall was shocked. No one thought that Nya Li would actually say such words. This isn't as simple as going against the Grand Elder. Does Nya Li mean that he wants to withdraw from the Tensei family? In the past, the impression that Nya Li gave others was that he's a coward. But today, he actually dared to say such words in front of the patriarch and the elders. This matter isn't simple. Nya Ming, who was at the side, was scared and heavily scolded. Shaoli, what are you talking about? Quickly apologized to the patriarch. Humph, humph, humph. Now that you've grown up, you actually want to withdraw from the family? Don't forget, it's the Tengen family that raised and sheltered you. That's why you're where you are today. Grand Elder, Nya Wei coldly said, truly an ungrateful little bastard. The Tengen family is the family of all of us. The Tengen family has indeed provided us with shelter, but it wasn't the Tengen family that raised me. My parents worked hard every day to grow food and herbs and raised me. They also put in hard work for the Tengen family. So we don't owe anyone. Nya Li, also don't owe anyone. Nya Li straightened his back and said, really outrageous, presumptuous. Nya Wei's face was livid. He still wanted to scold Nya Li, but Nya Hai waved his hand and stopped him. Nya Ming anxiously pulled Nya Li away. He didn't understand what was wrong with Nya Li today. In the past, Nya Li had always been timid. When did he dare to contradict the Grand Elder and the Patriarch like today? Nya Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Nya Li. Today, Nya Li argued with reason, which really made him look at Nya Li in a new light. In front of so many elders, he was actually not as timid as before. He smiled and said, Nya Li is right. The Tengen family is the family of all of us. Everyone has contributed to the family. Protecting the family members is the family's responsibility. Before the matter is investigated clearly, we can't casually punish the family members. Nya Wei really couldn't understand. What was wrong with the patriarch today? Nya Li had said such rebellious words, but Nya Hai still stood on Nya Li's side and protected Nya Li. What was the meaning of this? After hearing Nya Hai's words, everyone, including Nya Ming and the others, was dumbfounded. They originally thought that Nya Li would be expelled from the family for contradicting the Grand Elder, but Nya Hai, the patriarch, didn't care at all. He was simply helping Nya Li. Nya Wei frowned. He thought to himself, there's something wrong with Nya Hai, that old fox. Nya Hai was too lenient toward Nya Li. It was a little unreasonable. Elder Nya and the others also looked at Nya Li and pondered. Hearing Nya Hai's words, Nya Li's mood lightened a little. After all, he still had feelings for the Tensei family. The reason why he said those words was because he was dissatisfied with the actions of some people in the Tensei family. Since Patriarch Niahai is so magnanimous, then there's nothing else. Nia Li, you've just returned from the Holy Orchid Institute, and now you've encountered such an incident. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, Grandpa Niahai will test the results of your cultivation. Niahai stood up, stretched his waist, and laughed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Not only did Patriarch Niahai not pursue Nia Li's wrongdoings, he's even so close to Nia Li. Hearing Niahai's words, Niaming couldn't help feeling excited. Patriarch Niahai actually wants to personally test the results of Nia Li's cultivation. This is definitely a great honor. After all, Nia Li isn't Niahai's direct descendant. Isn't Niahai treating Nia Li a little too well? Everyone in the Nia family looked at each other, but they couldn't figure out what the problem was. Hearing Niahai's words, Nia Li immediately understood that Niahai must have noticed something. Niahai is, after all, a gold-rank demon spiritualist. He probably sensed the aura of the shadow devil demon spirit within his body. Thinking about the incident with the Association of Alchemists, it's not hard to link all of this together. Since that's the case, Nia Li doesn't intend to hide anymore. Even if it's not for himself, he has to fight for some benefits for his parents, uncle, and aunt. Just when everyone in the Nia family was surprised, a clansman hurriedly ran in and said to Niahai, reporting to Patriarch, Director Yang of the Association of Alchemists is here. Whether it's Nia En, Nia Wei, or Niahai, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Director Yang? They never thought that Director Yang of the Association of Alchemists would actually pay a visit to the Tensei family in the middle of the night. They have been in contact with the Association of Alchemists many times. Naturally, they know of Director Yang's position in the Association of Alchemists. Aside from the president and the elders, he's a person with power that covers the sky with one hand. For a person like Director Yang, a casual word from him can cause a noble family to be unable to recover, and can also cause a noble family to prosper. This time, the sacred family suppressed the Tensei family, causing the Tensei family to fall into a very difficult situation. It was also this Director Yang that helped the Tensei family solve all their problems. The Association of Alchemists is an existence comparable to the three major families. Its influence in Glory City is much stronger than the Sacred Family and the Divine Family. It's only second to the Snow Wind family, which has a legend-rank demon spiritualist and holds the position of the City Lord. Facing a person like Director Yang, even Niahai has to be respectful. Chapter 60. Hearing that Director Yang was here, the members of the Tengen family couldn't help but feel flattered. Hurry up and make the arrangements. Invite Director Yang to the meeting hall, Niahai hurriedly said. Facing such a person, they did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Just when the members of the Tengen family were hurrying to arrange the meeting hall, a group of people had already rushed over from afar. The leader was Director Yang, who had a curvaceous body and was extremely charming. Although the other party was a woman, the members of the Tensei family didn't look down on her at all. The other party was an existence with overwhelming power and influence, able to cover the sky with one hand. Director Yang walked over quickly. When her eyes fell on Nia Li's face, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her people had been keeping an eye on the territory of the Tengen family. Even the slightest movement in the Tengen family couldn't escape her eyes. When she heard that Nia Li had returned to the Tensei family, Director Yang also rushed over to discuss something with Nia Li. Originally, she planned to come to see Nia Li tomorrow, but she heard that the Tensei family had been attacked by the people of the Dark Guild. Therefore, she hurried over at night. Except for Niali, Director Yang couldn't think of anything else in the Tengen family that could be targeted by the people of the Dark Guild. She was worried that those people were here to assassinate Niali. Now, Niali was the most important partner of the Association of Alchemists. Moreover, she didn't know how many things they would need to cooperate with Niali in the future. Therefore, she couldn't let anything happen to Niali. Seeing that Niali was safe, Director Yang was relieved. "Hurry up and serve tea to Director Yang." Nia Hai hurriedly called several maids. "No need." Director Yang waved her hand. "She came here to confirm the safety of Niali, not to drink tea." She and Niali looked at each other and communicated with each other. This scene fell into the eyes of Nia Hai. Nia Hai suddenly understood. It seemed that Niali did have some contact with the Association of Alchemists. However, he didn't understand why the Association of Alchemists would pay so much attention to Niali. Director Yang pondered for a moment and smiled to Nia Hai and others. "Master Nia Hai, I heard that you were attacked by the people of the Dark Guild." "Yes, Director Yang. These two people are from the Dark Guild. Aside from these two dead, there's another one that escaped with injuries," Nia Hai said, pointing at the two corpses on the ground. Yang Xian's gaze fell onto the two corpses. After pondering for a moment, the target of the Dark Guild should be Niali. The people from the Dark Guild probably won't let this matter go. Therefore, she said, "Master Nia Hai, there's a matter that I would like to discuss with Master Nia Hai. I wonder if it's possible." "Director Yang, please speak," Nia Hai said very politely. His attitude was also very humble. "I'm worried that the people from the Dark Guild did not achieve their goal and will return. I'm worried about the safety of the Tensei family. I would like to send a few gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists to help you protect the Tensei family. What do you think?" said Yang Xian. Although she said that she wanted to protect the Tensei family, she actually wanted to send people to protect Niali. That's all. Send a few gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists. Nia Hai was surprised. The doubt in his heart grew thicker. Just what method did Niali use to make the Association of Alchemists put in so much effort? Aside from purchasing a large amount of herbs from the Tensei family, they're also willing to send gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists to help. "I'm afraid that this matter is a little inappropriate," Grand Elder Niewei said. His brows were tightly knitted. The Association of Alchemists sent gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists over. Who knows what they're planning? What's inappropriate? Nieli looked at Niewei and said, "Could it be that Grand Elder feels that the Association of Alchemists has ulterior motives towards our Tensei family? Isn't Grand Elder measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a vile person?" "Bastard, who are you calling a vile person?" Nia Wei angrily scolded. Nieli is getting more and more lawless. He actually dared to contradict him in front of so many people. Nia Ming anxiously pulled Nieli's clothes. For Nieli to offend the Grand Elder like this, the consequences will be very serious. With their position in the family, they can't go against the Grand Elder Nia Wei. Even if the Grand Elder Nia Wei can't do anything to them today, who knows if Nia Wei will take revenge in the future? Seeing Nia Wei scolding Nieli in such a condescending manner, Yang Xian understood. It seems that Nieli didn't tell the family everything. This means that the relationship between Nia Wei and Nieli isn't that good. Yang Xian slightly narrowed her eyes. Nieli's importance is self-evident. At this moment, she will definitely support Nieli. Patriarch Nia Hai, I realize that some people in the Nia family have a prejudice against the Association of Alchemists. Is there no need for the Association of Alchemists to cooperate with the Tensei family? Yang Xian's face turned cold as she coldly snorted. Yang Xian has been in a high position for a long time. Her face can change at any moment, causing the entire atmosphere to be filled with a chill. Nie Wei hurriedly explained, "Director Yang, that's not what I meant. He doesn't dare to offend the Association of Alchemists. He only felt that there's something fishy about the Association of Alchemists sending a gold-rank fighter and a demon spiritualist over to assist in the defense. Therefore, he spoke out to remind Nie Hai. However, after hearing what Nie Li had said, the nature of this matter has changed. If the Association of Alchemists were to stop their cooperation with the Tensei family because of this, then he would be the sinner of the family. In his heart, he cursed Nie Li half to death. In this kind of situation, he dares to say anything. However, Nie Hai has been siding with Nie Li, causing him to feel depressed. After Nie Hai understood the relationship between Nie Li and the Association of Alchemists, how could he still dare to punish Nie Li? Coldly glancing at Nie Wei, Yang Xian snorted and said, "I'm talking to Patriarch Nie Hai. Who are you to interrupt?" Hearing Yang Xian's words, Nie Wei opened his mouth. His face turned red. He was extremely unhappy with Yang Xian in his heart, but he didn't dare to do anything. After all, one word from Yang Xian can decide the fate of the Tensei family. How could he dare to be rash? As the great elder of an aristocratic family, being scolded by a woman who's younger than him by 20 to 30 years, yet he doesn't dare to retort, one can imagine his depressed mood. "I heard that this person is the great elder of the Nie family?" Yang Xian looked at Nie Hai next to her and asked. Hearing Yang Xian's cold and angry voice, Nie Hai said, awkwardly, "Yes, the great elder's words didn't mean to offend Director Yang. Please forgive him, Director Yang." Nie Hai hurriedly winked at Nie Li, wanting to ask Nie Li to help ease Yang Xian's anger. However, Nie Li turned his head and ignored him, the patriarch. Not only did he have no dignity in front of Yang Xian, but he was also helpless in front of his own family members. However, he could only smile helplessly. He could obviously see that the reason why Yang Xian cooperated with the Tensei family was entirely because of Nie Li. I don't think he needs to be the great elder anymore. If this person is still the great elder of the Tensei family, then the Association of Alchemists will terminate the cooperation with the Tensei family. Yang Xian said faintly. Nie Hai took a deep breath. She wanted to remove the great elder of the Tensei family with just one sentence. However, the Association of Alchemists controlled the lifeline of the Tensei family after all. He didn't dare to act rashly. The threat of the Association of Alchemists was not a joke. He believed that once the Association of Alchemists terminated the cooperation with the Tensei family, many families would secretly suppress the Tensei family. From now on, Nie Wei is no longer the great elder and the law enforcement elder of the Tensei family. Elder Nie will succeed him. Nie Hai announced in public. Nie Wei opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, after looking at Yang Xian and the others from the Association of Alchemists, he understood that there was no room for reconciliation in this matter. He could only swallow his anger. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori, who were next to him, were also like frosted eggplants. The reason why they could be so arrogant in the Tensei family was because their grandfather was the great elder. With just one sentence, the great elder of the Tensei family was removed. This was the absolute prestige of the Association of Alchemists. Nie Hai continued to announce, in addition, Nie Ming will take over the position of the deacon of the Ming Hall, and Nie Kai will take over the position of the deacon of the Agriculture Hall. Hearing Nie Hai's words, both Nie Ming and Nie Kai were stunned. They looked at Nie Hai in disbelief. Not only them, but all the other clansmen were also shocked. The deacon of the Ming Hall and the deacon of the Agriculture Hall were positions with real power in the Tensei family. One was in charge of the finances, and the other was in charge of the cultivation of herbs and crops. Normally, these positions were held by Nie Wei's two sons. "Thank you, Patriarch." Nie Ming knelt down and said excitedly, "Thank you, Patriarch." Nie Kai also quickly knelt down. Seeing his father and uncle kneeling down, Nie Li couldn't help but frown. Nie Hai quickly waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. In the future, you don't need to kneel down when you see me." Nie Ming and Nie Kai stood up. They didn't understand the situation at all. Nie Wei, Nie En, and the others finally seemed to understand something. Nie En's eyes slightly lit up, while Nie Wei's face was full of frustration. Since the Association of Alchemists is willing to send people to help defend the Tensei family will certainly be grateful. Nie Hai could see that the Association of Alchemists had sent people over to protect Nie Li. His heart was even more confused. Why did the Association of Alchemists pay so much attention to Nie Li? After Yang Xian left, he must ask Nie Li, "It's late, so I won't bother you anymore." Yang Xian glanced at Nie Li, who was next to her, and said, "Everyone, have a good rest. I'll visit again in the daytime." Director Yang must be tired on the way back and forth. "Why don't you stay in the Tensei family? I'll ask the servants to arrange an elegant courtyard for Director Yang. What do you think?" Nie Hai quickly said. Yang Xian was silent for a moment. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Anyway, she had to come to see Nie Li tomorrow, so it was better to stay here. "Nie Li, take Director Yang to the courtyard to rest." Nie Hai said to Nie Li, who was next to him, "I'll ask the servants to arrange a residence for you in the courtyard next to Director Yang's." "Yes." Nie Li nodded slightly. Yang Xian looked at Nie Hai. She didn't expect Nie Hai to be so tactful. He knew that she had something to say to Nie Li. After saying goodbye to Nie Ming and Nie Kai, Nie Li led Yang Xian to the courtyard arranged by Nie Hai. Looking at Nie Li's back, Nie Ming and Nie Kai understood at this time that Nie Hai removed Nie Wei's position, promoted Nie En to First Elder, and promoted them to deacons. All of this was related to Nie Li. Only now did they realize that their understanding of Nie Li was too little. Nie Li had undergone an earth-shattering change since his return. Regarding the various changes of Nie Li, Nie Ming and Nie Kai were naturally gratified. Chapter 61. Watching Nie Li leave with Yang Xian, Nie Wei, Nie En, and the others had different expressions on their faces. They all knew that, from this moment on, Nie Li's position in the Tensei family was completely different. As for Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori, they looked at each other and were dumbfounded. It seemed that they would have to live with their tails between their legs in the Tensei family in the future. In the courtyard, Yang Xian took off her coat and stretched lazily, completely showing her beautiful and charming figure. "Those 3 people from the Dark Guild came for you." Yang Xian slightly leaned over to look at Nie Li and asked. Nie Li raised his head and looked at Yang Xian. "Yes." Nie Li nodded slightly. Yang Xian slightly frowned and said, "Since you are being targeted by the Dark Guild, then the Tensei family is no longer safe. Why don't you move to the Association of Alchemists?" Yang Xian didn't know why Nie Li was targeted by the Dark Guild. Could it be that the news of Nie Li giving those elixir formulas to the Association of Alchemists was leaked? The only people who knew about this matter were her and the president. No one else knew. Nie Li shook his head and said, "There is another reason for this matter." Do you think that if the Dark Guild knew that I gave those elixir formulas to you, they would only send 3 silver-ranked people to assassinate me? They would probably kidnap me at all costs, wouldn't they? Hearing Nieli's words, young Exian nodded. It was true. Nieli was thoughtful and didn't seem like a 13-year-old boy. Thinking of Nieli's extraordinary talent, young Exian also felt relieved. Anyway, all the strange things that happened to Nieli were not strange. Do you have a grudge against them? Young Exian stretched her waist, sat on the chair, and asked, If it's just an ordinary festival, then there's no need for her to be too worried. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Guild wouldn't risk sending a gold rank expert into Glory City. If it's just a silver rank expert coming to cause trouble for Nieli, then 1 or 2 gold rank fighters or demon spiritualists would be enough to ensure Nieli's safety. I don't have any grudges with the Dark Guild. Nieli shook his head. Back in the ancient Orchid City, Nieli didn't see Deacon Yun Hua's face. Deacon Yun Hua probably doesn't recognize him. There's no need for Deacon Yun Hua to take such a huge risk to assassinate him in the Tensei family. The only possibility is that this matter was manipulated by the Sacred Family. Nieli said, If there's anyone that I've offended, it's the Sacred Family that I've offended before. The Sacred Family is the only one that has a motive. Hearing Nieli's words, young Exian's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Sacred Family is secretly colluding with the Dark Guild? The Dark Guild is the enemy of the entire Glory City. Colluding with the Dark Guild is absolutely intolerable. I'll send someone to investigate. If the Sacred Family is really colluding with the Dark Guild, then the City Lord will definitely not let them off. Young Exian said decisively. Her tone was filled with a trace of coldness. Betraying Glory City is absolutely unforgivable. This time, one of them escaped. Those people called him Deacon Yun Hua. I'll draw a portrait for you. Nieli said. He took out a piece of paper from the bookshelf beside him. With just a few strokes, he drew the image of a person. It's Deacon Yun Hua. Even his drawing technique is so skillful. Just what kind of monstrous existence is this youth? Young Exian was shocked in her heart. Just the drawing technique alone. Without a few years of immersion, it's impossible to reach Nieli's level of proficiency. Drawing can calm one's heart. It's also very beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, Nieli has been immersed in drawing for dozens of years in his previous life. His technique has already reached perfection. It's done. Nieli passed the finished drawing to young Exian. Okay. Young Exian took the drawing, lowered her head, and carefully looked at it. She couldn't help marveling at Nieli's experience in drawing. She was filled with curiosity towards Nieli. Just what is there that she doesn't know about this mysterious youth? Young Exian pondered for a moment. Since that's the case, I'll go back and chase after this person. Okay, no rush. It's getting late. Big sister Young Exian, go to bed early, Nieli said in a childish voice, revealing an innocent smile like a child. He walked out of Young Exian's room. Seeing Nieli walking out, Young Exian was stunned for a long time. Nieli is so mature one moment and innocent like a child the next. Her mind is simply going crazy. Chapter 62. The Association of Alchemists quickly sent some gold-rank demon spiritualists and gold-rank fighters to the Tensei family, causing the Tensei family to be heavily guarded. The surrounding families of the Tensei family were very puzzled. The Tensei family is an existence at the bottom of the noble families. Such a family is actually able to attract the attention of the Association of Alchemists. They were both envious and jealous, with the Association of Alchemists taking care of the Tensei family. The status of the Tensei family suddenly changed. Those that had hostile relations with the Tensei family in the past were all panicking, fearing that the Tensei family would take revenge on them. As for those families that were estranged from the Tensei family, they all sent people to befriend them. The deterrence of the Association of Alchemists is simply too big. Furthermore, the Association of Alchemists now has the soul tempering pill, soul concentrating pill, and many other elixirs. Their influence has increased by several folds. Even the Snow Wind family is now relying on the Association of Alchemists, hoping to obtain the elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. The Tensei family isn't able to sit back and relax. Aside from the Sacred Family, there's still the Dark Guild that has been hiding in the dark. Niali doesn't dare to be careless. After dealing with the family's matters, he concentrated on training. Although he has reached silver rank and integrated with the Shadow Devil demon spirit, Nieli still has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Aside from training, Nieli is also constantly training in the various combat skills of the Shadow Devil demon spirit. Void form combat skill, divine step combat skill, backstab combat skill, throat cutting combat skill, shadow kill combat skill, shadow kill combat skill. Each and every one of them has been trained to perfection. If he were to encounter Deacon Yunhua again, that guy probably wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Just when Nieli was sitting cross-legged in training, Yang Xian walked in from the outside. These few days, whenever she sees Nieli, she would always think of the matter that happened that day, and her face couldn't help burning up. Nieli, did your master tell you the formula for the other pills? For example, the mind-cleansing pill to fight against hallucinatory demon beasts, the detoxification pill to fight against poisonous demon beasts. Yang Xian sat beside Nieli for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. For the past few days, Yang Xian had been hesitating to speak. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. If there are new elixir formulas, we can continue to expand our business. Yang Xian said, those elixirs from before have a very important meaning to the entire Glory City. Originally, she was also ordered by Gu Yan to meet Nieli's master. However, after waiting for a few days, Nieli's master still hasn't shown up. She also didn't dare to ask for anything. An expert like Nieli's master, who's always been elusive, wouldn't be easily seen by outsiders. Is this Big Sister Yang's idea or President Gu Yan's? Nieli asked as he looked at Yang Xian. He decided to tease this woman. It's President Gu Yan's idea. Then forget it. President Gu Yan is too insincere. He wanted to ask for elixir formulas, but he didn't come personally. Nieli said with his eyes closed, lightly smiling. President Gu Yan has been refining elixirs nonstop recently. So, Yang Xian was a little embarrassed. She suddenly thought of something and revealed a charming smile. She whispered into Nieli's ear. Good brother, you must have other elixir formulas in your hands, right? Why don't you tell Big Sister? No matter what you want to do, Big Sister will agree to it. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Nieli couldn't help bitterly smiling. This seductress is obviously trying to entice him. Looking at the flirtatious Yang Xian in front of him, an ordinary man wouldn't be able to control himself. If he doesn't agree to it, who knows what Yang Xian might do? He quickly waved his hand and said, forget it. Since Big Sister Yang is begging me, I'll tell you the elixir formulas. Nieli took out 3 elixir formulas, including the Tranquil Spirit Pill, Spiritual Detoxification Pill, and the Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill. There's even a Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill. Yang Xian's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Snow Wind Demon Beasts are the most common in the Saint Ancestral Mountains. The Cold Resistance Pill is a very useful elixir, but it's a pity that the Cold Resistance Pill has been lost for thousands of years. With this Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill, Glory City will have more confidence in fighting against the Snow Wind Demon Beasts. For now, I only have these 3. These 3 elixirs are very useful, especially the cold resistance pill. I believe that Big Sister Yang Xian knows of its use. Nieli said, looking at Yang Xian. He has at least 30 different cold resistance pill formulas in his hands. He carefully studied them for a moment. Only the ingredients for the Flame Wine Cold Resistance Pill can be found in Glory City. Although the effects of the other cold resistance pills are stronger, there are some herbs that don't grow in Glory City. Therefore, he can only forget about them. Thank you, little brother, Nieli. You are a great contributor to Glory City. If the city lord knows of this matter, he will definitely give you a title. Yang Xian excitedly said. Forget about the title. I'm not interested. I hope that Big Sister Yang can help me keep this a secret. Nieli casually waved his hand. Yang Xian couldn't help looking at Nieli in astonishment. She really doesn't know how a monster like Nieli was raised. He's only a 13-year-old kid, yet he's so calm. He doesn't even put a title in his eyes. Yang Xian was completely helpless and said, since little brother wants to keep it a secret, we will naturally not leak it out. Of course, all the profits will be handed over to you by the Association of Alchemists. Nieli lightly nodded his head. In this period of time, he has already received billions of demon spirit coins. All of them were stored in demon crystal cards. Every demon crystal card is equivalent to 10,000 demon spirit coins, which can save a lot of storage space. However, even so, Nieli's interspatial ring isn't enough. If there's a new elixir formula, don't forget to tell me. Yang Xian's smiling face suddenly revealed a charming smile and said, little brother, you really don't need this sister to do anything? No matter what request little brother has, this sister can agree to it. Yang Xian bent her body down. That sexy half of her body was faintly discernible. That enchanting figure, that tight and slender, beautiful legs. Her whole body was emitting an indescribable temptation. Recently, this sister has been listening to you. I've cooked purple haze grass and tigers I grass together. Look, isn't this sister a little bigger? Yang Xian's charming eyes were like silk. Needless to say, Yang Xian is indeed a woman that can captivate all living things. Although Nieli would occasionally tease Yang Xian, his heart is still calm. Although he isn't as strong as he was in his previous life, but after all, the mental state from his previous life is still there. Nieli blinked his eyes, innocently looked at Yang Xian, and asked, what does Big Sister Yang want to do? I'm just a 13-year-old child. I don't know anything. Looking at Nieli's immature face, Yang Xian's face flushed red. Even if she wanted to tease him, under that innocent expression, she retreated in defeat. Awkwardly smiling, she said, it's nothing. I'll go back to the Association of Alchemists first. Although there was an indescribable throbbing in her heart, but thinking about Nieli's age, Yang Xian's heart felt a deep sense of guilt. What am I thinking? Nieli is just a child. Looking at Yang Xian's back as she left in a panic, Nieli couldn't help but find it funny. But he quickly calmed down and continued to cultivate. After a few hours, both Niehai and Nian walked in from the outside. Seeing that Nieli was cultivating, they waited outside for a while. Although this doesn't seem to be in line with the identity of the patriarch and the great elder, they didn't dare to say anything. Now that Nieli is an important figure in the Tensei family, his status isn't much lower than theirs. Nieli opened his eyes, but he didn't get up. Looking at Niehai and he asked, Patriarch, great elder, may I know why the two of you are looking for me? Nieli. Niehai chuckled, completely devoid of his usual dignified appearance, and said, I came to find you today to ask if you're interested in going to the treasure auction. Niehai received the invitation from the Hongyu family. The Hongyu family is a noble family. Being invited by the Hongyu family, Niehai naturally feels very honored. Although the Tensei family is a bit poor financially, since the Hongyu family invited him, he will definitely come on the spot. The reason why Nia Hai came to invite Nia Li is to build a good relationship with Nia Li. With the association of alchemists behind him, Nia Li's status in the family is not the same as before. In order to not make the situation too awkward, he deliberately invited Nia En. Nia An's relationship with Nia Li is not bad, so he can talk to him. Treasure auction? Nia Li's brows slightly twitched and said, "Okay, I'll go too." Hearing Nia Li's words, Nia Hai felt relieved. He was worried that Nia Li would reject him. "Since that's the case, then sit in my carriage." Nia Hai lightly smiled and said, "The carriage is already prepared." Nia Li stood up. Since the place isn't far, he doesn't need to pack anything. He followed Nia Hai and Nia En into the carriage. The carriage slowly moved. Several gold rank demon spiritualists and gold rank fighters from the Association of Alchemists followed behind. They are here to protect Nia Li. Nia Hai secretly pondered in his heart, what's the relationship between Nia Li and the Association of Alchemists for the Association of Alchemists to actually place such importance on him? Director Yang has already returned to the Association of Alchemists. Before she left, she specifically told me to take good care of you. It seems that Xiao Li's relationship with Director Yang isn't bad. Nia Hai lightly smiled and said. Nia Li lightly glanced at Nia Hai, but didn't say anything. Nia Hai suddenly felt a little awkward. He embarrassedly smiled. Nia Li didn't give him, the patriarch, any face at all. Nia En, who was beside him, also felt helpless. Nia Li is a member of his branch. In the past, he could casually reprimand Nia Li. But now, even he can't figure out the situation. Nia Li's personality is completely different from before. Nia Li's cold look made him not dare to say anything. The atmosphere in the carriage was a little awkward. "Xiao Li, if there's anything you like in the auction, let me know. I'll bid for it for you," said Nia Hai. The items in the rare item auction aren't simple. He's already prepared to bleed. Even if he has to spend a little more money, he wants to bid for 1 or 2 items for Nia Li. After all, kids are easier to please. No need. If I like something, I'll buy it myself. I have the money to pay for it, said Nia Li, shaking his head. In terms of wealth, the entire Tensei family might not be richer than him. Nia En smiled and said, "The items in the rare item auction aren't simple. Even the cheapest item would cost at least thousands of demon spirit coins. The expensive ones might even cost tens of thousands of demon spirit coins. I'm not interested in such a cheap item," Nia Li lightly said. Hearing Nia Li's words, Nia Hai and Nia En were slightly stunned. They looked at each other and bitterly smiled. It seems like they still don't understand the situation. It seems like Yang Xian must have given Nia Li quite a lot of money. Thinking about it, since Yang Xian sent a gold rank expert to protect Nia Li, she must have given Nia Li some pocket money. They thought that Nia Li only has a good relationship with Yang Xian and is under Yang Xian's protection. What they don't know is that Yang Xian and Nia Li have an equal relationship. Inside Nia Li's interspatial ring, it's not as simple as pocket money. There are still 2 chapters at 12 p.m. Everyone, throw your recommendation votes here. Chapter 63. Hongyu Auction House. This auction house is opened by one of the 7 noble families, the Hongyu family. The Hongyu family is a pivotal existence in the northern part of Glory City. There are 5 other noble families nearby that all listen to the Hongyu family, including the Tensei family. In the past, because the Tensei family was suppressed by the Sacred Family, one of the 3 major families, the Hongyu family distanced themselves from the Tensei family. But now, seeing the close relationship between the Association of Alchemists and the Tensei family, the Hongyu family has been showing their goodwill to the Tensei family. The auction house was bustling with people, as nobles Nya-hai, Nya-en, and Nyeli were arranged to be in the VIP room on the second floor. Accompanying them were the patriarchs and their followers of the other noble families. Nya-hai saw a few familiar faces and went up to greet them. Patriarch Li Yuan, Patriarch Qifeng, long time no see, Nya-hai said, cupping his hands. Li Yuan looks to be around 50 to 60 years old. Although his hair is a little white, his spirit is still hale and hearty. He's the patriarch of the Li Yuan family. Qifeng, who is beside him, is slightly younger. He's the patriarch of the Tian Kuei family. Patriarch, Nya-hai, how have you been? Li Yuan and Qifeng also cupped their hands, lightly smiling. Haha, thanks to the two of you. Nya-hai greeted. His relationship with Li Yuan and Qifeng isn't bad. Even when he was suppressed by the sacred family, Li Yuan and Qifeng still had some contact with Nya-hai. Seeing Nya-hai greeting Li Yuan and Qifeng, Patriarch Jiangming of the Silver Tiger family and Patriarch Lei Zhua of the Iron Gate family had traces of anger and jealousy on their faces. Patriarch Nya-hai seems to be very proud of himself. Patriarch Lei Zhua said, lightly mocking. Patriarch Jiangming also coldly smiled and said, isn't that so? Previously, he was suppressed by the sacred family and had to go to the sacred family to beg for help. Now that he has the protection of the Association of Alchemists, of course he can jump around. However, how long could the Association of Alchemists protect the Tensei family? At that time, the sacred family might make things difficult for us. I wonder if Patriarch Nya-hai will be as proud as he is today. Hearing the words of Lei Zhua and Jiangming, Nya-hai's face slightly changed. The families of Lei Zhua and Jiangming have never been on good terms with the Tensei family. The sarcasm in their tone made Nya-hai very unhappy. Naturally, he won't show any weakness. He smiled and said, why do I smell such a big sour smell? The Tensei family is indeed protected by the Association of Alchemists. At least it's better than some families that are not loved by their grandparents. Lei Zhua and Jiangming's faces slightly sank. Truth be told, they are indeed very jealous of the Tensei family. The Association of Alchemists today is no longer the Association of Alchemists of the past. They heard that the Association of Alchemists purchased herbs from the Tensei family at a price 30% higher than the market price. Furthermore, the Association of Alchemists also gave the Tensei family quite a number of high-grade elixirs, which is enough to nurture many outstanding younger generations. As for their Silver Tiger family and Taimen family, the herbs that they grow have no market at all. They can only reluctantly sell them at a low price. As a lackey of the Association of Alchemists, you're still so full of yourself. You really think that the Association of Alchemists treats you like treasures. Lei Zhua curled his lips in disdain. Hearing Lei Zhua's words, Li Yuan and Qifeng also spoke up. Patriarch Lei Zhua's words are incorrect. If the Tensei family is a lackey of the Association of Alchemists, then there is no need for the Association of Alchemists to give such good conditions to the Tensei family, right? Li Yuan faintly smiled. He was obviously on Nya-hai's side. Qifeng also nodded and said, indeed, it is obvious that the Association of Alchemists has something to ask of the Tensei family. That's why they gave the Tensei family such favorable conditions. Even our two families are benefiting from it. Li Yuan's Li Yuan family and Qifeng's Tiankuei family sold the herbs that they planted to the Tensei family at a price higher than the market price. The Tensei family then sold them to the Association of Alchemists. From this, they earned quite a bit of money. They and the Tensei family have already formed a community of benefits. This can also be considered as their repayment for the help they gave to the Tensei family when they were in dire straits. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming coldly snorted. They couldn't understand. The Association of Alchemists is such a huge force. Just what kind of matter would they need the Tensei family for? They sent quite a number of their underlings to investigate, but they didn't find any clues. The VIP lounge was filled with a faint hostility. Nia En and Nieli sat by the side, enjoying their tea. Since it's a fight between the patriarchs, it has nothing to do with them. Therefore, they can't say anything. The patriarchs of the Silver Tiger family and Tai Men family have always been arrogant. When the Sacred family was suppressing us, they lowered the price and sent people to buy a piece of land from us. Nia En looked at Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. If we knew that they were the ones who wanted to buy, we wouldn't have sold it no matter what. When the Sacred family was suppressing us, these two families contributed the most and snatched away all of our business. Hearing Niaren's words, Nieli's brows slightly twitched. If it's just an ordinary family fight, he wouldn't put it to heart. However, if these two families are the lackeys of the Sacred family, Nieli will definitely not let them go. The auction is about to start. The various patriarchs walked to the viewing platform and looked into the distance. The auctioneer in charge of the auction is a beautiful girl. She's wearing a somewhat transparent silk dress. Coupled with her exquisite face, she's filled with endless temptation. Nieli has to say that the people of the Hongyu family are very smart. Such a sexy and hot girl, it's easy for people to get hot-headed and spend a lot of money. Recently, the Tensei family has been trading various herbs with the Association of Alchemists. They must have earned quite a lot of money. With Patriarch Niehai here, I'm afraid that the real treasures of this auction won't be in the hands of the two of us. Lei Zhuo glanced sideways at Niehai and laughed heartily. That's true. How can our financial resources be compared to the Tensei family? Jiang Ming said, smiling. Niehai's expression was gloomy. How could he not hear the ridicule in Lei Zhuo's and Jiang Ming's words? However, he could only swallow his anger. Although the Tensei family has earned quite a lot of money from their recent cooperation with the Association of Alchemists, their foundation is still very thin. They've only barely recovered their strength. How can they be compared to the Silver Tiger family and the Tai Men family? Li Yuan and Qi Feng also frowned. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming are simply pressing them step by step. They're unrelenting and annoying. At this time, Nieli, who's sitting on the right side of Niehai, suddenly said, "The two patriarchs are overpraising me. The Tensei family has nothing else but money. I'm afraid that the real treasures in today's auction won't be yours." Hearing Nieli's words, Lei Zhuo's face darkened. He said, "Brat, who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to us? Can you represent the Tensei family?" "Whether or not I can represent the Tensei family, you can ask Patriarch Niehai," Nieli said indifferently. Nieli's status in the Tensei family is indeed different from before. Niehai nodded and said, "Of course he can represent the Tensei family." A little brat dares to talk big here. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue. Lei Zhuo snorted. Since Niehai said that Nieli can represent the Tensei family, he had nothing to say. The Tensei family is really getting more and more regressive. They actually pamper a younger generation. So much. Chapter 64. Lei Zhuo turned his head, too lazy to bother with Nieli, arguing with a kid like Nieli will only lower his status. Nieli looked at Niehai and Nia-en and said, "I'll pay for the things that I bid later." Niehai and Nia-en looked at each other, bitterly smiling. The two of them don't have any dignity. They can see that Nieli doesn't have much respect for the two of them. When the other kids in the clan saw the two of them. They couldn't even speak properly. However, Nieli still had an indifferent look on his face. In fact, in his previous life, when Nieli saw Niahai, Nia-en, and Bunch, he would be very nervous. However, in this life, Nieli's state of mind has completely changed. There's no one that can give him a lot of pressure. Even if it's Yi Ziyun's grandfather, legend, rank demon spiritualist Yi Mo, Nieli wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Just when Nieli finished speaking, the auction has already started. Dear guests, for this auction, our Hongyu auction has prepared a lot of treasures for you. Many of them are rare items that we found from various ruins. I hope that everyone will like them. The girl's voice was like a heavenly melody. The first item is from the Qinghe Town ruins. It's a broken piece of ancient jade. It contains a very dense soul force aura. The starting price is 300 demon spirit coins. Just when the girl finished speaking, someone raised his paddle. 350 demon spirit coins. 400 demon spirit coins. 500 demon spirit coins. 2,000 demon spirit coins. After the price rose to 2,000 demon spirit coins, it stopped. After all, it's a broken piece of ancient jade. Although there's soul force aura on it, it's only worth this price. An ordinary aristocratic family's annual income can only reach 1 million demon spirit coins. An ordinary family's annual expenditure is only 2,000 to 3,000 demon spirit coins. Therefore, 2,000 demon spirit coins is considered a lot to them. Nieli glanced at that piece of ancient jade. From the color and luster, he can tell that it's a primary nether jade. The quality isn't bad. If it's used to its full potential, it should be worth 20,000 to 30,000 demon spirit coins. Seeing that no one in the VIP room responded, Nieli raised his card again. Tensei family, 2,500 demon spirit coins. 2,500 demon spirit coins going once. 2,500 demon spirit coins going twice. 2,500 demon spirit coins going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the Tensei family for winning this piece of ancient jade. Leijua looked at Nieli's direction with a weird expression, mumbled, he actually spent 2,500 demon spirit coins on a piece of broken jade. What's the use of it? Niahai and Nia-en were also a little confused, but since Nieli was paying the bill, they didn't say anything. The next item for auction is a mysterious interspatial ring. Everyone, please take a look. The auctioneer girl slowly raised the ring. This interspatial ring is crystal clear, without a single flaw. It's a storage ring. Inside, there's a space of over 200 square meters. It can be said to be of the highest quality. This ring was brought back by a gold rank fighter from the Ningyu City ruins. The Ningyu City ruins is the most dangerous and also the richest in treasures. The quality of the treasures from the ruins is extremely high. Many of them were kept by the city lord. The starting price of this ring is 50,000 demon spirit coins. The auctioneer girl's voice rose and fell. Finally, there's something good. But the price is so expensive, it's actually 50,000 demon spirit coins. This interspatial ring has such a big space. Selling it for 50,000 demon spirit coins wouldn't be too much. The entire Tensei family's monthly income is less than 100,000 demon spirit coins, and they still need to maintain the family's expenses. This price of 50,000 demon spirit coins is enough to make Niahai and Nia-en flinch. Some of the rich merchants below have already started bidding. 51,000 demon spirit coins. 53,000 demon spirit coins. 55,000 demon spirit coins. The competition is very intense. Leijua glanced at Niahai and Bunch, smiled, and said, Patriarch, Niahai, you're not interested? Then I'll start bidding. 70,000 demon spirit coins. Leijua faintly said. The entire hall instantly turned silent. He actually increased it by 15,000 demon spirit coins. Indeed worthy of being the rich and overbearing Silver Tiger family. Seems like we can only forget about it. A few of the rich merchants who were drooling over this interspatial ring could only give up. For a long time, no one increased the price. Silver Tiger family bids 70,000 demon spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid a higher price? The girl's crisp voice asked. Although Nieli has a few interspatial rings, the space is too small. They're all filled with demon crystal cards. It's really not enough. Since there's such a high-quality interspatial ring, Nieli naturally won't give it up so easily. It's just the right time to buy one. An interspatial ring with a circumference of 200 meters. If he were to miss this opportunity, it would be hard to find a bigger one in the future. 100,000 demon spirit coins. Nieli faintly increased the price. Hearing Nieli's words, Nya-hai and Nya-en felt their hearts tremble. Their hearts were bleeding. This is 100,000 demon spirit coins. My God! 100,000 demon spirit coins is more than the entire Tensei family's monthly income. Nieli actually only bought one interspatial ring. Tensei family bids 100,000 demon spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid? The girl loudly asked. 100,000 demon spirit coins. Lage was sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was a little dumbfounded. This price is already unbearable for him. That's 100,000 demon spirit coins. He opened his mouth, wanting to raise the price. However, he was worried that this might be a trap set by the Tensei family. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise the price anymore. 100,000 demon spirit coins going once, 100,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 100,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold. The girl's hammer heavily fell. 100,000 demon spirit coins. This is undoubtedly a price that can make people excited. Nieli looked at Nya-an and said, Grand Elder, can you help me get those 2 items? I might need to use that interspatial ring soon. Here are 11 demon crystal cards. The rest will be a gift to Grand Elder. Nieli casually took out 11 demon crystal cards. Nya-an was depressed. He felt that Nieli was treating him as an errand boy. He's now the Grand Elder of the Tensei family. However, looking at those 11 demon crystal cards, Nya-an took a deep breath. He thought to himself, forget it. He'll just take it as bearing the humiliation. 11 demon crystal cards is 110,000 demon spirit coins. After deducting the price of the 2 items, there's still 7,500 demon spirit coins left. Just by running an errand, he can get 7,500 demon spirit coins. That doesn't seem to be a loss. With so many people in the Tengen family, their monthly income is only 100,000 demon spirit coins. For Nya-en to run an errand, he can get 7,500 demon spirit coins. Nya-hai can't wait to do it himself. So poor. Nya-hai couldn't help but sigh. Only he knows how serious the financial crisis of the Tensei family is. After deducting the monthly expenses of nurturing the younger generation, the Tensei family is still in a state of debt. Nieli is too rich. As a member of the Tensei family, Nieli should make some contributions to the family. However, Nya-hai can't request anything from Nieli. After all, the relationship between the Tensei family and the Association of Alchemists depends on Nieli to maintain it. The next item is this jade bottle used to store elixirs. It's made from some kind of warm jade. It can greatly preserve the medicinal properties. It was dug out from a sunken ship at the bottom of the ancient Wind Spirit River. The Tensei family bids 60,000 demon spirit coins. Anyone else? 60,000 demon spirit coins going once, 60,000 demon spirit coins going twice, 60,000 demon spirit coins going thrice. Sold. The next item is a set of gold rank suit. Looking at the inscription patterns, it's from the Snow Wind era. This suit has the demon spirit of a scarlet flame tiger sealed within it. This is a species that was hunted to extinction during the Snow Wind era. Therefore, this set of gold rank suit is very likely to be unique. Only gold rank demon spiritualists can wear it. The starting price is 600,000 demon spirit coins. Seeing this set of gold rank suit, Nya Li's eyes slightly lit up. He raised his paddle and said, 1 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire hall was silent for a long time. This guy simply doesn't give anyone a chance. Shaoli, did you bid for it for me? Thank you so much. Nya Hai nervously rubbed his hands. This is a set of gold rank suit. Wearing this set, his strength will increase by at least 30%. Nya glanced at Nya Hai and said, "Who said I bid for it for you?" But in the entire Tensei family, only I'm a gold rank demon spiritualist. Nya Hai was stunned for a moment and said, aside from him, "Who else can wear this set of gold rank suit?" "I bid for it for my own use in the future," Nya Li lightly said. Nya Hai opened his mouth wide. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai's joyful mood immediately turned into incomparable bitterness. He was like a young married woman that was abandoned, brothers urgently seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 65. God knows how long it would take for Nya Li to advance to gold rank demon spiritualist. Could it be that he spent 1 million demon spirit coins to buy a gold rank suit just to look at it? Thinking about it here, Nya Hai couldn't help feeling a little crazy. However, as the patriarch of the Tensei family, he can't lower his face to ask Nya Li for it. It's only 1 million demon spirit coins. For Nya Li, it's nothing. Right now, Nya Li's wealth can be ranked within the top 5 in Glory City. Furthermore, with the cooperation with the Association of Alchemists, Nya Li can earn hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins every day. Nya Li threw out 1 million demon spirit coins without even blinking his eyes. If Nya Li is willing, buying the entire auction house wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Nya Li is still relatively low-key, using the name of the Tensei family to buy some treasures. Others wouldn't suspect anything. However, if he were to buy the entire auction house, it would be a little too high profile. At this moment, the rich merchants below were all discussing, how did the Tensei family suddenly become so rich? I heard that the Tensei family is now being taken care of by the Association of Alchemists. The Association of Alchemists is buying herbs from them at a price of 30% higher than the market price. There's actually such a thing. No wonder the Tensei family is so rich. Relying on his amazing hearing, Nya Hai was extremely depressed in his heart. If the Tensei family is really that rich, then it's fine. However, the money used in the auction is all Nya Li's. It has nothing to do with them. Although he is the patriarch of the Tensei family, the members of the Tensei family, aside from paying some money to the family every month, most of their assets are private. He has no way of asking Nya Li to contribute his money to the family, not to mention that Nya Li's position is different now. He doesn't even dare to say a harsh word to Nya Li. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming were extremely depressed. In this auction, they saw the Tensei family continuously buying one item after another. They had nothing to do with it. Furthermore, they don't dare to raise the price anymore. If they lose it in their hands, then they would be depressed. As for Qi Feng and Li Yuan, they were enviously looking at Nya Hai, sighing in their hearts. The Tensei family is really rich. They would never have thought that those items were bought by Nya Li for himself, and not for the Tensei family. Look, I've gained a lot of face for our Tensei family. Nya Li transmitted his voice to Nya Hai, smiling as he said. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai rolled his eyes. He would rather not have this little bit of reputation. How many more items do you want to bid? Nyahai looked at Nyeli and asked. Up till now, Nyeli has already bid for more than 10 items. He has already spent nearly 2 million demon spirit coins. Of course, I'm going to bid for anything that I fancy. Nyeli lightly smiled and said. Nyahai's mouth was opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. Anything that he fancied. He's simply too rich. Young Xin gave Nyali so much pocket money. This association of alchemists is really rich and overbearing. Just casually giving out some money is already something that ordinary people can't imagine. Seeing that no one was bidding for a long time, the auctioneer girl shouted a few more times and finally dropped the hammer. This gold-ranked suit finally belongs to Nyeli. The next item is the Association of Alchemists' Commission, soul-nurturing pills, and soul-concentrating pills. The auctioneer girl smiled and said, This time we have received a total of 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills from the Association of Alchemists. I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity. Hearing the girl's clear and pleasant voice, no matter if it's the wealthy merchants below or the 5 patriarchs, Nyahai, Qifeng, Li Yuan, Lei Zhua, or Jiangming, all of them were excited. That's the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill. When these 2 elixirs came out, it caused a huge uproar in the entire Glory City. Many demon spiritualists, after eating the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, had their cultivation soar by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through to silver rank or gold rank. Some whose innate talent isn't suitable for cultivating soul force, after eating the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, their soul force also received a huge increase. Under this kind of situation, these 2 elixirs are hard to come by. Every family has to use their family's financial resources. Even if they have to sell everything, they have to purchase the soul-nurturing pill and soul-concentrating pill, all for the sake of nurturing their family's younger generation. However, these 2 elixirs are simply too little. The amount that the Association of Alchemists can produce is simply not enough to supply the huge market of Glory City. Generally, only those major families and noble families can purchase these 2 elixirs in large quantities. The Hongyu Auction House is one of the top 3 auction houses in the northern region of Glory City. They only got a quota of 1,000 soul-nurturing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills. This is simply too many monks and not enough gruel. Nyahai's eyes flashed. He came here for these 2 elixirs. Nyeli, bid for as many of these 2 elixirs as you can. Nyahai excitedly said, These 2 elixirs are good for raising cultivation, especially the soul-concentrating pill. For Nyahai, Nya-En, and Bunch, it has a very strong effect. When their cultivation increases, their family status will also increase. Why are you bidding for these things? Nyeli asked in surprise. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists didn't give you these 2 elixirs? As the provider of these elixirs, Nyali definitely doesn't lack these elixirs. Why did the Association of Alchemists give us these 2 elixirs? Nyahai turned his head to look at Nyali and curiously asked. Nyali was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. All along, the sale of these elixirs was controlled by Yang Xian. Yang Xian gave Nyeli a lot of elixirs, including hundreds of thousands of soul-nurturing pills, tens of thousands of soul-concentrating pills, thousands of soul-tempering pills, thousands of scarlet body-enhancing pills, 9 transformation pills, and so on. Yang Xian gave so many elixirs to Nyeli, so she didn't give any elixirs to the Tensei family. In her view, Nyeli represents the Tensei family. Oh, nothing. Nyeli shook his head and said, since it's like this, he'll just give some elixirs to the family. After all, he's still a member of the Tensei family. The atmosphere of the auction was very lively. The auctioneer on the stage, seeing the situation, lightly smiled and said, In this auction, all the soul-nurturing pills will be auctioned in batches of 100, and all the soul-concentrating pills will be auctioned in batches of 10. All right, the first set of soul-nurturing pills, the starting price is 100,000 demon spirit coins. The auction will now begin. 150,000 demon spirit coins. 160,000. The price quickly rose to 200,000 demon spirit coins. Niahai's expression was also excited. His face turned red. He's already prepared to take out 600,000 demon spirit coins. His goal is to get a set of soul-nurturing pills and a set of soul-concentrating pills. This is already the limit of the Tensei family's financial resources. Seeing the price of the first set of soul-concentrating pills reach 200,000 demon spirit coins, Niahai backed off. He doesn't need to compete with others for the first set of soul-nurturing pills, since there are still 9 sets left. Qi Feng and Li Yuan both looked at Niahai in astonishment. The Heavenly Marks family just casually threw out 2 million demon spirit coins, without even blinking their eyes. Why did they increase the price by 10,000 when they were competing for the elixirs? Why did they give up after increasing it to 200,000 demon spirit coins? Seeing that Niahai doesn't have any intention to compete, Qi Feng and Li Yuan only dared to join the competition. With the rich and overbearing Tensei family by their side, the psychological pressure on them is too big. From the beginning until now, they could only watch the Tensei family buy one item after another. They didn't even have the chance to call out a price. Now, they can finally participate in the competition. No matter what, they have to buy something back. Otherwise, it would be a waste coming here. Chapter 66. Lei Zhua and Jiang Ming also joined the scuffle. The 4 families raised the price to 320,000 demon spirit coins before stopping. Nieli, this is a soul-nurturing pill. Aren't you going to bid for it? Niahai rubbed his hands, eagerly looked at Nieli, and asked, It's better for Nieli to bid for this elixir than for it to be snatched away by other families. Not interested. I've already bid. For so many things, I have to leave something for others to bid for. Otherwise, it's boring to bid alone. Nieli lightly said. Niahai bitterly smiled. The soul-nurturing pill is a good item to nurture the younger generation of the family. He suddenly remembered something. These elixirs are from the Association of Alchemists, and Nieli has a good relationship with Yang Xian. There's no reason for Yang Xian not to give Nieli some elixirs. No wonder Nieli has no interest in the soul-nurturing pill. Nieli, did Director Yang give you any elixirs? Niahai softly asked. Yeah, those elixirs are what I asked Sister Yang for. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of snatching them away, right? If so, I'll tell Sister Yang. Nieli blinked his eyes and said in a serious tone. His eyes flashed a trace of a teasing smile. Occasionally teasing the patriarch is also an interesting thing, although he has already decided to contribute a portion of the elixirs to the family. How could that be? Niahai simply wanted to cry. If Nieli told Director Yang about this, the cooperation between the Tensei family and the Association of Alchemists would be ruined. What I mean is, since Director Yang gave you the elixirs, you must take good care of them. Don't let others take them away. Oh, I misunderstood the patriarch. Thanks for the patriarch's concern. Nieli nodded his head. Niahai bitterly smiled and turned his head. Kids these days are too hard to deal with. It's hard to get any benefit from Nieli. Niahai's heart is filled with bitterness. The first batch of soul-nurturing pills was won by Lei Zhua with the price of 320,000 demon spirit coins, followed by the second batch, third batch, fourth batch, and fifth batch. Every time Niahai wanted to bid, the price of the elixirs would be raised to 300,000 demon spirit coins. Niahai was depressed. If he won a batch of soul-nurturing pills, he wouldn't have any money to bid for the soul-concentrating pills. He can only watch the other patriarchs fight, silently crying in his heart. This bunch of patriarchs are too rich, Nyahai indignantly thought. After all, the Tensei family's foundation is too weak. They just started working with the Association of Alchemists. They were previously in debt and only recently paid it off. How can they be compared to the Silver Tiger, Iron Gate, and other families? These families' foundation is still quite rich. Seeing this bunch of people fighting so fiercely, Nieli was secretly speechless. This elixir business is really profitable. Anyway, the money from the auction, after deducting the auction fees, 30% will be his. Nieli was happy to see this happen and did not join in. Although he can raise the price, but this amount of money is nothing to Nieli, who earns hundreds of millions of demon spirit coins a day. Seeing one batch of soul-nurturing pills after another falling into the hands of others, without any share for himself, Nyahai's heart can be imagined. After the 5 batches of soul-nurturing pills were sold, although the intense scene calmed down a little, the price of each batch did not fall below 300,000 demon spirit coins. Patriarch Nyahai, I can see that you're not enthusiastic in raising the price. Are you not interested in the soul-nurturing pills? Qifeng curiously asked. Nyahai is really bitter. He wanted to say that he really doesn't have any money, but the problem is, will Qifeng and the rest believe him? Earlier, the one who was throwing away money like that was Nieli, not him, Li Yuan thoughtfully said. Patriarch Nyahai has a close relationship with the Association of Alchemists. You should be able to buy a lot of low-priced elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. If there are any low-priced elixirs, Patriarch Nyahai, don't forget about us. As long as the price is lower than 300,000 demon spirit coins, we'll buy as many as you can. All right, Nyahai reluctantly replied. Even if he denies it, Qifeng and Li Yuan wouldn't believe him. He can only helplessly look at Nieli. Seeing Nyahai's depressed gaze, Nieli blinked his eyes with an innocent look. He still wants to tease this smelly old man, who asked him to keep a straight face in his previous life. The last 10 batches of soul-nurturing pills were all auctioned off. Lei Zhuo got 3, Jiangming got 2, Li Yuan and Qifeng got 1 each, and the rest were bought by other wealthy businessmen. Next up is the soul concentrating pill. Upon hearing the words soul concentrating pill, the atmosphere of the entire auction house became even more heated. One must know that the soul concentrating pill has quite a bit of use for silver rank and gold rank demon spiritualists, especially those who have been stuck on the edge of advancement for a long time. A soul concentrating pill can create a gold rank demon spiritualist. It can even help a gold rank demon spiritualist break through to black gold rank. One can only imagine how tempting it is. 350,000 demon spirit coins. The auctioneer loudly said, 360,000 demon spirit coins. 390,000 demon spirit coins. Very quickly, the price rose to more than 500,000 demon spirit coins. Furthermore, it's still going up. Seeing that it's nearing 600,000, this price already made Nyahai dumbfounded. He originally thought that 600,000 demon spirit coins would be enough to buy a soul concentrating pill. He never thought that he wouldn't even be able to buy one. If he knew this would happen, he would have bought a soul nurturing pill. Don't tell me that he has to return empty-handed this time. Nyahai was depressed to death. This bunch of people are too crazy. Just 10 pills, they actually raised the price to such a high price. Is there still justice in this world? Wasn't the Alchemist Association a little too profiteering? Nyahai's heart was filled with indignation. However, who asked the Tensei family to be the most miserable among the aristocratic families? Previously, they had to sell a lot of their territories to pay off their debts. Being able to gather 600,000 demon spirit coins is already their limit. 650,000. The first soul-concentrating pill was sold for 650,000 demon spirit coins. Nya Hai and Nya En looked at each other and bitterly smiled. They gloomily watched as Lei Zhou kept the soul-concentrating pill into his bag. Nya Li, Elder Nya En finally couldn't bear it anymore. He said to Nya Li, "Can you help us bid for a soul-concentrating pill? We'll owe you the money first. We'll pay you back in the future." Nya Li threw out 2 million demon spirit coins without even blinking his eyes. Borrowing 650,000 demon spirit coins shouldn't be a problem. If it was Nya Hai who asked, Nya Li wouldn't give him any face. Although Nya Hai is the patriarch of the Tensei family, he was estranged from Nya Li in his previous life. However, Nya En is different. When Glory City was destroyed, Nya En gave Nya Li's family a lot of protection. Therefore, Nya Li still has some respect for Nya En. Grand Elder, since you've opened your mouth, this matter is naturally not a problem. However, there's really no need to bid for this soul-concentrating pill. Nya Li's right hand moved, took out a few big bottles from his interspatial ring, stuffed them into Nya En's hands, and said, "There are 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and 100 soul-tempering pills. Consider it as a gift to Grand Elder." Hugging the bottles, Nya En's eyes were dull. His voice was trembling. 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills? Nya En was completely dumbfounded. Nya Hai was also dumbfounded. The various families in the auction house are still fighting for a few soul-nurturing pills and soul-concentrating pills. However, Nya Li casually took out 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and even the soul-tempering pills that can't be bought in the market. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Nya En was still in a daze. Chapter 67. After receiving it from Nya Li, Nya En opened one of the bottles. He quickly discovered that it was filled with soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, and soul-tempering pills. No matter if it's soul-nurturing pills, soul-concentrating pills, or soul-tempering pills, every single one of them is very small, but it's the real deal. There's actually soul-tempering pills, and a total of 100 of them. My God, one must know that the effect of the soul-tempering pill is 10 times stronger than the soul-concentrating pill. Aside from a few major families that can enjoy this level of elixir, it's impossible to buy soul-tempering pills in the market. The Snow Wind Auction House in the center of Glory City once auctioned a batch of soul-tempering pills. One of the soul-tempering pills was sold at a sky-high price of 1.5 million demon spirit coins. 100 of them is over 100 million demon spirit coins. Thinking of this number, Nya En almost fainted. Even if you have so much money, unless you have some special means, it's very hard to buy soul-tempering pills in the market. Because these elixirs just came out, the price is very expensive. But actually, the Association of Alchemists has a lot of stock. In the future, the price will slowly drop. This amount of elixirs is nothing. Contributing to the Tensei family is the duty of every family member. Nya Li said, righteously. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai was depressed. Just now, when he asked Nya Li didn't have any intention of giving him the elixirs. He even said that if Nya Hai were to take the elixirs from him, he will tell Director Yang. He doesn't have any intention of contributing to the family. If it was Nya En, he would instantly give out so many elixirs. Nya Hai felt that he, as the patriarch, is really useless. He actually gave out 5,000 soul-nurturing pills, 600 soul-concentrating pills, and 100 soul-tempering pills. Nya Hai felt his heart trembling. With these elixirs, how long would it last for the Tensei family? Great Elder, quickly keep it. When we return, we can give it to our branch clansmen to use. Nya Li reminded Nya En. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya En recovered from his shock and hurriedly stored the pills in his space ring. He looked into the distance with some worry. When they had spoken, they had controlled their voices, so the four patriarchs hadn't heard them. Knowing that no one had noticed them, Nya En relaxed. Thinking of the pills in the spatial ring, Nya En felt a strong sense of happiness in his heart. With so many pills, it was enough to raise the strength of the branch clansmen to another level. The Tensei family had a total of 8 branches. Usually there were still some conflicts between the branches, so Nya En wasn't selfless. Nya En, Great Elder, this isn't right. All the members of the Tensei family are our clansmen. How can you disregard the clansmen of the other branches for your own selfishness? Nya Hai hurriedly said. Looking at Nya Li and Nya En, they weren't prepared to share the pills with the other branches. Nya Li and Nya En looked at each other. Nya Li looked at Nya Hai and said doubtfully, "These pills are mine. I can give them to whoever I want. Is there anything wrong with this? Aren't the clansmen of our branch clansmen of the Tensei family? The strength of our branch's disciples has increased, which also means that the strength of the entire Tensei family has increased. How can this be generalized? These pills have to be distributed to all the clansmen to achieve the greatest effect." Nya Hai hurriedly said, "There are so many pills. No matter what, we have to distribute some to the other branches, right?" Nya En's position among the elders of the Tengen family was relatively low. It was only recently because of Nya Li that he became the clan's law enforcement elder. Nya En had always been kind to others and was relatively cowardly. He rarely fought for anything for the clansmen of his branch. But today, with so many pills, Nya En was finally full of confidence. These pills were enough to determine the future of the entire family. Patriarch Nya Hai. These pills are given by Nya Li. Nya Li can give them to whoever he wants. I don't have the power to decide. Nya En said respectfully, kicking the ball to Nya Li. Anyway, Nya Li now had Yang Xian's support, so he could ignore Nya Hai. Nya Hai was depressed. This grandfather and grandson were simply in cahoots. Nya Li didn't intend to fall out with Nya Hai, of course. He still had to take care of the clansmen of the other branches. With so many pills, the clansmen of his branch couldn't use so many at once. Anyway, he could get more pills in the future, so he didn't care about this. Great Elder, divide these pills into 2/5 and hand them over to the clan for distribution. Nya Li looked at Nya En and said, "And okay." Nya En nodded. He wasn't someone who didn't see the big picture. 3/5. Nya Hai argued. Only 2/5. If Patriarch Nya Hai doesn't want it, then forget it. Nya Li shook his head and said with absolute dominance, "With so many pills, even if he only took out 2/5, it would be enough for the Tensei family to use for a long time. How about this? We take out half and hand it over to the clan." Nya En tried to smooth things over. Great Elder really understands the big picture. Nya Hai owes you a favor. Nya Hai cupped his hands and said, "Seriously, half was already very good. After all, the number of pills had far exceeded his imagination." Patriarch Nya Hai, do you mean that I don't see the big picture? Nya Li raised his eyebrows slightly. "I didn't mean it like that. Xiao Li misunderstood. I apologize to Xiao Li. Xiao Li can contribute so many pills to the clan. It proves that Xiao Li still cares about the clan." Nya Hai was scared and quickly apologized. If Nya Li got angry and took back all the pills, he would cry. Unknowingly, Nya Li had completely grasped the initiative. The identity of the patriarch was completely useless to Nya Li. When Nya Li got angry, Nya Hai had to carefully apologize. Although he was depressed, he didn't dare to say anything. However, when he thought of those pills, Nyahai didn't have any anger anymore. So many pills were enough to have a profound impact on the Tensei family. Even if he had to suffer more anger, it was worth it. Nyali snorted twice and turned his head. And couldn't help but find it funny. In the past, when Nyeli saw the elders in the clan, he was afraid, not to mention Nyahai. Now the situation was completely reversed. In front of Nyeli, Nyahai simply didn't dare to breathe. Where was the majesty of a patriarch? The 10 soul concentrating pills were finally divided by the various families and wealthy merchants. Everyone who bought the pills had an excited look on their faces. At this moment, whether it was Nyahai or Nya-en, they instantly had a feeling of being above everyone else. For a mere 100 soul concentrating pills, they actually fought like this. The entire Hongyu auction house was allocated a quota of 1,000 soul-nourishing pills and 100 soul-concentrating pills. But they were sitting on so many soul-nourishing pills and soul-concentrating pills. If they were to be converted into money, it was simply unimaginable, not to mention the amazing effect of the soul-tempering pill. His heart was excited, but it was like he was still in a dream. Nya-en's hands unconsciously covered his interspatial ring. This was the first time that his interspatial ring contained such a huge amount of wealth. His heart couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that it would be stolen. Although it was very safe to put it in the interspatial ring, he still felt uneasy. And Nyahai, who was at the side, was simply like Nya-en's guard, guarding beside Nya-en. If someone dared to snatch their pills, they would definitely risk their lives to fight the other party. Chapter 68. The elixirs that Nyali casually gave out were comparable to the entire wealth of a noble family. Nyali had provided the Association of Alchemists with so many elixir formulas. In terms of elixirs, the Association of Alchemists would definitely try their best to satisfy Nyali. The elixirs that were given to Nyeli were equivalent to 1/5 of the entire Association of Alchemists' output. It can be said that other than the Association of Alchemists, the one who had the most elixirs on hand was Nyeli, other than the soul-nurturing elixir, soul-concentrating elixir, and soul-tempering elixir. I also have the Scarlet Body-enhancing elixir and 9 transformation elixir. Nyeli purposely paused for a moment. He even has the legendary Scarlet Body enhancing elixir and 9 transformation elixir. Nyahai and Nya-en's eyes blazed with passion. These 2 precious elixirs. Lord Patriarch can't possibly ask me to give them to the family for free, right? Nya-li's meaning was that if Nyahai wanted to get these 2 elixirs from him, then he would have to perform well and give some generous conditions. That's for sure. The family's private property is protected by the family. Nyahai hastily said. He was also a little vexed in his heart. What benefits can he give to Nyeli? Nya-en suddenly thought of something and said, "That's right, Lord Patriarch, our Tensei family has a long history. There are still many good things passed down from ancient times in our family's treasury. Since Shaoli has already been accepted into the genius class of the Holy Orchid Institute, shouldn't we let Shaoli pick an item from the treasury as a reward?" Tensei family's treasury? Nya-li's heart was slightly moved. In his previous life, he had never entered the treasury of the Tensei family. As a descendant of one of the 10 lords of the Snow Wind Empire, the Tensei family's treasury should still have some good stuff. There were many treasures that had been passed down for a long time. Nyahai and the others might not know their uses, but Nyeli was different. In his previous life, Nyeli had appraised countless treasures. Generally, good things could not escape Nyeli's eyes. Elder Nya-en, take this Scarlet Flame Body enhancing pill after you go back. It's especially useful for strengthening the physical body of a martial artist. Nyeli handed a Scarlet Flame Body enhancing pill to Nya-en and said, "Thank you, Shaoli." Nya-en was a little excited. The price of the Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill was very hot outside. It's said that the price of a Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill was raised to over 1 million demon spirit coins. Nya, I was a little jealous. This Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill is not only effective for fighters, it's also very useful for demon spiritualists. Xiao Li, the Tensei family is your home. The treasury of the Tensei family is your treasury. If there's anything in there, as long as you like it, you can take it. Nya Hai immediately agreed with Nya Hai. Although there are still some things in the treasury, those that can be used have already been taken out. What's left are things that even they can't use. He can't wait for Nieli to treasure the things inside and take a few more. The elixirs that Nieli gave to the Tensei family is already comparable to the value of the entire Tensei family's treasury. Patriarch is really generous. I've misunderstood Patriarch all this while. This is a Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pill. I'll gift it to Patriarch. After I'm done choosing from the treasury, I'll gift 100 Scarlet Flame Body Enhancing Pills and 109 Transformation Pills to the family, Nya Li lightly said. Since he has a lot of elixirs in his hands, gifting a little is nothing. Hearing Nya Li's words, Nya Hai's eyes lit up. He can't wait to fly back to the Tensei family. The auction is still ongoing. The elixir auction has already ended. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming both glanced at Nya Hai. Nya Hai must have been pretending to be rich earlier, spending 2 million demon spirit coins to buy a bunch of elixirs. When it's time for the elixirs to be auctioned, he won't have any money left. Lei Zhuo coldly laughed. Jiang Ming also added, although the gold rank set is useful, it can only be used by one person. Furthermore, it can only be used in battle. In the end, it's not as practical as these elixirs. I reckon that Nya Hai's intestines will turn green from regret. What they don't know is that Nya Hai and Bunch have already gotten so many elixirs from Nieli. Why would they still be interested in the elixirs in the auction? As they were talking, Nieli once again started to bid crazily. He consecutively bid for 5 to 6 million demon spirit coins worth of items. As long as there's even a little bit of interest, he would bid for them all. Since he has so much money, he can't finish spending it. Putting so many demon crystal cards in his interspatial ring takes up space. He might as well buy them. So, the Tensei family isn't interested in those elixirs, not because they're out of money. Lei Zhuo and Jiang Ming's faces were burning. Damn it, since when did the Tensei family become so rich? Their hearts were extremely depressed. After half an hour of auction, Nya Li bought dozens of items. However, there wasn't much that could make Nya Li excited. He was a little bored. At this moment, the female auctioneer suddenly raised her voice and used a very enticing voice to say, "This auction is about to end. However, we will soon have an incomparable treasure that will be auctioned." Just when the female auctioneer finished her words, more than 20 people walked into the auction venue. These people were wearing luxurious clothes. Under the guidance of a few beautiful girls, they walked up the stairs all the way to the 3rd floor of the auction venue. The entire venue was in an uproar. I know that person. He's an elder of the Fengming family. That's an elder of the Winged Dragon family. That's an elder of the Sacred Family. Why would they come here? I heard that the Hongyu clan has found an incomparably rare treasure in the Dark Ruins this time. That's why they're holding this auction. They've even invited the representatives of the 3 great peerless families and the other 6 grand families to participate in the auction. The items that were auctioned earlier shouldn't be of interest to these superforces. After all, they can be bought in other auctions. Their purpose for coming here this time is the so-called incomparable treasure of the Hongyu family. They actually found it from the Dark Ruins. My God, they actually have the guts to enter the Dark Ruins. Dark Ruins? Nya Li recalled that place. In his previous life, he didn't enter it. He only heard about it from others. The Dark Ruins is a nightmarish place. Only black gold rank and above experts would dare to enter. That place is home to a large number of terrifying demon beasts. It's said that during the early stages of the Age of Darkness, a legend-rank demon spiritualist lived there. The demon spirit that the legend-rank demon spiritualist integrated with was a terrifying demon spirit. After the legend-rank demon spiritualist passed away, that place was occupied by a nightmare demon spirit. The nightmare demon spirit is a very mysterious and frightening demon spirit. There are many mysterious abilities that even Nieli doesn't fully understand. Furthermore, the nightmare demon spirit is one of the hardest demon spirits to capture. Nieli wondered what the Hongyu family got from the Dark Ruins this time. Nieli couldn't help looking forward to it. What exactly is the item that the Hongyu family is going to auction? The representatives of the 3 major families and the 7 noble families took their seats. The atmosphere in the auction venue froze. Everyone was looking forward to what item the Hongyu family will take out. Chapter 69. The 3 major families and 7 noble families are all here. It seems like there are also people from the Association of Alchemists and the top 10 chambers of commerce. That item definitely won't belong to us. However, even if it doesn't belong to us, it's still good to see such a big scene. Everyone in the auction house started to discuss. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The young auctioneer lightly smiled and said, "We're about to present the rare treasure to everyone." At this moment, the auction house instantly quietened down. 2 beautiful girls walked up with a plate. On the plate, there was something that was covered by a purple cloth. Only a vague outline could be seen. What exactly is that thing? Simply whetting our appetites. At this moment, the young auctioneer revealed a charming smile. With a pull of her right hand, the purple cloth was removed. In an instant, light shone in all directions. A black jade pot made of an unknown material appeared in front of everyone. This pot was sparkling and translucent. On top of it, there was a dazzling light. A dense soul aura spread out. Seeing this sparkling black jade pot, Nieli couldn't help being excited. He never thought that he would actually see this item here. This item is indeed a rare treasure. It's not something that can be measured with money. Even our patriarch isn't clear about the origin of this item. However, there's one thing that's very clear. The pure soul force fluctuation that's being emitted proves that this item isn't an ordinary item. At the bottom of it, the word nightmare is engraved. It must be related to the nightmare demon spirit. The young auctioneer continued. Furthermore, according to our patriarch, if one cultivates a demon spirit around it, it can greatly strengthen the aura of the demon spirit. Therefore, we can be sure that this is a rare treasure. Our patriarch hopes that someone with knowledge will be able to use it. The starting price of this item is 8 million demon spirit coins. The patriarch of the Hongyu family didn't know the use of this black jade pot, which is why he gave such a low price. If he knew the true use of this black jade pot, he probably wouldn't even be willing to sell it. Just the fact that cultivating beside it can strengthen the aura of the demon spirit is worth a lot of money. Not to mention, there are still many other uses that haven't been discovered yet. When the representatives of the various families felt the rich soul energy in the air, they couldn't help but be moved. They were extremely interested in this black jade pot. What is this black jade pot? I don't know, but I can be sure that this thing is definitely not simple. How rare! I really want to study it. Who knows, it might have some special uses. Looking at the black jade pot in front of him, Nieli couldn't help but reveal a pensive expression. This black jade pot should be the legendary treasure. the Nightmare Demon Pot. The inheritance of the Nightmare Demon Pot was even before the Snow Wind Empire. It was said that it was discovered in an ancient tribe. Even Nia Li only knew one of the uses of the Nightmare Demon Pot. One of the uses of the Nightmare Demon Pot was to refine demon spirits. The general process is to absorb 10 different demon spirits into the Nightmare Demon Pot. There's a chance that an even more powerful demon spirit will be born. If one's luck is good, it's possible to get a rare demon spirit. If one's luck isn't good, it's possible to fail, and the demon spirit will be destroyed. The probability of failure is relatively small. At the same time, the chances of refining a rare demon spirit is also relatively small. Most of the time, the Nightmare Demon Pot can refine a more powerful demon spirit. Just this one use is enough to make countless people go crazy for it. After all, the majority of demon spiritualists can only integrate with one demon spirit. Of course, they hope that the stronger the demon spirit, the better. Using weak demon spirits to integrate with a powerful demon spirit. This is the Nightmare Demon Pot. Probably not many people know the use of the Nightmare Demon Pot. Thinking of the might of the Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli immediately decided that no matter what price he has to pay, he must get the Nightmare Demon Pot. Soon, the various families began to bid. 10 million demon spirit coins, 12 million demon spirit coins, 15 million demon spirit coins. Very quickly, the price rose to 20 million demon spirit coins. This price already made the people in the auction hall extremely shocked. 30 million demon spirit coins. The sacred family suddenly bid. 30 million demon spirit coins. The Association of Alchemists bid. Nia Li glanced at the third floor from afar. The one who bid seems to be young Xian. After thinking for a bit, Nia Li said to Nia En, Grand Elder, Director Yang seems to be on the third floor. Go and see Director Yang and tell her that I want this black jade pot. Let Director Yang help me bid for it. I'll pay the Association of Alchemists when the time comes. Hearing Nia Li's words, without waiting for Nia En to reply, Nia Hai said, Let me go. Nia En's interspatial ring is filled with elixirs. How would he dare to let Nia En go? As the patriarch, he can only be reduced to running errands. However, he's still willing to do so. Nia Hai went to look for young Xian. The sacred family and the Association of Alchemists continued to compete. After the Association of Alchemists raised the price to 50 million demon spirit coins, the sacred family gave up. In terms of wealth, even the three major families can't be compared to the Association of Alchemists. 50 million demon spirit coins. The Association of Alchemists is really rich. Of course, the Association of Alchemists' elixirs are so popular recently. The daily income is probably in the hundreds of millions. After a moment, Nia Hai returned. He nodded towards Nia Li and said, Director Yang agreed. Young Xian definitely can't reject Nia Li's request. After all, young Xian still has a lot of things to ask of Nia Li in the future. To the Association of Alchemists, spending such a small amount of money is just a drop in the ocean. Everything that Nia Li has brought to the Association of Alchemists can't be measured with money. When the price reached the level of 50 million demon spirit coins, the majority of the families didn't dare to compete. Furthermore, many families have to buy elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, they still have to give some face to the Association of Alchemists. Although they were drooling over the black jade pot, they didn't bid too much. At this moment, a person wearing a gray cloak suddenly started to bid. 55 million demon spirit coins. Who is he? There's actually someone bidding. Everyone in the auction house curiously looked at the mysterious person wearing the gray cloak. Usually, families don't need to pay a deposit when bidding. When ordinary people bid, they have to pay a deposit before they can participate in the auction. This mysterious person actually bid 55 million, which means that he must have paid a deposit of more than 55 million. The price of this black jade pot has actually risen to such a shocking level. This amount of demon spirit coins is already equivalent to the entire wealth of an aristocratic family. At this moment, Yang Xian, who was sitting on the third floor, slightly frowned her brows. For the past few days, she has been at the branch in the northern part of Glory City. After receiving the Hong Yu family's invitation, she decided to participate in this auction. She never thought that Nieli would also be here. Originally, she had some interest in this jade pot. She thought that it was something that could be used to concoct elixirs. Therefore, she wanted to buy it and bring it back to study it. She never thought that Nieli would also be interested in it. Since it's something that Nieli wants, the Association of Alchemists will definitely help Nieli buy it. However, when the price reached 55 million demon spirit coins, the price was a little out of her expectations. 55 million to buy a black jade pot that she doesn't know the use of. Is it worth it? Just a few hundred votes away from being on the list. Everyone, please vote for Snail. Chapter 70, 60 million demon spirit coins. Although she was a little nervous, Yang Xian still continued to increase the price. This is because Nia Hai said that no matter the price, she must buy this jade pot. Nieli will pay for it. 60 million demon spirit coins. Is it really worth this price? What exactly is this jade pot? Could it be that Nieli knows the use of this jade pot? Yang Xian glanced at the mysterious man downstairs. She doesn't know where this guy came from, but he actually came to compete for this item. 65 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man hesitated for a moment, then continued to increase the price. 70 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xian continued to increase the price. The price continued to increase. Nia Hai and Nia An were both dumbfounded. They know that this item is what Nieli wants to buy. However, this price is too shocking. Nieli is much richer than they imagined. How much money did the Association of Alchemists give to Nieli? Why would the Association of Alchemists give Nieli so much money? Their hearts were filled with doubts. Nieli's brows furrowed as he looked at the mysterious man. Just who was this guy? He actually increased the price. Nieli thought for a moment. Did the Hong Yu auction house find someone to help them? It shouldn't be. If this matter were to spread out, the Hong Yu auction house's reputation would be ruined. The Association of Alchemists wouldn't let them off. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Furthermore, the price has been increased to such a degree. Even the Association of Alchemists might not accept this item. If this item were to fall into their hands, they would lose more than they gain. Could it be someone from the Dark Guild, other than the various large families and chambers of commerce? Only the Dark Guild has the financial resources to compete for this item. The Dark Guild went around kidnapping the members of various aristocratic families, extorting money from them, and robbing people on the way. No one knew how much money they had earned, but they were still very powerful. Nieli was silent for a moment before he said, "Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Director Yang. I'll repeat what I said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get this black jade pot. After the auction is over, immediately send someone to follow that mysterious person. The people we send must be at least gold rank, and it would be best if they were black gold rank. Absolutely do not let him discover them." Nia Hai raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. All right. He vaguely felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. A person of unknown origin actually had such strong financial resources to compete with the Association of Alchemists. At this time, it was likely that more than one force had their eyes on the mysterious man below. 100 million demon spirit coins. When the Association of Alchemists shouted out this price, the experts from various forces were a little dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with doubt. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists knew about the effects of this item, which was why they shouted out such a price? Or could it be that the Association of Alchemists really had too much money and didn't know where to spend it? 100 million demon spirit coins. This is too ruthless. 110 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man below hesitated for a long time. When the young auctioneer was about to hit the hammer, he finally increased the price once more. 120 million demon spirit coins. Young Xian quickly increased the price once more. The mysterious man finally understood Yang Xian's determination and did not continue to increase the price. The deposit that he paid was already not enough. Everyone below the stage was extremely excited. To be able to see such an intense auction in their lifetime, they've really broadened their horizons. They don't know what this black jade pot is, but it's actually auctioned for a sky-high price of 120 million demon spirit coins. This price is probably something that only the Alchemist Association can afford. Towards this black jade pot, everyone had a strong curiosity in their hearts. The auction finally came to an end. The crowd slowly dispersed. Nia Li and the rest went to pay the bill and collect their items. In a secret room of the auction, Nia Li met up with Yang Xian. Yang Xian held onto the black jade pot, smiled, and asked Nia Li, "Little brother, do you know what this thing is used for?" In order to buy this black jade pot, she spent a total of 120 million demon spirit coins. This price, even for the Association of Alchemists, is not a small amount. Although the Association of Alchemists is making a lot of money every day, it hasn't reached the point where they can squander it as they wish. I also don't know what this thing is used for. Nia Li spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Big sister doesn't believe you. You spent so much money just to buy such a useless thing?" Yang Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest, making her ample bosom even more attractive. She looked at Nia Li with a smile that isn't a smile. "If you're not willing to say anything, then Big Sister Yang will take this black jade pot back and study it. It's precisely because I don't know what it's used for. That's why I bought it. Its aura is so pure. It's definitely not an ordinary item. My master might know what it's used for." Nia Li once again brought out his non-existent master, chuckled, and said, "Anyway, it's just a little bit of money. It's nothing." Hearing Nia Li's words, Yang Xian's face immediately showed some respect and said, "Since you're buying it for your master, then quickly keep it well." Nia Li's master is most likely a master alchemist. Yang Xian doesn't dare to be rash. There should be 120 million demon spirit coins in this interspatial ring. Nia Li said as he took out an interspatial ring. Yang Xian shook her head and blocked the interspatial ring. She charmingly smiled and said, "Consider this item bought by the Association of Alchemists as a gift for your master." Because of the elixirs provided by Nia Li's master, the Association of Alchemists has earned a lot of money. More importantly, the strength of Glory City has increased by a lot. The Association of Alchemists was worried that they wouldn't be able to curry favor with Nia Li's master. This is a good opportunity to gift him a gift. How could they miss it? If Nia Li's master is happy, he can casually provide 1 or 2 elixir formulas. The significance of that would be huge. Nia Li went silent for a moment, calmly received the nightmare demon pot, lightly smiled, and said, "Then I'll have to thank Big Sister Yang. I'll tell Master. Then I'll have to thank Little Brother." Yang Xian smiled and said. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "You asked me to send someone to follow the bidder. Did you discover something?" Actually, even if Nia Li didn't say it, she would have done it. If she knew that the bidder was the Hongyu family's helper, the Hongyu family would die miserably. I suspect that it might be someone from the Dark Guild. Nieli thought for a moment and said, "However, this is only my guess. No matter who it is, to actually bid such a high price for the Nightmare Demon Pot, could it be that other than him, there's someone else who knows the use of the Nightmare Demon Pot? Someone from the Dark Guild?" Young Exion's eyes slightly narrowed. If I know that he's someone from the Dark Guild, then he can forget about leaving Glory City. I've already entrusted a black gold rank demon spiritualist to follow him. Big Sister Yang, it's best if you don't alert the enemy. Even if you want to catch him, you have to catch him alive. Nieli, who knows, we might be able to find evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild. Brothers, the recommendation board is an emergency, requesting for recommendation support. Chapter 71. I understand. Young Exion nodded her head, lightly smiled. Then I'll head back first. Nieli said to Young Exion. After bidding farewell to Young Exion, he quietly left through the small door. The price of the Nightmare Demon Pot has reached an astonishing 120 million. Such an item would definitely make people's eyes turn red. With Nia Li's current strength, if he's targeted by someone, he might not have the ability to protect such a treasure. But luckily, other people don't know that the Nightmare Demon Pot is in Nia Li's hands. Everyone thinks that the Nightmare Demon Pot is in Young Exion's hands. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas on Young Exion. After all, Young Exion's current position is very important in Glory City. Nieli quietly left, along with Nia Hai and Nia En, sat in the carriage and returned to the Tensei family. Nieli looked at Nia Hai and Nia En and solemnly said, "The matter of this Nightmare Demon Pot absolutely cannot be told to anyone." Of course. Nia Hai and Nia En hurriedly nodded their heads. They also understand the seriousness of this matter. If other people were to know that the mysterious jade pot is in Nia Li's hands, it might attract trouble that even the Tensei family can't handle. Right now, Nia Li's interest is the Tensei family's interest. "Are we going back to the family now?" Nia Hai asked. "No." Nieli shook his head and said, "I want to go to the Xian Ling Chamber of Commerce to buy demon spirits." "Buy demon spirits? You've already reached silver rank?" Nia En suddenly thought of something and asked. Nieli was silent for a moment and nodded. At this time, it seemed that there was no need to hide it from Nia Hai and Nia En. Receiving Nieli's confirmation, Nia Hai and Nia En looked at Nieli in shock, sucking in a mouthful of cold air. They remembered that a few months ago, Nieli hadn't even reached 1 star bronze rank. How could he reach silver rank so quickly? A 13-year-old silver rank demon spiritualist. My God, he's simply a peerless genius. In the entire history of Glory City, there's only a handful of them. The first demon spirit must be chosen well. Whatever demon spirit you want to choose, we can give you some references. Nia Hai solemnly said, "The demon spirits that Xianling Chamber of Commerce sells are indeed the best in the northern part of Glory City. Going there, he should be able to buy a pretty good demon spirit. What they don't know is that Nieli has already integrated with a shadow devil demon spirit. This time, what he wants to get isn't as simple as an ordinary demon spirit. What reference can Nia Hai give him?" "I have my own thoughts," Nieli said, shaking his head. Nia Hai and Nia En looked at each other, bitterly smiling. They have completely forgotten that this 13-year-old boy in front of them isn't an ordinary person. He's simply a monster. They can't influence any of Nia Li's decisions. The carriage sped forward. Nia Li let Nia Hai confirm that there's no one following them. Only then did he feel relieved. Nia Li is still a little worried that someone would target him. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, Their forces are too big. Luckily, for the time being, the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family won't notice him. Why would these super forces care about a youth? By the time the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family start to notice his existence, Nieli would have already grown to the point that they won't be able to deal with him. Xianling Chamber of Commerce. VIP room. When Nieli and Bunch revealed their identities, the people of Xianling Chamber of Commerce immediately welcomed Nieli and Bunch into the secret VIP room. The one who received Nieli and Bunch is an old man with white hair and beard. He's the manager of Xianling Chamber of Commerce, called Xiao Mingfeng. As the head of Xianling Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Mingfeng's information network is very fast. The news of the Tensei family being extravagant in the Red Moon auction house was quickly spread to his ears. Therefore, the Tensei family has already been listed as one of the important customers. Please have some tea. Xiao Mingfeng smiled and made a gesture. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Niahai lightly smiled and said, I'm here to buy a demon spirit for my grandnephew. Our Xianling Chamber of Commerce will wholeheartedly serve every customer, Xiao Mingfeng said, lightly smiling. His eyes looked at Nia Li. I wonder what kind of demon spirit patriarch Niahai is planning to buy. We have all kinds of demon spirits here. Xiao Mingfeng took out a booklet. On it, there are hundreds of kinds of demon spirits. Whether it's the type, attribute, etc., they are all listed very clearly. He also gave a rough price range. Xianling Chamber of Commerce is the largest demon spirit trader in the northern part of Glory City. Every day, they would purchase a large amount of demon spirits from adventurers and sell them. Among them, there are no lack of precious demon spirits. The higher the grade, the rarer the demon spirit, the more expensive the price. A cheap demon spirit can be bought for a few hundred or a few thousand demon spirit coins. An expensive demon spirit, after being appraised, can reach millions or even tens of millions of demon spirit coins. I wonder what kind of demon spirit the Tensei family will buy. Xiao Mingfeng secretly thought. It will depend on how much importance Niahai places on Nieli. Niahai took a glance at Nieli. Nieli did not look at the booklet. He looked at Xiao Mingfeng and asked, Manager Xiao, what kind of demon spirit do I buy from you? Will you keep it a secret? Xiao Mingfeng was a little surprised as he looked at Nieli, nodded his head, and said, Of course, we will keep it a secret for every customer. We will absolutely not divulge any customer's information. Okay, Nieli said, slightly nodding his head. He took the booklet, pointed at one of the demon spirits, and said, Nightmare-type demon spirits. How many do you have here? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Mingfeng was slightly stunned. He took a glance at Niahai. Can a kid like Nieli keep his word? Seeing Niahai nodding his head, Xiao Mingfeng said, Nightmare-type demon spirits are the rarest and most difficult to control. I suggest that, young master, for your first demon spirit, do not choose a nightmare-type demon spirit. We only have around 50 nightmare-type demon spirits in our storage. I want all of them, Nieli said. I hope Manager Xiao can give me a fair price. Xiao Mingfeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He looked at Nieli in shock. Does Nieli know how much money that is? Why would Nieli buy so many demon spirits? A person can only integrate with one demon spirit at most. That's right, I want all of them. Nieli seriously nodded his head. Niahai and Nia-en were also extremely shocked as they stared at Nieli. Only after a long while did they recover from their shock. Rest assured, I will pay, Nieli indifferently said. Xiao Mingfeng looked at Niahai. Niahai bitterly smiled, nodded his head, and said, Manager Xiao, please bring all the nightmare-type demon spirits over. We want all of them. Okay, Xiao Mingfeng revealed an excited expression. Generally, only one nightmare-type demon spirit can be sold every 1 or 2 months. Nieli wants to buy all the nightmare-type demon spirits in the storage. This is definitely a big customer, Xiao Mingfeng hurriedly and respectfully said. Since everyone is buying so many demon spirits at once, I guarantee that the price will be absolutely fair. We believe in Manager Xiao. After all, in the future, we will come here to purchase even more demon spirits, Nieli calmly said. When these words came out of Nieli's mouth, for a moment, Xiao Mingfeng treated Nieli as an adult. He really doesn't know how this kid was taught. His wisdom is simply too monstrous. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately go get the nightmare-type demon spirits, Xiao Mingfeng said, and hurriedly left. Xiao Li, why are you buying so many nightmare-type demon spirits? Nia and curiously asked. Nieli is too rich. Forget about him spending money in the auction. Now he's here to buy demon spirits. Could it be that he has too much money and nowhere to spend it? After all, a person can only integrate with one demon spirit. I have my own uses for it, Nieli said, lightly smiling. Chapter 72. Very quickly, Xiao Mingfeng returned with a large pile of demon spirit stones. After a demon spirit is captured, it would usually be sealed within a demon spirit stone and stored. Rows of demon spirit stones were lined up on the table, creating a spectacular scene. These are silver rank nightmare demon spirits. The price is around 60,000 demon spirit coins. These are gold rank nightmare demon spirits. The price is around 300,000 demon spirit coins. Xiao Mingfeng pointed at the demon spirit stones and explained to Nieli, aside from being able to be integrated with a demon spiritualist, a demon spirit can also be sealed within a battle armor, allowing the battle armor to gain a powerful strength. Demon spirit of silver rank and above is already very expensive, easily tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. However, for a tycoon like Nieli, this isn't a problem at all. And the price is still fair. I'll take them all. Nieli nodded his head. Xiao Mingfeng turned his head and looked at Nia Hai and Nia En. Nia Hai and Nia En looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Xiao Mingfeng has always wanted to seek their opinion, but he doesn't understand that the two of them can't make the decision. Nia Li's right hand moved, took out a small mountain of demon crystal cards from his interspatial ring, placed it on the table, and said, "This is all the money, Manager Xiao. Please count it." Nieli is actually paying himself, looking at the small mountain of demon crystal cards. Xiao Mingfeng was deeply shocked. This Tensei family is too awesome. They actually let a kid hide so much money on him. However, Xiao Mingfeng didn't think too much about it. He's just a proper businessman. Since Nieli is paying, then there's no problem. Nieli's right hand moved, throwing 53 demon spirit stones into his interspatial ring. I hope that Tensei family will take care of our business in the future. After Xiao Mingfeng put away the demon crystal cards, his smile became more and more humble. This is definitely the biggest business he has ever done since he started trading demon spirits. Shopkeeper Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. We still want to buy more today. Shopkeeper Xiao, don't tell me that you want to send us off so soon. Nieli lightly glanced at Xiao Mingfeng. How could that be? Little Master still wants to buy demon spirits? Xiao Mingfeng asked. Nieli was calm and collected, giving him a faint sense of oppression. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this really a 13 or 14-year-old boy? How monstrous! Of course, the nightmare demon spirit is only a part of it, Nieli calmly said. The shock in Xiao Mingfeng's heart is hard to describe. Just how many demon spirits does Nieli want to buy? However, as a shop owner, he naturally hopes to sell as many demon spirits as possible. I also need toxic demon spirits, snow wind demon spirits, and fighter-type demon spirits. Shopkeeper Xiao, please bring out all the demon spirits you have in stock. Did he want all the stocks again? Oh my God! However, very quickly, Xiao Mingfeng eagerly brought out all the demon spirits in stock. The nightmare demon spirits are relatively rare, but these demon spirits are much more numerous. Some have thousands of demon spirits, with the lowest having thousands of them. However, in terms of price, they are cheaper than the nightmare demon spirits. A total of 65 million demon spirit coins. Xiao Mingfeng calculated. Just calculating the price of these demon spirits made him sweat profusely. 65 million demon spirit coins. Shopkeeper Xiao, please count it. Nia Li took out 6,500 demon crystal cards and filled the table. Xiao Mingfeng was shocked. Ever since he started this business, this is the first time he saw so much money. The key point is that this money was actually taken out from a kid's interspatial ring. This is simply too shocking. Shopkeeper Xiao, I still need to purchase a batch of demon spirits. Nieli said, looking at Xiao Mingfeng. As long as young master has an order, Xiao Mingfeng, will definitely do my best. At that time, you only need to send someone to pass a message to me, and I will send all the demon spirits to the Tensei family. Xiao Mingfeng respectfully said. He no longer treats Nieli as a kid. This is his biggest customer. A single transaction is more than a few years' worth of transactions. He must take good care of Nieli. Otherwise, if such a customer were to run away, he would have the heart to cry. All right, Patriarch, Grand Elder, let's go back. Nieli said, looking at Nia Hai and Nia En. All right. Nia Hai and Nia En nodded their heads. Originally, they were preparing to bring Nieli to the Hongyu auction house to see the big scene. They never thought that Nieli would bring them to see the big scene. Even now, their hearts are still beating wildly. This can't be blamed on them. The entire Tensei family's annual income is only 1 million demon spirit coins. And this time, when Nieli went out, he spent over 100 million demon spirit coins on a pot and over 60 million demon spirits. It's already pretty good that he didn't get a heart attack. After Nieli, Nia Hai, and Nia En bid farewell to Xiao Mingfeng, they rode the carriage back to the Tensei family. In this trip, no matter if it's Nieli, Nia Hai, or Nia En, all of them had a bountiful harvest. Nia Hai and Nia En hurriedly gathered the family members. They want to distribute the elixirs in their hands, allowing the family members to increase their strength as much as possible. Nieli returned home. Under Nia Hai's arrangement, Nieli and his family moved into an independent house in the Tensei family. It's only a step away from the patriarch's residence. It can be said to be the safest place in the entire Tensei family. Nieli is very satisfied with this arrangement of Nia Hai's. Nieli placed a lot of elixirs, demon crystal cards, and other things in his house, allowing his family to use them anytime, in case of emergencies. He himself stayed in his room and focused on training. In the evening, Yang Xian from the Association of Alchemists sent a message over. A group of assassins tried to kidnap Yang Xian, wanting to snatch the nightmare demon pot. However, they were killed by Yang Xian's guards. Nia Li's brows twitched. They actually dared to do such a thing in Glory City. Their guts are too big. Could it be that the person who wanted to snatch the nightmare demon pot also knows about the usage of the nightmare demon pot? Otherwise, they wouldn't do such a risky thing. Only the Dark Guild would dare to do such a thing. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, they're both threats that need to be dealt with. Although Nia Li's strength has been increasing very quickly, his strength is still only at silver rank. It's still far from enough. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an assassin-type demon spirit. In terms of assassination, it's indeed very powerful. However, under normal circumstances, it's better not to casually use the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. If the various abilities of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit aren't exposed to the outside world, it'll have an unexpected effect. However, if it's used in the open, it'll be studied by many people, and the abilities of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit will be suppressed. Therefore, Nieli still needs to integrate with more demon spirits, because the Heavenly God cultivation technique can integrate with 7 demon spirits. Every time he integrates with a demon spirit, Nieli's strength and cultivation speed will have a substantial increase. Of course, Nieli is very picky about demon spirits. After his rebirth, Nieli won't integrate with some ordinary trash demon spirits. After obtaining the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nieli was already prepared to go to some ruins to search for some special demon spirits. However, after obtaining the Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli had a new idea. Using the Nightmare Demon Pot to refine demon spirits. Chapter 73. Nieli took out the Nightmare Demon Pot. The surface of this pitch-black jade pot was flickering with a faint luster, emitting a trace of mysterious aura. This item is an ancient treasure. He never thought that it would appear in the auction house. Therefore, Nieli would disregard everything to bid for it. If he were to miss out on this Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli would definitely regret it to death. Nieli's right hand caressed the Nightmare Demon Pot, sending a trace of soul force into the Nightmare Demon Pot. The Nightmare Demon Pot suddenly emitted rays of light in all directions, forming an inexplicable connection with Nieli. Nieli only knows a little about the usage of the Nightmare Demon Pot. He still needs to do more research on it. One of the usage of the Nightmare Demon Pot is that if 10 demon spirits of the same attribute are placed into the Nightmare Demon Pot at the same time to refine, there's a certain probability of refining a stronger demon spirit. Of course, there's also a chance of failure. The reason why Nieli bought so many demon spirits is to refine a stronger demon spirit. I already have an assassin-type demon spirit. Now, what I need the most is a fighter-type demon spirit that can fight against people head-on. Nieli thought a while. He bought over 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. He doesn't know if he can refine a powerful fighter-type demon spirit out of these 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. Every demon spirit is divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend rank, and so on according to the strength of their soul before they die. This is the standard of Glory City. What ordinary people don't know is that every demon spirit's growth rate is different. Even if it's a very low-level demon spirit, if its growth rate is strong enough, it's not impossible for it to kill a legend rank demon spirit after being nurtured. At the same time, there are some special demon spirits that have a stronger growth rate than ordinary demon spirits. For example, Nieli's Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nieli divided the growth rates of demon spirits into 5 levels: inferior, normal, good, excellent, excellent, and God level. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is undoubtedly the type of demon spirit that has a God level growth rate. The growth rate of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is limitless. Ordinary people wouldn't know how to determine the growth rate of a demon spirit. Only Nieli knew that the growth rate of a demon spirit could be determined using a soul crystal, just that the method used was different. The second demon spirit he fused with would have a far-reaching impact. Therefore, Nieli naturally had to choose carefully. Even if he couldn't get a God-level growth rate demon spirit, he had to at least get an extraordinary one. Otherwise, he would be letting down the Nightmare Demon Pot that he bought with such a high price. Nieli took out 10 demon spirit stones and used a soul crystal to test the rank of the 10 demon spirits. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. A broken soul cloud, a normal rank demon spirit. Nieli quickly began to test the 10 demon spirits. 7 of them were of low rank and 3 of normal rank. Nyatli couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Sure enough, it's hard to find a high growth rate demon spirit from a normal rank. Nyatli was a little depressed as he thought about it. Wanting to find a god-level growth rate demon spirit, like the Shadow Devil demon spirit, is too difficult. Otherwise, Nyatli wouldn't have taken such a big risk to enter the ancient Orchid City ruins. However, these demon spirits are trash to Nyatli. If they were obtained by an ordinary person, they would definitely be regarded as a treasure. Nyatli placed the 10 demon spirits into the Nightmare Demon Pot and used his soul force to activate the Nightmare Demon Pot. In an instant, the Nightmare Demon Pot continuously flashed, emitting a dazzling light. Inside the pot, a halo of light flowed. Nyatli could see that after the 10 lights rotated, they slowly merged together. In the end, it formed into a dense fog. Roughly 10 minutes later, the light from the Nightmare Demon Pot slowly subsided. A demon spirit was like a spirit swimming around the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot. Nyatli captured the demon spirit and attached it to a normal demon spirit stone. Afterwards, he checked the growth rate of the demon spirit. A slightly complete soul cloud. It's already a good rank. The Nightmare Demon Pot is indeed extraordinary. However, a good rank demon spirit is still far from enough. Nyatli shook his head. With his eyesight, a good rank demon spirit is definitely not something he would look up to. Nyatli placed the good rank demon spirit to the side, then picked up another 10 demon spirit stones and started checking. 10 fighter-type demon spirits. The best is a barbarian bull demon spirit, which is a good rank demon spirit. Nyatli fused them again and again. Refining success. Refining success. Refining failure. The refining failure rate is still quite small. Only after dozens of refinements would there be one failure. However, after refining for over 60 times, the best is an excellent rank fighter-type demon spirit. The rest are all good rank fighter-type demon spirits. This won't do. Nyatli shook his head. The difficulty of raising the rank of these low-rank demon spirits is quite high. However, there are still so many demon spirits left. Nyatli will not give up on refining them. Among the 2,000 demon spirits, there's no need to refine them. They are already excellent rank fighter-type demon spirits. There's a total of 60 of them and 200 of good rank demon spirits, which are still pretty good. Some of these demon spirits have a higher growth rate. For an entire 2 days, Nyatli continuously refined. Again and again, he fused the low rank and normal rank demon spirits into good rank. He then used the good rank demon spirits to continue fusing them into excellent rank. In the end, he was left with over 90 excellent rank demon spirits. He then used these excellent rank fighter-type demon spirits to fuse with excellent rank demon spirits. The higher the rank, the higher the failure rate. In the end, he successfully fused with 5 excellent rank demon spirits. Looking at these 5 excellent rank demon spirits, Nyatli was still a little unwilling. 10 excellent rank demon spirits. He only has 1 chance to fuse with a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Furthermore, the failure rate is very high. When fusing with an excellent rank demon spirit, the success rate is only 50%. If he's fusing with a god-level demon spirit, having a success rate of 20% is already pretty good. The Association of Alchemists has already sent over their recent earnings. It's around 1 billion demon spirit coins. After thinking a while, Nyatli went to see Nyahai and Nya-an. He asked Nyahai and Nya-an to help him purchase a large amount of fighter-type demon spirits. He wants as many as he can get. Every time he buys a fighter-type demon spirit, he'll give them a reward. The reward that Nyatli gave was very generous. Naturally, they would do their best. Very quickly, Nyahai and Nya-an went to various chambers of commerce to help Nya Li purchase fighter-type demon spirits. After spending hundreds of millions, Nya Li bought tens of thousands of fighter-type demon spirits. Afterwards, he crazily used the nightmare demon pot. As the number of times he fused increased, Nya Li realized that the nightmare demon pot also had some obvious changes. The originally chaotic nightmare demon pot became very clear. He could even clearly see the situation of the demon spirits fusing within the nightmare demon pot. Nya Li felt a chill in his heart. He could feel that the nightmare demon pot can absorb a portion of the demon spirit's energy during the process of fusing with a demon spirit. As time passes, the nightmare demon pot will become even more powerful,